Okay, great.
Good morning. Good morning, Commissioners. This is the public hearing of November 15th, 2016. I'm just going to start with the roll call. It's Chair Meenakshi Srinivasan.
Here.
Commissioner Fred Bland. Here. Commissioner Chapin. Commissioner Chen.
Here.
Commissioner Devonshire. Here. Commissioner Goldblum.
Here.
Commissioner Gustafson. Commissioner Lutfi.
Here.
Commissioner Shamir Barone.
Here.
Commissioner Voss.
Here.
Okay, I'll do that in a second. So, Commissioners, the first item today is a research item, public hearing LP 2137. This is 143-11, aka 143-19, Roosevelt Avenue, aka 38-01 Bowne Street, Protestant Reformed Dutch Church of Flushing, aka Bowne Street Community Church, Block 5022, Lot 1 in part. It is a Romanesque revival church attributed to the architect G.E. Potter and built by Edward Richardson in 1891 to 92. The research staff to present is Marianne Hurley.
Good morning, Commissioners. The Protestant Reformed Dutch Church of Flushing, today the Bowne Street Community Church, is located in downtown Flushing at the intersection of Bowne Street and Roosevelt Avenue. Last year, as part of the special backlog hearing on October 8th, 13 people spoke in support of designation, including the owner. The Commissioner received an additional 10 letters of support, and there was no opposition to designation. At the October Backlog Initiative hearing, the map, shown above, incorrectly showed the entire lot as what had been calendared for designation. In fact, only a lot and part had been calendared on September 23rd, 2003. And after the calendaring, the building did not have a public hearing, and that is why we are hearing it today. As was stated at the Backlog Initiative meeting on February 23rd, 2016, staff has recommended that the Commission designate only the 1892 church and remove from the landmark site the annex building and the parking lot. The site map above shows the proposed site with the solid red line with the 1892 church building. The 2003 calendared site that included both the church and the annex are shown within the dotted line and, of course, within the solid red lines. Built by a Reformed Dutch congregation in 1892, the church is significant as an excellent example of the Romanesque revival style, notable for its exceptional corner bell tower, intricate and inventive brickwork, a variety of round arched openings, and its opalescent stained glass windows. With a long history in New York, the Reformed Dutch Church established congregations during and after the time of the Dutch colony. As the town of Flushing developed and prospered, a Reformed church was established in 1842. Their first building is shown on the left. In 1873, they purchased the lot for a larger building, but it was not until 1891 and under the leadership of Reverend Demarest that construction of the present church began. Several newspaper articles attributed the design to the architect George E. Potter, who had a practice in the 1870s in Springfield, Massachusetts, and later in Hartford, Connecticut. He designed approximately 25 churches in New England and Long Island. His Memorial Hall in Hanson, Massachusetts, listed on the National Register and seen on the right, is similar in design to the Flushing Church. Edward Richardson of Flushing is sometimes cited as the architect, but by most accounts, he was the building contractor. Richardson, though, was a prominent businessman and built many residences in the Flushing area. The church was dedicated November of 1892. So in addition to the main sanctuary assembly space, the northernmost spaces provided rooms for a chapel, Sunday school, library, and upstairs kitchen, and that's this area here. Many churches of the latter decades of the 19th century were influenced by the celebrated architect H.H. Richardson's interpretation of the Romanesque. Some of the Richardsonian characteristics are seen here, such as clear, strong massing, a picturesque roofline, and a variety of boldly contrasting features, such as the dramatic contrast in height and mass of the dominant bell tower with the diminutive arcade at the front facade. At the time of dedication in 1892, the Flushing Journal noted that, quote, "the windows are all the work of the Tiffany Glass Company of New York," unquote. The Tiffany window on the left is typical of the original opalescent windows still in place today. The two window sections on the right, installed later as memorials, are the work of Agnes Fairchild Northrup, a longtime parishioner and a major stained glass artist at Tiffany Studios from 1884 until 1936. In the 17th century, the citizens of Flushing formally declared freedom of religion by issuing the Flushing Remonstrance. Continuing this tradition of faith and tolerance, this multi-denominational church reflects the cultural, ethnic, and religious diversity of the Flushing community. To recap, the proposed boundary is shown above in solid red and includes for designation only the 1892 church building. It does not include the annex building and the parking lot. This is a view of the east facade with the 1926 annex to the right. The annex is attached to the 1892 church building at the northeast transept, seen here with the chimney at the gable end. And I just pointed it out. That is where the attachment is. In conclusion, although the church is located just a few blocks from a busy and expanding downtown, it continues to give the neighborhood a strong sense of the 19th century streetscape. Retaining much of its original materials and workmanship, the church congregations have diligently and sensitively maintained the building. It is one of downtown Flushing's most prominent and significant religious structures.
Thank you, Mary Ann. Are there any questions?
Why was the annex removed from the designation?
You want to respond to that? Yes.
Well, Commissioners, as you recall, we discussed this at the special backlog meeting, and it was the parking lot wasn't in the calendared site, as we were mistaken at the time, and the annex is, much later than the church, doesn't necessarily contribute to the character of the church, and the church itself is the key point of this designation, and we didn't feel it was, contributes to the significance of this building.
Is it physically connected to the building?
Yes.
So presumably it could be maybe demolished, and would that affect the designated building in any way?
Just like, Commissioner, it'd be just like a row house, where there's physical attachments to a row house, an individual landmark, and people, we regulate that all the time.
Right, so it's a much more utilitarian building, and as Lisa said, it doesn't possess the age or the cultural significance or the architectural quality or details. And at the point of connection, if it were to be demolished in the future, we would regulate any finish to the end of the north transept there.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right, we can take testimony. The first speaker is Councilmember Koo.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Chair Srivilawasan and members of the Landmark Preservation Commission for allowing me to testify today. I'm Councilman Peter Koo, and I represent New York City's 20 City Council District. Today, I respectfully submit testimony in support of designating the Bowne Street Community Church as a New York City landmark. The Bowne Street Community Church, originally the Reformed Church of Flushing, is located at 143-11 Roosevelt Avenue in Flushing, Queens. Built in 1892, the church is a Roman revival building with a red brick edifice, intricate brickwork, terracotta tile details, and a bell tower. Of particular note are the Tiffany stained glass windows, which are original to the building and framed with rounded arches. These windows were created by the Louis Tiffany Glass Company and were designed by Atlas Fairchild Northrop, a longtime Tiffany artist and a lifelong member of the congregation. When completed, the church was rated as one of the most beautiful churches on Long Island, and in my opinion, it still is. The Bowne Street Community Church was built in response to a merger between the Protestant Reformed Church, the Protestant Reformed Dutch Church of Flushing, and the First Congregational Church of Flushing. At present, the building continues to serve as a place of worship for several active congregations and a meeting place for the local community. The historic building is in the heart of my district, a mere 2 blocks from the city's second busiest pedestrian intersection, and serve as a reminder of Flushing's rich religious history. The almost 125-year-old structure has been at risk for demolition in the past, and the landmark designation will ensure that this architecturally and culturally significant church will remain in and continue to serve our community for generations to come. Thank you again for allowing me to testify in support of a landmark designation for the Bowne Street Community Church. Thank you to everyone in our community who has pushed in this designation for many years, and I hope that you will vote in favor of preserving this historic structure. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Thank you. The next speaker is Samuel Tai.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for coming. And my name is Samuel Tai. I'm a medical doctor in Taiwan, and I actually live in Flushing for more than 20 years. My son was born in Flushing, and I've been attending this church for all these years. And we have feeling for this church as a member. Currently, I'm elected as a vice chair for the governing board of the church. And back in August, when I started my vice president, chairperson as a governing board, I was invited to Mr. Koo's office and to gather some information so that I can present it to the governing board so that they can decide if they're going to be for it or against it. And so in September and October and November, we had 3 meetings in the governing board. And I tried to present it because I like history myself, and I really like the building. But when I presented the fact to the member of the governing board, unfortunately, nobody is for it. They actually don't like to be designed as a landmark building as such. Therefore, I kind of, in a way, disappointed, but then still, majority rules. Okay, the whole congregation and also most majority of the governing board members is opposed to be landmarked at this time, mainly because several reasons. We have several groups using this place, and everybody have different ideas, different point of view. And one point of view, especially I want to address to, is that one of our member, actually he was in the meeting, in the public meeting last year. He mentioned that the back part of the church is actually built different time as compared to the old sanctuary. So he would not mind, the sanctuary itself is landmarked. That's his own opinion, okay? So, but majority of the governing board members is still opposed to the landmarking. And I don't know how the landmarking commission is going to take from there. And I'm just a messenger. I just pass the message. Okay. And our pastor is here. He's the chairperson of the governing board, and he might have something to say about it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Tai. Aaron Chen.
Good morning, everybody. Is Aaron Chen, the senior pastor of Bowne Street Community Church. It's our honor to be a landmark building in New York City, but the purpose of the church is to preach the gospel. Let all nations, all people come to know Jesus' salvation. My concern is once it is a landmark building, we must spend more money to maintain the building, to keep it in good condition, and it will limit the development of the church's future ministry. So we object the proposal. It will make our congregation dissension. That's not the result what I want to see, because more and more new immigrations came to this church. They are hard workers. So it's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jack Eichenbaum. Each person will be given 3 minutes.
I testified here a little bit more than a year ago with the following letter that was submitted to the chair of the Landmarks Preservation Committee. It should be on record. I have copies here. I'll retain one for my cell phone. You can pass them around. I won't read this again. I'm assuming it's on record, or do you want me to read it again? I should read it again. And then I want to add something that has happened in the last year which makes my favorable opinion for this landmarking even more positive. This is to the chair. I am writing in support of the landmarking of the Bowne Street Community Church, both as Queensborough historian and as a resident in the vicinity of the church for more than 37 years. The church is the last structure remaining of an elegant, upper-middle-class Victorian neighborhood built in the last quarter of the 19th century. This community was centered on Bowne Street and Parsons Boulevard and stretched from Northern Boulevard to Sanford Avenue. In the post-World War II era, most large homes on 100 by 100 lots were demolished to build apartment houses. This is before contemporary zoning reached Queens. Remaining Victorian homes succumbed to intense real estate activity during the last 35 years, whilst Central Flushing became the most populous Asian immigrant community in New York City. The church is contemporary with and reminiscent of some of the large churches occupying prominent street corners in Harlem, when Harlem was a nascent neighborhood for strivers of European descent. Like the demographic shift in Harlem, East European heritage to African heritage, Flushing experienced a rapid transformation, European heritage to Asian heritage. The denominations that built the churches moved, and the buildings were taken over by different denominations. The Bowne Street Community Church is an imposing structure on a prominent corner. Its Tiffany windows were manufactured in the Corona furnaces about 2 miles to the west. It has substantial grounds, some landscapes, some used as a parking lot that could easily become something more attractive. Ethnically different groups worship there, and the building is occasionally used for community events. The different groups that have come to appreciate the historical value. The different groups have come to appreciate the historical value of the church. Flushing contains large edifices for every major religion on the globe. Excuse me. The Quaker Meeting House and St. George's Episcopal Church have already been landmarked. Newer structures like the Hindu Temple on Holly Avenue, the Korean Buddhist Temple on Bayside Avenue, and the Afghani Mosque on 33rd Avenue are likely landmarks of the future. The Bowne Street Community Church is ready now. I lead walking tours of Flushing called Religion on the Land. I would be happy to show you around. Jack Eichenbach, that's me. Let me add something that has happened in the last year. In the last year, the National Park Service approved a study to create a national park in Flushing celebrating the Flushing Remonstrance and religious freedom. That study would also include participation from the Bowne House, which is 2 blocks away from the church, and the Quaker Meeting House, which is about 4 blocks away from the church. The church is right in the area where so much of the obvious connections to religious freedom take place. That church needs to be protected, and part of the ideals proposed in 1657, the first Declaration of Religious Freedom in North America, and all the wonderful people and all the wonderful faiths that now congregate in the area. That's the place. That's where this church is. It needs to be protected. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Branka Duknik. Duknik.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you, LPC Madam Chair, Commissioner Srinivasan, and the distinguished committee members. I'll try to be very brief here. As you heard, my name is Branka Duknik. I'm the new Executive Director of Queens Historical Society. I would like to give this opportunity to sort of thank the Commissioner Srinivasan and the LPC committee before me for this opportunity to speak to you today. I have been at my post for only a year, and I might be a recent immigrant, but I consider myself sort of a proud resident of Queens. QHS, Queens Historical Society, is really working hard to make Queens heritage accessible for everyone. QHS is the only historical society impacting all boroughs' 15 districts. However, we really need your assistance to further recognize the significance of Bowne Street Community Church as a prominent New York City landmark. Originally, again, I'll be very brief, it has been mentioned, but originally called the Dutch Reformed Church of Flushing, and being the second church built by the congregation, Bowne Street Community Church is one of the most significant buildings in Flushing. Again, Flushing is, obviously, many of you know, the anglicized form of the Dutch town name of Vlissingen, and it rose to prominence as one of the first in colonial America to grant religious freedom or liberty of conscience. Again, when the right of practicing religious ceremonies was jeopardized by Governor Peter Stuyvesant, who was set to persecute anyone who was not a member of the Dutch Reformed Church, the people of Flushing, predominantly Quakers, at the time came together to defend their town charter. So in 1841, as we've already heard from Mrs. Hurley, Centuries after the struggles with Quakers, the Dutch Reformed Church was finally built on Bowne Street. Again, as many of you know, the church was designed in Romanesque Revival style of intricate red brickwork and terracotta, etc., etc. Again, the church is adorned by state-of-the-art Tiffany stained glass. And again, Tiffany's lead head of the department for glass, Agnes Fairchild Northup, was again a lifelong member of this congregation. And again, one of the prominent glass windows, I don't know if it was displayed, on the west wall was entitled Vision of St. John, which was dedicated to Miss Northup's father. To sort of skip a little bit and try to make it short, the congregation merged with the First Congregational Church of Flushing in 1974 to form the Bowne Street Church, as you already heard. Again, once a bastion of Flushing's old stock Anglo-American congregations, the church is now governed by Taiwanese members, again, as we've heard, of the United Church of Christ, which I think is actually a tribute to remarkable religious pluralism in Queens.
If you can conclude your remarks, please.
Okay, all right. Again, as a newcomer, I see New York City to be really different from most places in America, Flushing even more so. Flushing might be unique in a way, however, I believe it to run as a parallel story of a larger notion of America, country built on principles of religious freedom, immigration, and democracy. The story of Bowne Street Church is a mark of what underlying principles of change, adaptability, and inclusion are all about. And to conclude, QHS would like to accomplish a vital and notable goal of landmarking this exquisite church. And again, our mission is to preserve the past and protect the future, and hopefully with your help it will be achieved. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Henry Euler.
Good morning. My name is Henry Euler. I'm the recording secretary of the Bayside Historical Society. I'm also a member of the Queens Preservation Council and the Borough Neighborhood Preservation Alliance. I come today with a letter from the president of the Bayside Historical Society, Paul Di Benedetto, and I'd like to read it into the testimony. The letter says, to the Landmarks Preservation Commission, the Bayside Historical Society urges that the entire Bowne Street Community Church of Flushing, Queens be granted landmark designation. This church has been under consideration for some time, spearheaded by preservationist and local resident Linda Mandel. The church, which was completed in 1892, is fashioned in the style of Romanesque Revival architecture. Perhaps one of the church's most distinctive features are the beautiful Tiffany stained glass windows. Those windows were designed by Agnes Fairchild Northup, who was a lifelong congregant of the church and employee of the Louis Tiffany Glass Company of Corona, Queens. The Bayside Historical Society also agrees with the position taken by the Historic Districts Council that the Landmarks Preservation Commission needs to ensure that an appropriate buffer be in place between the church and any future development to the east. In particular, a tall tower should not be allowed to be built too close to the church so that it interferes with the view of the church facade or the Tiffany windows. We hope that if the church is landmarked, that an appropriate buffer can be established. The community of Flushing is a fast-growing and changing part of our city. The Bowne Street Community Church is an architectural gem on a stunning property and must be preserved for current residents and future generations to enjoy and appreciate. The Bayside Historical Society strongly believes that this church merits New York City landmark designation and hopes that the Landmarks Preservation Commission sees fit to agree. Thank you. Signed, Paul Di Benedetto, President, Bayside Historical Society. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Barbara Zay.
Good morning, Commissioners. Barbara Zay of the Historic Districts Council. Thank you for hearing public testimony today. HDC wishes to reiterate its support for the designation of the former Bowne Street Community Church, both expressed during the Backlog 95 proceedings and in 2003 when the building was first calendared. At that time, HDC was concerned about rapid development in this section of Queens and stated in a letter to then Chair Robert Tierney, dated July 17, 2003, that, quote, in addition to its deep connection to the area's religious history, the Bowne Street Community Church itself is a visible remembrance of a historic Flushing that is becoming increasingly difficult to find, end quote. Also at that time, robust discussions took place concerning the parking lot on the eastern side of the church and its potential as a development site. The Commission has encountered this issue of the deleterious effects of giant developments looming over or attached to individual landmarks many times in the past, including Park Avenue Christian Church, the Dime Savings Bank, the Long Island Quanier Stone Company Building, and the Long Island City Clock Tower. HDC asks the Commission to consider its role in regulating this structure in the years ahead, and thus to take the time now to carefully draw boundaries that respect this building. HDC does not wish to restrict the church's ability to expand or allow for construction next door, but the construction of a tower right up against the building would obscure this beautiful facade and its magnificent Tiffany windows and would surely be a permanent change. Providing for a sufficient buffer, a matter of several feet even, on the building's eastern edge would go a long way toward ensuring that the agency can do its best to protect the building and allow it to be read as a freestanding suburban church as intended in perpetuity. Thank you.
The next speaker is Hilda Regier.
I am Hilda Regier, President of the Victorian Society, New York, an organization that supports the designation of the Bowne Street Community Church in Flushing as an individual landmark. Built in 1891-92 for the Reformed Church of Flushing, it is an imposing Romanesque revival structure attributed to architect G.E. Potter of Long Island City. A total of 24 stained glass windows punctuate the clerestory in pairs, 12 on each side of the sanctuary. Closer to the parishioners in the pews are larger stained glass windows, at least 3 of which were designed by a longtime parishioner, Agnes Northrop, who lived from 1857 to 1953. She was a designer for Louis Comfort Tiffany from 1884 to 1936. Research by Alice Cooney Frelinghuysen of the Metropolitan Museum of Art, who lectured to our organization on the designer in February, revealed that, with a few possible exceptions, Northrop designed all of Tiffany's floral and landscape windows. One of those in the Bowne Street Church is dedicated to the memory of her father, Allen Parkhill Northrop, who was an elder of the congregation from 1864 until his death in 1903. The design of this window, installed in 1905, is commonly called the Tree of Life. The first of her windows in the church, unveiled in 1899, features a profusion of blossoms and is a memorial to Robert Baker, who was associated with 2 of Flushing's largest nurseries. Her last window in the sanctuary, a landscape design, was created in memory of Reverend Thomas Hannah Mackenzie, who died in 1938. It was made by Westminster Studios, a firm begun after Tiffany's closure by some of its former employees. The Reformed Church of Flushing was organized in 1842. Renamed the Bowne Street Community Church in 1974, the congregation has expanded with several mergers. Reflecting the ethnic diversity of the community, it today offers separate services in English, Taiwanese, Mandarin, and Spanish, and has a cost-sharing arrangement with a Korean congregation. A group from the Victorian Society, New York, toured the premises in April and saw that the building is well maintained. It should be designated a New York City landmark. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Adrienne Kivelson.
Good morning. I will bow to other speakers here on the historical and architectural significance of this building. I come here as a 50-year resident of Flushing to speak about the importance it is to our community. I've been very lucky to have enjoyed the benefits of living in a very diverse community, but with diversity has come new development, and the development is basically erasing the footprint of our community and taking away all of our green space, our open space, and our beautiful trees and neighborhoods. And we worry about this. Right now, Flushing is a community where you can not only not drive down the street, you're having trouble walking down the street. But there is an oasis 2 blocks from the subway at the corner of Bowne and Roosevelt, and that's this church. This church is a beacon to this community. It is a symbol of the religious variety of the community, and it is not only a valuable and valued asset, it really has evolved as the community has evolved, and now is attended by multi-denominational congregations, multi-ethnic Flushing residents. I urge you, on behalf of people who are looking to maintain something of the character of this old and important community and landmark, the Bowne Community Church. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ann Friedman.
Good morning, Chair Srinivasan. I'm Andrea Goldwyn speaking on behalf of the Landmarks Conservancy. Ann Friedman got here a little earlier than I did, so we had her sign in. Thank you.
Okay.
The Conservancy is pleased to support designation of the Bowne Street Community Church as an individual landmark for both its architecture and its connections to Queens history. We thank the local advocates who have pushed for this designation, the LPC for bringing this building forward through the Backlog Initiative, and electeds, including Councilmember Koo, for supporting the designation. This Hanson building was designed and constructed in 1891-92 by local builder Edward Richardson, who had built many houses in nearby Murray Hill. It was built for the Reformed Dutch Church of Flushing. When that congregation was founded in 1842, and as Flushing's population expanded, it quickly outgrew its home blocks away. A Brooklyn Eagle article from 1891 announcing plans for a new church described the current location as perhaps the best site in Flushing for a church. The church facades are distinguished by decorative brickwork and unglazed terracotta trim. And as we've heard, one of the most prominent features is the series of Tiffany stained glass windows designed by Agnes Northrop, a lifelong member of the congregation and artist at Tiffany Studios. In addition to this architectural significance, the prominent corner tower has long been a local neighborhood landmark. Today, the structure is quite intact and well deserving of designation. Just a comment that someone had raised about a question on the rear section of the building. We had heard that and sent a staff member just to take a look at the building and do some research. And based on contemporary fire insurance maps that show the entire building as we see, and based on the fact that there's no difference in style or materials, we're confident that this is in fact the historic building in full along the west facade on Bowne Street. However, the adjacent 1925 annex, which incorporates some elements found in the church, is of a more vernacular nature that does not approach the intact high style of the original building, and therefore we do not oppose removing it from the designation. The Landmarks Conservancy has a long history of working with owners of historic religious properties, and we recognize the difficulties that many congregations can face in addressing routine maintenance of their extraordinary buildings, especially in light of critical mission needs. Our staff has spoken with Mr. Tai about some of the issues that the church and the congregation might be facing, and we hope that our Sacred Sites program can be of assistance going forward. The program has made approximately 1,400 grants, totaling $9.6 million to 750 congregations over these decades. Funds can be used for consultants, master plans, restoration work, and they come with assistance from our professional staff, which can provide answers to technical questions, referrals to contractors who have experience working with religious properties, and long-term hands-on project management. In addition, we've worked with congregations to convert LPC designation to listing on the state and national registers, which can access state grants of up to $500,000. As I said, we've spoken with members of the congregation, and we hope to do so again after designation and offer these services. Thank you for the opportunity to present the Conservancy's views.
Thank you, Andrea. The next speaker is Linda Mandel.
Since 1970, when I look out my bedroom window, I see the Bowne Street Community Church, BSCC. It is situated in a large plot of grass containing trees and bushes. It is beautiful in the spring as the trees begin to bud. It is beautiful in the fall as the leaves are coming down in just different colors. It is beautiful in the snow. Always, there is the church with its decorative brickwork, stained glass windows, bell tower. It is an island of serenity in an increasingly congested, dirty, and overbuilt area. Clearly, the church completed in 1892 is of historical significance. It is within a block or two of Bowne House, Quaker Meeting House, Kingsland Homestead, and St. George, and it is a few blocks away from where the Flushing Remonstrance was written and read. More recently, in 2002, the church decided to tear down its building and erect a large condo with a replica of the church on the first floor. Calendaring prevented that plan, but I believe it would reappear without landmarking. The church has great architectural importance and is described in LBC's fact sheet and in the testimony of others who are far more expert than I. I know it is beautiful and capable of holding my attention as I stand and stare at it. I had no difficulty obtaining more than 2,400 petition signatures of people in favor of landmarking the church. The usual comment was, I thought it was a landmark. All the petitions are in the LPC research file. With respect to culture, there are congregations whose services are in English, Spanish, Mandarin, Taiwanese, and Korean, each with its own minister in this very busy venue. Several groups also meet there for Bible study, communal meals, weddings, etc. In addition, BSCC has local groups such as AARP, AA, Queens Historical Society, using their meeting rooms and their auditorium. I strongly urge you to designate the Bowne Street Church as a New York City landmark. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers on this item? Yes, please come forward.
My name is George Farr. I'm the treasurer of the Bowne Historical Society. I'm here to back up the other speakers, and I'm going to leave a letter here to our recommendation of making this church a landmark designation. I will not repeat the remarks made by other speakers about the attractions of the church, especially the stained glass windows. The combination of historic Dutch associations, architectural merit, artistic excellence, and the connections to the accomplishment of the famed female artist with Flushing's history as a cradle of horticulture are a compelling argument for the designation of the Bowne Street Community Church as a city landmark. The church is one of the most important sites in the area and deserves a landmark designation. We hope you will give it every consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers on this item? No other speakers. We can close the hearing. Right, so we will bring this back for consideration to the commission. Thank you.
Can I make a comment?
Oh, sorry. Yes, of course. Go ahead.
I just want to make a comment. I certainly want to appreciate all the speakers that came in the pouring rain today. Wearing my former hat as a local community board member that chaired the community board, that joined the community board 40 years ago. One of the few, and 13 years on as a landmark committee chair on that community board. One of the laments that looking back in hindsight was one of the few significant structure that did not gain the support at the time from the church to have a landmark. And wearing my hat as a Bowne House historical, the Bowne House Trust, for over a decade, I can honestly say that this is one of the most significant areas. New York Times article has written about this. The church also owed its existence because of the basis of religious freedom, and actually the Bill of Rights was based on, what happened with John Bowne and down the block. So I think this is a very compelling case, not only because of its architectural significance, its cultural significance, its artistic beauty, but it's also very, very important to the history of this nation, not just New York. And I think this is something that I want the church to understand, that as the lady from Landmark Conservancy testified, one of my few regrets that, even though we landmarked the RKO Key Theater, the failure to maintain it, let it reign to the way it is. But the success example is the reclamation of the Flushing Town Hall down the block. And Flushing Town Hall, through public-private partnership, the investment of capital dollars is the shining jewel of Flushing today. And so the Flushing, with this area, you have all the structure that's been mentioned, the Quaker House, the Kingsland House, the St. George Church, and also the future down with the New York Times article. I highly recommend you look it up. There's a daisy chain of all the significance of why this nation tolerate different religion and why we are allowed to speak and demonstrate despite the election of opposing views. And so I highly recommend this structure to be landmarked.
Thank you. Wellington, yes, Diana?
Yeah, Wellington said it so well. I'm not going to try to say anything that he said, but just say that I completely support all of his remarks, and thank everyone that spoke on behalf of it today, and also particularly Councilman Koo for his support. And just to mention that one other thing that's, I think, very important is the role of women in Tiffany's production, which I've seen a lot of in looking at because I'm very interested in the Tiffany work. This is a wonderful example and memorial to that, really, to be able to landmark it. And we, obviously, the Landmark Commission and the staff will want to work together very closely with the church's leadership to assist them in their continuing preservation of this very fine church and its windows, and as well as as was mentioned, the New York Landmark Conservancy Sacred Sites program can be helpful. But I think we are dedicated as well to make sure that it's not a burden on them, but really that we can help them move forward and preserve it as they have done so well already. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, thank you. So we will bring this back for consideration, and we can move to our preservation agenda.
camera goes off. Camera goes off. Excuse me, members of the public, the commission is going to be going into an executive session for the next application, so we're going to have to ask all members of the public to leave the room for a few minutes while we
Okay. Hi.
Sorry. Hello, madam.
Hello.
There's your for everything, and this is just for this side. Okay.
Go ahead, Anne.
Commissioners, Ann Jennings, Preservation Staff. This application is for 5243 Sycamore Avenue. It's located on the west side of the street in the Riverdale Historic District. The application is to remove one tree and install a pool and fencing, and the applicant is here to discuss the proposal.
Good morning, Commissioners. John Fields, Building Studio Architects. This proposal is for an in-ground swimming pool, 5243 Sycamore Avenue. This rendering shows a Photoshop with our pool. This is an existing historic fence along Sycamore. This is an existing tree. Let's move ahead a little bit. This is the existing site plan, existing house, existing bluestone patio, Sycamore Avenue, an existing wrought iron fence, and an existing chain link fence along the property line. Our pool is proposed here on the property, along Sycamore Avenue, parallel with the front yard setback line. You will see this tree. This is the tree we're removing. I'll show you that again later. The reason we're siting the pool here is to preserve this tree. We'll be adding a new piece of wrought iron fence to match the existing at the front of the house and here along the side of the house, and at the rear yard line, new chain link fencing. The existing tree that's being removed is this cluster tree. We will be preserving this 36-inch sycamore. It's a monstrous tree. This is a cluster of small dogwoods. The pool has a bluestone patio to match the existing, retaining walls to deal with the transition of the sloping lawn. In the summer, we're well foliaged. Additionally, we'll be planting along the retaining wall to further screen the pool from the street. The areas of iron fencing at the side of the house, here down the private way, and possibly that area is visible from the front, from Sycamore. The fencing will be replicating the existing detail of the historic fence that surrounds many of the properties here in the district. And at the rear, this is an existing, that's the best we can see with Photoshop. Sycamore Avenue is up here at the top. Questions?
Thank you. Are there any questions? No questions. We will take testimony. Barbara Zay.
Barbara Zay of the Historic Districts Council. HDC questions the removal of the mature tree immediately adjacent to the proposed patio and swimming pool. Landscaping is not only mentioned in the designation report for Riverdale as a significant and character-defining feature, but Riverdale is also protected by the Riverdale Special Nature Area District. The LPC rules indicate that the Commission has the authority to, quote, regulate any modification to the landscape of the Riverdale Historic District, which involves the installation of any permanent fixture or the construction of any structure or paved area, or which would cause the demolition of or have an impact on any significant landscape improvement, which includes any change which affects or impacts upon a hedge or mature tree. The zoning resolution also includes language related to regulation of natural features, including mature trees, so we ask that the Commission both consider its own power to regulate such changes and to notify the City Planning Commission if necessary. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Krista Belga.
Krista Belkoff for the Society for the Architecture of the City. The LPC has had an evolving regulatory relationship with living things such as plants. In 1966, it designated a giant weeping beech tree planted in 1847 by nurseryman Samuel Parsons in Flushing. In 1998, the tree died, but yet lived on as a ring of new young weeping beeches sprung up around the dead mother trunk. Then, in 1977, LPC designated a thriving Magnolia grandiflora planted in 1885 and sheltered by 4 townhouses on Lafayette Avenue in Brooklyn. In 1990, taking what was then a leap in the dark, the Commission designated for the first time a suburban historic district, a romantic suburb, where, quite unlike the more usual urban block fronts, there were protected buildings that could be seen in the round, set in a landscape that cried out for recognition, ancient forest trees rising over rocky outcroppings and steep slopes leading down to the Hudson. That, of course, was Riverdale. Already in 1975, city planning had created the Special Natural Area District, partially protecting it by limiting modifications to topography and by preserving tree, plant, and marine life. The LPC designation report explicitly works with the Natural Area District in protecting topography, paving, grading, and trees. The present application for a pool means removing a mature tree, paving over a large area, and changing the grading of a rolling and sloping lawn. All of this is a long way of saying that in Riverdale, cutting down a tree and leveling a gently undulating lawn to make a very visible new swimming pool, I went out there yesterday, flies in the face of established public policy and should probably be reconsidered. It would be difficult to find another location in the yard, unless on the existing terrace, because of the presence of a huge ancient tree, which I understood to be a copper beech. That's what it says in the designation report. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers on this item? Community Board recommends approval with 2 conditions, that there's a certification from an arborist on the status of the tree removals, and that there's a letter stating no impact on drainage. You provided that to the Community Board?
We provided those certifications to the Community Board. We've also been through natural area and city planning, as this is also a natural area district.
Right, so you've gone through... Okay, so you've got, what is it, certification by city planning?
We're in the certification process.
I see, right. Okay, so you have to...
We've already presented to the Community Board.
Okay, got it, understood.
Question?
Yes.
I'm just wondering if there's the precedent or if we can propose planting a new tree in the area and a mature tree.
All right, so the question
in another site, I mean, to replace the...
If I can manage to go backwards. Part of the city planning natural area review process requires tree calculations and tree counts to make sure that there are appropriate number of trees for the property. It's complicated calculations. We're actually planting a lot of trees on the property. All of these trees that are darker are new trees that are being planted to help ameliorate the loss of our cluster dogwood, which is right here.
Are they dogwoods?
Some of them are dogwoods. The arborist, again, has identified what they are. Some of them are evergreen, some of them are dogwoods.
Okay. Are there any other questions? Okay, we can close the hearing then. Thank you. Yes, okay, great. All right, comments? Yeah, any? Yes, Kim?
I guess I should preface, I used to live on Long Island, and I lived on an acre, and we ended up cutting down like 30 trees that were not protected, but it was a very wooded lot. So I have empathy with people who want to have a pool and have the trees that are in the way. So if they are working it out with city planning and they can, they can balance the number of trees, go with it, putting in many more than they're tearing down, though it's an old tree, it is close to the house. So I'm not against them cutting the tree down if they balance it out.
Okay. Any other comments? All right, I agree. I think that there's site planning. Obviously, there are sort of choices to be made. There are other trees on the site, and I think they want to protect the older tree. I think that they've shown us some views along Sycamore. I mean, the building's orientation is actually on to the private road, I believe. Is that correct? And so this sort of functions as the rear yard for the house. So even though it's you have a patio, it seems like the material that they've used, they're putting some more vegetation along the border, along the street line itself. So I think from that perspective, with the additional landscaping and the materials that they're using, I don't think it's going to detract from the district, and so I think I can find this to be appropriate. Okay. Jamie? This is yours.
In the matter of docket 19-2977, 5243 Sycamore Avenue, Riverdale Historic District. A neo-colonial style residence designed by Roland A. Gallimore and built in 1937-38. The application is to install a pool and fencing. I note that the building scale, style, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Riverdale Historic District. I recommend approval, finding that the installations will be in keeping with the variety of site features sometimes included in historic site plans associated with buildings of this type, style, and age, and will be compatible with the site in terms of their size and quantity. That all of the work will be at side and rear yards and set back from the northern side of the house, which was designed as the front facade and will not detract from existing architectural features or obscure any significant views of the building or site. That, except for a small section of fencing, all of the work will be more than 15 feet from the nearest public thoroughfare, Sycamore Avenue, and will be primarily below the level of the avenue. That the pool will be simple in form and feature a typical cladding material of concrete and tile for its inboard sites. That the masonry and metalwork of the pool, walls, and fencing installations will match existing walls and fencing at the site in terms of materials, finishes, and details, helping these elements to remain harmonious with their context. That the proposed excavation will be designed and built in compliance with the Department of Buildings regulations under the supervision of a licensed professional engineer to protect nearby buildings, and that the work, including the removal of one tree at this site, which features several mature trees, will not significantly diminish the historic character of the landscape.
All in favor? Any opposed? This application's approved.
Okay, Commissioners, we're moving to the second item on the agenda. It's an application for a certificate of appropriateness. Borough of Queens, docket number 185159. This is 237-02 Hollywood Avenue, aka 200 Hollywood Avenue, located within the Douglaston Historic District. This is a Mediterranean revival style house built in 1927, and the application is to replace the windows.
Good morning, Commissioners. Julianne Wiesner, Humans and Preservation staff. 23702 Hollywood Avenue is located on the northeast corner of Center Drive and Hollywood Avenue. The application is to replace the existing metal multi-light casement windows with paired aluminum-clad wood casement windows. Documentation of the historic windows is limited. The circa 1940s tax photo does not clearly illustrate the windows, which were replaced by the time the 1980s tax photo was taken. Based on the historic 1940s photo, it appears that the historic windows may have been steel. The main entrance was altered sometime between the 1940s and the 1980s. A vestibule here at the front was added, and the orientation of the stairs was changed. The windows are modern replacements. series of elevations illustrates the existing and proposed changes. The east elevation faces the property line and is only obliquely visible from the public thoroughfare. The north elevation shows the vestibule that was added after the 1940s. It is possible that other window openings were added as well. The west elevation faces Center Drive, and the south elevation is the rear of the property. Here are section drawings of the existing and proposed windows. And these slides show precedents for similar casement windows at Mediterranean Revival style and other buildings throughout the historic district. The owner, Anthony Alessandro, is also here to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Yes, Adi.
So I'm a little confused. Currently, they're not steel windows, but you want to replace them with windows like the ones that are there now?
The windows now are multi-light like this. This is the existing condition. The proposed windows are shown here in the elevations on the bottom of the slide. So they are paired casement windows primarily. That would be aluminum-clad wood.
Aluminum-clad wood and not in the same configuration as those
That are currently there right now, but possibly.
We don't know the configuration of historic windows. The only photograph that we have is that 1940s.
That one.
Which shows what we believe to be steel windows.
Yeah.
So the existing windows are modern replacements, and some of the window sizes are not the opening sizes are not typically what you would expect. So there's also the possibility that some of these openings have been altered over time. We have no documentation to really clearly show which openings are original and which openings have been altered. So.
But these Mediterranean, sorry to interrupt, these Mediterranean Revival buildings were, for the most part, steel windows, weren't they? I mean,
only in the Northeast. Only in the Northeast, typical to the Mediterranean. Sorry. Good morning, everyone. My name is Anthony Alessandro. I'm the owner of the house. The Mediterranean Revival was more popular in California. Mediterranean Revival, Mission Revival, also in Florida. There they were typically the windows that I'm requesting, French casement with less movements. These are more colonial, but in the Northeast, this was a kid house in the 20s. They used steel rope with multiple panes. I would just respectfully ask to replace the windows similar to in the neighborhood, other houses that are here that we have in the presentation, that they would be French casement with let's say 3 panes versus the multiple panes. These current windows are Pellas. They're bifold and they have an insert. They look like mirrors on the outside. There's no panes, no mutins on the outside. They look terrible other than that one window. That was, they're different vintages, but that's an Anderson, and that one looks better with bigger panes and the wood frame is on the outside. But the others are just basically mirrors when you're looking at them, and in the inside is an insert with the colonial configuration, which could also have the configuration I wanted, but they don't look nice, and they're single casement. So I'd like to put the French if I can. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Yes.
You might want to refer to those as Spanish casement.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Barbara Zay?
Barbara Zay of the Historic Districts Council. HDC asks that any change to the window configuration be based on historic research and documentation for this architectural style rather than precedent found on other houses in the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers on this item? No other speakers? All right. Community Board 11 recommends approval. Do we have any more questions? Okay, so we can close the hearing. All right, comments?
Yeah.
Yes.
I think the applicant has worked well with staff in establishing that in fact, and I think you're correct, stylistically, there would have been casement sash here, and they may have been steel. I think that what's being proposed here is appropriate. I think the applicant should work with staff to refine some of the details, but they're perfectly appropriate.
Any other comments? All right, I agree. Yes.
In the matter of 23702 Hollywood Avenue, AK 200 Hollywood Avenue, Douglaston Historic District, a Mediterranean revival-style house built in 1927, the application is to replace windows. I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Douglaston Historic District, and further note that no clear documentation of the historic windows has been found. I recommend approval with modifications, finding that the removal of the existing modern windows will not result in damage to or loss of any significant architectural features, that the replacement metal-clad wood windows will be in keeping with the windows typically found at buildings of this type, style, and age in terms of configuration, operation, and finish, and will create a consistent fenestration pattern which relates to the style and details of the house, that the proposed windows will feature the texture and appearance found on historic steel casement windows, and that the work will not diminish the special historic and architectural character of the Douglaston Historic District. Let me just, add that I note that the details of the proposed windows are not fully documented and recommend that the applicant work with staff to resolve the final details.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? This application is approved.
Thank you.
Okay, item 3 on the agenda is an application for a certificate of appropriateness to the Borough of Brooklyn, docket number 190283. This is 50 Court Street, located within the Borough Hall Skyscraper Historic District. This is a Renaissance Revival-style office building designed by William E. Lehman and built in 1913. The application is to replace marquee and install light fixtures.
Good morning, Commissioners. Caroline, Passion Preservation staff. The subject property is located at the southwest corner of Court Street and Jerome Street. The applicant is proposing to remove the existing metal marquee seen here, located at the southmost entrance on Court Street, and was present at the time of designation, and to install a new marquee in glass and metal above that entrance opening, as well as to install lighting at the lower portion of the granite panels at the Court Street facade. And the architect, Cosmo Veneziale, is here to discuss this proposal in more detail.
Thank you, Caroline.
Good morning. The Landmarks Commission approved the marquee design 50 Court Street to replace the existing marquee in April 2013 with C of A 14-3058. My client, Joseph P. Day Realty, upon further review of the approved marquee, determined they wanted the marquee to span from column to column to better protect the building occupants. Our design maintains the 8-foot projection of the marquee measured from the face of the building for the previous approved design. Proposed replacement marquee will be 12 foot 6 inches, measured from outside column edge to outside column edge, as compared to the 9 foot 3 dimension for the prior design. So we're expanding the width of the marquee, maintaining the projection. Our marquee is designed using structural steel channels, plates, and angles. Perimeter structural steel channels clad in omnidirectional stainless steel. The glass roof of the marquee will be safety laminated glass with a white interlayer. Lighting will be incorporated at the interior sides of the glass signage balances using LED strip lights. The existing building entrance transit panel will be increased in size to accommodate the height of the proposed marquee and to accommodate the building number. A height of approximately 11 foot 6 inches above the existing sidewalk to the bottom of the new marquee is proposed. And then we're also proposing lighting of the sidewalk with recessed lights designed to be installed in the existing column bases. Let me just go through the slides. This is a section to the proposed canopy. These are details identifying the drainage, lighting, structural elements. This is the lighting for the base of the columns. And these are sort of before and after existing conditions that we're proposing at the bottom.
Are there any questions? right, there are no questions. Thank you. Are there any speakers on this item? No speakers. Community Board 2 recommends approval. All right, if there are no more questions, we can close the hearing. All right, comments? I agree. Okay. Diana?
Yes. In the matter of a certificate of appropriateness, Borough of Brooklyn, 50 Court Street, Borough Hall, Skyscraper Historic District. The application is to replace a marquee and install light fixtures. I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Borough Hall Skyscraper Historic District. I also note that the storefront openings were reconfigured and the ground floor was reclad with granite panels by the 1980s. I recommend approval, finding that the proposed work will not eliminate any significant architectural features, that the removal of the existing marquee and installation of a glazed transom will be consistent with the transparency found at the storefront openings at the base of the building, that the design of the new steel and glass marquee will relate well to the architectural character of the existing storefronts in terms of its glass and metal material palette, simple details, and will be well scaled above the entrance opening. That the proposed light fixtures will be recessed within a shallow projection on the facade and will blend with the dark granite panels and therefore will not call undue attention to themselves. And that the marquee and light fixtures will not detract from the architectural and historic character of the building and the streetscape.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? This application is approved.
Okay. The next item, the applicant is coming, but we will just start.
Okay.
It's the fourth item on the agenda. It's an application for a certificate of appropriateness, the Borough of Brooklyn, docket number 192972. This is 67 Hanson Place, located within the Brooklyn Academy of Music Historic District. This is an apartment house designed by W.T. McCarthy and Murray Klein and built in 1929. The application is to replace windows and install through-window AC units.
Preservation staff. This is 67 Hanson Place in the Brooklyn Academy of Music Historic District. The building was built in 1929. The application is to replace the windows and install through-wall AC units in select locations. These are all the current photos at the bottom, and then these other color ones at the top. If you look closely at the historic photos, you can see that there are multi-light casements with transoms. Some of those also had side lights. Currently, they're all just non-original one-over ones. The applicant is proposing to replace many of them in the historic configuration. However, they'd like to modify approximately 100 by installing through-window AC units at the bottom by shortening the sash. So there's a total of 36 of the type with the side lights, 66 which are kind of paired casements, and then one which is just a single casement. These images are really dark, but if you look at the elevation in the packet, you can see that this row of windows here on the east elevation, and then that's it for that facade, and that the primary facade is this row here, and this row here, and then it kind of steps back with the setbacks. And then this is the secondary primary facade, and it's every column. And then at the secondary facade number 1, it's this row and this row. There will be an insulated panel which is finished to match the window. These are aluminum casements and the HVAC unit itself will only project as far as the masonry opening.
The surround of the air conditioning is opaque metal, or is it glass?
Correct, yes.
Metal?
Correct.
Metal panel?
Yes. Yeah, it's a 1-inch insulated aluminum finish to match the window frame itself.
Okay, thank you, Victor. Are there any questions? Yes, Alfred?
A majorly minor question, but this perfectly symmetrical, bilaterally symmetrical building, I'm just wondering why the air conditioners in the two large windows surrounding the center piece there.
At the top?
Yeah, in both cases, it's the right hand.
Right, along the...
Right.
The line, yeah.
Instead of what I would have assumed everywhere else. No.
No, the two lines on the main facade. Right, why you're not mirroring them.
Yeah, in other words, they're here rather than here.
Yeah.
Or both there. Pretty minor point, I accept. Since the building is so...
My name is George Kateches. I'm the architect of the project.
George, they're asking why this row of windows here, the placement of the through-wall unit didn't mirror the location at the opposite side of the building.
The main reason is because we thought it made more sense to have less unique window types as possible, but that's something that can be adjusted.
Right, so there's no, it's not a practical reason because of the room layout. It's basically, but if you wanted it to, if the commission wanted you to mirror, you could easily do it, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
The reason I think it might be important is because I think that the air conditioner itself, of course, as we know, will be opaque and will read as a dark surface, and the surround will also make it even a bigger dark surface. So I think it might be important to have them mirrored.
That's a good suggestion. Okay. Are there other questions? Okay, we'll take testimony. Barbara Say.
Barbara Zay of the Historic Districts Council. HDC applauds the applicant for proposing a building-wide replacement of this structure's non-historic windows, but wishes to make a plea for thermally broken rolled steel windows rather than aluminum. In the end, the proposal is a big improvement, but would be even better if executed in the original material. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers? All right. Community Board 2 recommends approval. Do we have any other questions for the applicant? Okay, we can close the hearing. Right, I think this is a good proposal, and I think with Fred's suggestion, I think it will just reinforce the symmetry of the building. Any concerns? Okay, Kim?
In the matter of 67 Hanson Place, Brooklyn Academy of Music Historic District, an apartment house designed by W.T. McCarthy and Murray Klein and built in 1929. Application is to replace windows and install through-window AC units. I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Brooklyn Academy of Music Historic District. I recommend approval, finding that the proposed windows will maintain the historic operation, and while the shortened sashes to accommodate the air conditioners at select locations will be inconspicuous and will recall the historic configurations, that the proposed aluminum sash and frame will closely match the historic windows in terms of details, profiles, and dimensions, that the proposed through-window AC units with painted insulated panels will be installed at confined locations within the window assemblies that do not obstruct the operation of adjacent casement windows, that the location of the through window AC will form a regular pattern of installations at all elevations, and that the work will not detract from the special architectural and historic character of the building or the Brooklyn Academy of Music Historic District.
All in favor? Did you,
About that spliffing for the symmetry?
did we include that? No.
Yes.
Yes.
And that the applicant will mirror the windows with the AC units on the south and south facade?
Yes. Okay, second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? This application is approved.
Commissioners, the next item on the agenda, item 5, is an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Brooklyn, docket number 178134, 36 Schermerhorn Street. In Brooklyn, located within the Brooklyn Heights Historic District. This is a house built in 1852 and altered prior to 1940. The application is to construct a rear yard addition and alter the front and rear facades.
Good morning, Commissioners. Caroline Passion, Preservation Staff. The subject property is located on the south side of the street between Court Street and Clinton Street, and there are a few components to this application. So first, at the front facade, the applicant is proposing to reconstruct this existing facade, which had been altered by the 1940s, and at that time, along with the adjacent house within the row to the left, the stoop had been removed, parapets were raised, and then resurfaced in stucco. So the proposal at the front facade would have met staff level rules, but the proposed cladding will be stucco and not brick, which was a historic facade material. And then at the rear facade, the applicant's proposing to remove and reconstruct the entire rear facade, as well as remove this two-story deck, and then to reconstruct the facade in brick, seen here. And the architect, Josh Ross, will discuss this proposal in more detail.
Good morning. My name is Josh. I'm here from Elizabeth Roberts Architecture and Design. As Caroline stated, we are here to discuss the project at 36 Schermerhorn Street. The project was built in 1852 and went through extensive renovations before the historical 1940 tax photo was actually taken. So we do not, again, have a record of how this building was originally constructed as a photograph. So here we are again in the Brooklyn Heights Historic District. You can see at the top here the Sanborn map from the 1880s, and then a Google image view showing that the donut for the block is still intact. Again, so the three major components of this proposal: at the front facade, we're going to be bringing back a lot of the historical elements as matched to neighbors down the street, which includes building of new corners, returning the historic lintel and sill details, adding a new entrance to the parlor floor, rebuilding a stoop, and enlarging the openings throughout to match what a townhouse in this area would normally have. Part of rebuilding the stoop means working with the Department of Transportation. So what you're seeing here are detailed drawings we'll be submitting to them, and that is going to be the next step of our project here. Again, more detailed drawings of this brownstone stoop, which will match the front facade. Here it is in context. So on the far right is 36 Schermerhorn, the project. To the middle photograph, 38 Schermerhorn, and then on the left, 40 Schermerhorn. We believe these three townhouses were built together. So we are using some details from 40 Schermerhorn to bring back these details, particularly the pediment and lintels, which you'll see later. So here again, the existing front yard, 40 Schermerhorn, some of the details, the lintel sill and pediment that we'll be returning. This is a proposed renovation, a proposed rendering of what our design will look like once it's complete, again showing the stoop and returned historic details. So the second phase, or second prong of our proposal here is to add an addition to the back, and you can see there are several in this neighborhood. We are proposing an addition that is going to be 8 feet deep to sit in the exact same footprint of the existing addition that is there. The existing context photos. So to the right is 38 Schermerhorn, to the left 34. An additional context of the donut in the rear. So as Caroline discussed, we will be rebuilding the facade in landmark-approved brick. And the main reason that we chose brick here was because so much of this facade is going to have to be removed, either through the extension process and enlarging the opening of the windows, that we were going to have to tear down the entire rear facade as is. So we chose a more appropriate material in rear here. And then the final prong of this is going to be adding a roof deck to the project, which does involve putting a bulkhead on the roof, which you will see later is not visible from any public right-of-way. So here again, showing it in context. Plan of the roof terrace, which will just have simple bluestone pavers. Here, a sightline diagram from Schermerhorn Street showing that we have set the fence back, the guardrail fence 6 feet from the front facade, which is what we're allowed to do by DOB building code. And the bulkhead is low enough and far back enough that it is not visible from the public view. Here's a plan of the extensions. You can see they match up in footprint, a proposed 3D view, and new proposed facades in the library.
Is there a reason why you're not choosing brick in the front facade?
Yes, we did review that. Based on our experience, when a facade has been stuccoed over brick, the brick is no longer viable to be used. Once you chip that off, it is beyond repair, which left us with the options of either putting a brick veneer over the existing facade, which would then put the building out of plane with its neighbors, which we felt was not appropriate at all, or to completely tear down the facade and rebuild it in brick, which was just not really financially feasible for our clients.
Okay.
Yes. Could you show us that rendering of the front since we don't have a handout?
Oh.
You flip by it pretty quickly.
Just to clarify, the details that are going to be on the pediment and the lintels are going to be the ones that are shown in drawings with moldings, not kind of the flatter version that's shown on the building you said is your inspiration.
Right. We base it off of that. We assume there's been some modifications to it. Traditionally, most of the houses on the street are not very highly adorned and pretty simple throughout. And that's where we've been basing this. We did go with something a little more, I guess, detailed than the totally flat.
Just check.
Yeah.
Any other questions for now? Yes, Michael, go ahead.
The mountains of the windows, can you explain how you came to that? Because clearly, I mean, the buildings that you're using as reference don't have 404 or the
Right.
at the bottom.
We chose the 4/4 based on historic photographs. If we go back to the beginning, what was here was 4/4 casement windows that would be in a 4/4 fashion. So we believe these were not the original ones. Casement windows would not have been used at that time, and 1/1s would also not have been available at the time this house was built. So double hung would be the traditional style 4/4, again matching neighbors on the street.
4/4 or 2/2?
You know, I guess I'm just, it seems to me like from the photos and from what's there now is that it's really, it looks more like a 2/2 kind of situation than a 4/4.
This one, yes, at 34 Schermerhorn is, and I don't know that I have photos of others down the street. I mean, used to.
4/4?
Yes, there are others on the street that are 4/4. In truth, it's a kind of a hodgepodge of a block. There are several different styles.
The building is dated 1852, so it's sort of possible. It is possible that this could have been a 2/2 arrangement. It's sort of later in the creek, not necessarily 6/6. Okay, thanks.
Okay, any other questions? Yes,
If staff has documentation on the sort of the middle style, you know, what it was in the 1940s tax photo, you know, the configuration of the windows, the sort of more deco facade.
Well, yes, there were.
The report just talks about, you know, when it was built, 1852 and altered part of 1940. That's from the designation report. So in our report, we haven't assigned it a style. I mean, I think based on what you're looking at on that photo, you could associate it with maybe it's a deco, but
Yeah.
or Mediterranean or some sort of a revival style, maybe. But it's not assigned in the report.
It's not, neither style is. No.
That's correct. That the blurb is taken from the report.
okay, we may have more questions, but we'll take testimony. Judy Stanton?
Judy Stanton, speaking for the Brooklyn Heights Association. Our committee does not object to the design features contained in the applicant's proposal, and we find the scale of the proposed rear extension to be modest and appropriate. However, it is difficult to affirmatively support the proposal as appropriate in the whole without seeing a presentation of the historical background of this house's row and the row across the street. Many of the proposed alterations are said in the presentation materials to take their cues from original or historic features of neighboring houses, but we find it hard to judge the context for those changes without seeing any supporting historic material other than this house's text photo. For example, is there evidence to show that 2 rows were built contemporaneously, such that modeling the new cornice on number 37's cornice across the street makes any sense? Similarly, the presentation refers to new stucco lintels to match historic lintels, but doesn't specify the historic lintels on which house. The tax photos of this house shows none, so we don't know which house is being matched. The proposed window pattern, 4/6 on the parlor floor and 4/4 on the upper floors, matches another house across the street, but the applicant provided no context to show why that house was chosen as a model over the others. Both rows show a variety of styles. We observe that number 40 at the end of this row is brick-faced, so we suppose that one or more earlier interventions on this house introduced the stucco siding and removed the original stoop and pediment. But is there anything in that history which supports restoring the stoop and pediment but leaving the stucco? Our committee noted that this house appears to be like many in our historic district, which were altered in the 1920s or 1930s for conversion to multifamily housing by removing the stoop and lowering the entrance, among other facade and interior changes. Since the trend in recent years has been for many of these houses to be converted back to 1 or 2 family uses and having their stoops and entrances restored, we feel it is imperative that applicants include in their presentation materials a well-researched chronology of how a subject house was or is supposed to have been originally built, what alterations were made and when, and how a proposed renovation or restoration fits into the context of that history. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker is Barbara Zay.
Barbara Zay of the Historic Districts Council. While our committee laments the fact that this 1940 alteration will be wiped away completely given its rather intentional and thoughtful details, we also appreciate the desire to return the house to a style that might be considered more in keeping with the 19th century character that prevails in Brooklyn Heights and for which the neighborhood is principally known. However, HDC is concerned that this proposal does not go far enough in restoring the house to its 1852 appearance and cautions against erasing the historic alteration without doing some homework first. If the Commission determines a historic reconstruction to be appropriate, we ask that it be undertaken carefully, following historic precedents for this house and this district. It appears that certain details need to be further refined, especially the ironwork at the stoop, which looks too simple to us. Concerning the rear, we would ask that more effort be made to retain at least some historic fabric, as it appears as though the entire rear facade and roof are being unnecessarily demolished. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Christopher Guth.
Christabel Goff for the Society for the Architecture of the City. 3 decades ago, preservation advocates would, figuratively, open champagne whenever a stoop was replaced in an historic district. This was a sort of celebration of what was then known as the return to elegance. No longer converted to a rooming house or a dwelling for eccentrics, the little building could dazzle again. It was never a consideration that the history of social and architectural change in the neighborhood could have a significance of its own. Saved when first designated, and saved again when it was seen as rejoining the social world for which it was first built. Few questions were ever asked about the detailing of the original house or its evolution through the centuries. Now, historic streets are lined with new stoops, sporting a brown cementitious coating and ironwork from a handy, nationally applicable catalog of historic designs. Edith Wharton disliked brownstone rose, whose uniform veneers put her in mind of cold chocolate sauce on a dessert. What would she have thought of the present procession of newly minted brownstone restorations? We can only speculate. It would be difficult as a matter of policy to deny an owner the right to return the front of his row house to what is imagined to be its original condition, absent some historic alteration by a well-known architect or association with a notable historic event that can be documented. However, it would be interesting if these expensive restorations could become something more than a street facade giving lip service to a generalized idea of this old house, and behind that, in most cases, a space completely gutted, modernized, expanded out of all recognition, and generally made ready for its close-up in some glossy magazine. What, then, are we preserving?
Are there any more speakers on this item? Community Board 2 recommends approval. Do you want to respond to any of the comments? Okay. All right. Do we have any other questions for the applicant? Okay, we can close the hearing. All right, comments?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a tricky one, and I think that Christabel Guff asks a good question, what then are we preserving? It's especially, I think, complicated because the 1920s or 30s significant modifications to the building, if they in fact are successful. I mean, they're well done. The proportions of the windows, the materials, what was perhaps once a cornice, all of it is convincing. And so the question is, should we be preserving that? And Christabel Guff refers to its social implications in the story, but I just mean it's material present. Shouldn't we be preserving it? I tend to think yes.
Other comments? Yes.
I'm not sure I agree that we should limit the applicant to having to preserve it in its current form. I think the commission has, over the years, been very consistent in allowing applicants to turn back the hand of time to something that was supported by research as being a previous condition. Here, though, the thing that makes it interesting for me is that that doesn't appear to have been done in a very rigorous way. And what we're getting is kind of like, well, it may be matched, and maybe it was a row, and maybe the applicant's just being modest and shy and has done extraordinary research, and we just don't know it. But if the presentation that I heard is the full case, then I'd say that the proposal falls into the category of speculation and scenographic kind of architecture, where you're trying to kind of make it blend and make it look more or less like the neighbors in a generic sense. This is my vibe of what the neighborhood's like, and so I'll kind of slip right into that vibe. And I think that then is something that maybe we should not be so eager to do. And I think that the comments were very interesting. I think, it's true, we've come a long way, baby, we would have been dancing in the streets 30 years ago for something like this. Now it's like we have the luxury of saying, well, maybe we should think about it more critically, that historic districts are not Disneylands of imagined recreations, but that they are, living historical things. And so I guess what I would ask is that either the applicant sharpen the research to support the application, which I think is generally perfectly okay, although there is a question about whether a late Greek Revival building would have been done in stucco at all. I'm not sure. I don't know. Michael would be able to answer that better than me. But or
I mean, I think the real conclusion that I get from the testimony is this should be a more contemporary facade that seeks to fit into its neighborhood, but that's not trying to be ersatz Greek Revival or ersatz anything.
Yes, Fred.
I could hardly disagree with any of thing that's been said, but let me give you the perspective of a resident and perhaps very personal thoughts too. I actually know every street in the Heights very well, of course. I've lived there for 40-some years. But I know this group of houses even better than many because my now 41-year-old daughter's babysitter lived at 38. And I used to, and this was many, many years ago, but would take her home often to that house. And I was always struck by the sad sort of paleness of these buildings and how they had been changed. It seems to me as if this had been truly a real piece of deco or other kind of streamlined architecture. I would certainly be in the camp to save it as part of the evolution of a building over time. But I don't view these as that. I view it as a kind of a cheap way and maybe a little smattering of something here or there to blend in with the times. But I don't think it's my own view is it's not worth saving as a piece of the evolution of this house or these houses. Now that gets to the point though of the current proposal, which as others have noted in testimony and around this table, is somewhat confused, I think, and but there were some good reasons given for the confusion. I mean, absolutely, this house would never have been stuccoed originally, except for some reason, failing brick or something like that. I mean, it would not have been a style. So the question is if this is better, and I agree that maybe some people say this is not a step forward but a step back, but I would say it's a step forward, but still, is it good enough just to be better? You know, it should be appropriate. And I think given the problem of the brick, removing the stucco leaves damaged original brick, putting new brick with all of its problems is also 4 inches or so forward of the other houses. That's a problem. So I think there are a series of choices, tricky choices that have to be made. To me, this is on the right track, given all these problems. But I think it still needs a little more work with staff, maybe to get the windows right, the surrounds right, et cetera, et cetera. But those are my own thoughts, and I guess maybe they wouldn't be shared by everybody.
All right, other comments? Yes.
I think I come down in the camp of Commissioner Goldblum. The statement was made that when stucco was applied, it was done over, I'm not sure what the full statement was, but the implication was that the brick was either not in good condition or the brick may have been damaged. I think that for me, that begs the question, have there been probes done to actually determine the condition of the original brick? If, in fact, the bricks were scarified in order to install the stucco, original bricks can be, the way a veneer of this type, looks like a Philadelphia press brick, a veneer of this type is installed by having headers that are actually chopped into the backs of some of the veneer bricks. So there is the possibility of taking those bricks, if they are damaged, taking the ones that are still, that haven't been chopped, turning them around and reinserting them on a new facade, and then simply replacing the bricks that aren't reusable with, I mean, there are plenty of companies that make perfect reproductions of Philadelphia press brick. So that option, for me, is still on the table and is one that could be explored here so that we retain that brick facade.
Yeah.
I'm sorry if I
Yes.
could interrupt. I just also wanted to mention, and as Caroline stated in her introduction, that the majority of this, it would have been restorative staff level
Right.
work. It's that as you say, the brick has been, it is the case, the brick facade has been covered with stucco. So with that, and the applicant has just, indeed, probes have not been made? Okay, so we can investigate that further. Probes have not been made to see what the condition is behind.
Right, but
I would be happy to participate in the review of that probe. I'll play hooky from the office and come and take a look.
Okay, but just that, otherwise, if it wasn't, except for the stucco, the rest would have been done at staff level, so staff would make sure that the details are in fact historically accurate?
Correct, based on buildings of a similar age and style in the neighborhood. So, I mean, it is true that those precedents are not in this presentation, but staff has determined that they are appropriate.
Okay. Diana?
Yeah, I was just going to say that I agree with Fred that I don't think that what is there as far as the design is so remarkable from the period that I'm okay with trying to return to a more original condition. And I was thinking about the issue that we often have, that maybe we should start to ask for a plaque or something which says this is a reconstruction of, this is not the original, but a reconstruction. Because when you're walking down the street, just so that you would actually know that this is not the original condition of the facade, but is really a restoration when you're going into such a complete restoration on minor things. So just a thought on that particular issue. But obviously, also we want to make sure that the details, if we do have it go toward trying to go towards something that you might have seen on the block originally, that they are very well, documented and pursued.
All right. Thank you. Any other comments? Yes.
The work on the rear is totally appropriate.
Okay. I agree with some of the comments. I think that, I think for me, I'm in the camp that the approach that they're taking is a valid approach, and my concern would be really about being able to do it in a way that is of just very high quality. And so I do think that they can work with staff in terms of the details of this facade. I think the massing, the treatment materials at the rear are very appropriate and similar to other building forms and rear yard additions. So I think I'm comfortable with that. I think the question here is, for me, is, and maybe for some of us who could go with this approach, is in asking them to do the probes and exploring, because in its best situation, it would be to bring the brick back, right? And so if they pursue the probes and see if the brick can be used, I think that would be great, and work with staff on the details. But I guess the question is, in fact, if they cannot salvage the brick in some way, then what is the alternative, and whether we would be okay in the alternative that they use stucco, or should they come back to us? So I think that's also a question. Just want to hear your thoughts about that. All right, yeah.
Let's do the probes and find out.
Okay, so, I mean, yes.
So I think the outcome of that is, if we can do the probes and determine that the brick can be reused, then
we can do it at...
It would be a staff level approval then.
Okay. All right, understood.
We come back here.
Yeah, but I think that we could probably give them a direction now. If it's not brick, then what are the alternatives? Would be, I think, this stucco surface, just or a veneer brick. They're sort of limited choices, I think.
But if it can't be brick, I do think it would be great if there could just be I know you said there has been research, but if I would like to feel like we saw a little more research, because some of these, might have an impact on some of the details. So So if we can't, if it's like stucco, that's fine, but let's look at the cornices and the windows and so that would be my feeling.
I think a first place to start on that, I agree with you, is, check on the old Sanborns and see when they were built and see if there is proof of there having been a row, and if they are, I think that's something that the staff can certainly guide the applicant on, and okay, there you go. So looks like it might be a row. Good. So that's the kind of thing that maybe dive into that a little bit more. We can.
The report does state that it's a row of 3, so it's I guess it's lot 34, 35, and 36. The middle one has been modified in the same style. Can you speak to the other? Oh, it has a mansard. It's in the photographs here. It's a row.
Right. So they're looking to.
So this is most similar to the row historically. The windows have been changed. Probably the lintels have been shorn and the mansard was added. Oh, and the street is also been modified.
Right.
All right, so this is what I suggest. I think, my feeling is maybe we can go ahead and approve the rear yard addition. They can pursue the probes if, in fact, they find out that they can use the brick. They could actually go through staff level and may not have to come back. If that's not the case, then they can come back to us and provide us, I think, more details about, the material as well as the cornice design, and then also give us some more examples of what's on both sides of the street. And even if they're proposing stucco, what does it mean in terms of its surrounding context?
Got it.
Okay. So, Michael?
Okay, regarding 36 Schermerhorn Street, the Brooklyn Heights Historic District, the application is to construct rear yard addition and alter the front rear facades. I note that the building's style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Brooklyn Heights Historic District. I also note that the stoop was removed, basement entrance created, and the facade resurfaced in stucco prior to 1940. I recommend approval with modifications, finding that the original brick facade has been highly altered with the removal of its stoop and cornice resurfacing with brownstone colored stucco and replacement of windows prior to 1940, and that these early 20th century alterations were further compromised since designation. Therefore, the work will not eliminate any significant architectural features. That the removal of the raised parapet and installation of a painted wood cornice will restore the building's original height, allowing the building to better relate to the other row houses in the streetscape. That the installation of the proposed window and door surrounds, pediment, and rusticated base will help bring this row house closer to its original appearance. That the new wood multi-light double-hung windows will match the historic windows in terms of configuration, operation, materials, and finish. That the proposed wood and glass double-leaf doors at the parlor floor will be in keeping with the types of doors historically found in buildings of this age and style. That the proposed fenestration and projecting elements will restore the scale and articulation lost with the mid-20th century alterations. That the proposed black painted ironwork at the base of windows, stoop, and areaway will recall features typically found on buildings of this type and period within the historic district. That the new brick rear facade featuring 3-bay wide punched window openings at the upper floors will match historic material and maintain the historic solid to void ratio found at the rear walls of this building and other rear facades on the block. That the proposed rear yard addition will not be visible from any public thoroughfare. That the design of the rear addition featuring brick facade with the steel multi-light window and door system within large masonry openings will retain the scale and character of the building as an individual row house. That the one-story plus basement addition will match the height of the adjacent rear yard addition and will not overwhelm this building and or other buildings in the row. And the proposed rear yard addition will not further project into the rear yard than other rear yard additions of the block, therefore will not further diminish the central green space. However, I recommend that the applicant work with the staff to conduct probes on the front facade to determine if the underlying brick is salvageable. If it turns out that the brick is not salvageable, or in either case, the applicant will also work with staff to refine the historicity and research backup of the details specifically related to the cornice, windows, and other decorative treatments.
Okay, so Commissioners, just so a lot of those findings were for the front facade, which it was my impression, depending on if it was turned out that the brick was not salvageable, they needed to come back here. So if that's the case, I just want to make clear. So for purposes of our approval just now, we're going to limit, notwithstanding what you just read, Commissioner, we're going to limit the approval that's issued to an approval in part just dealing with the rear yard portion of the facade, if that's if that's my understanding what the commissioners
Right,
wanted to
because
do.
in fact, if the probes show that you can retain the
And
brick, then
staff level thing.
they'll do the staff level. They don't need to come back to us for the stoop, changing the facade. But in the event that that doesn't work out, then they'll come out, they actually show us details as well. Okay? Yes.
There you go.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? This application's approved, in part.
The next item is item number 6, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Brooklyn, docket number 19-1198, 127 St. John's Place in the Park Slope Historic District, block 945, lot 61, a neo-Greek-style row house built in 1887. The application is to construct a covered deck at the rear yard.
Good morning, Commissioner. Stephanie Clapp, Preservation Staff. This item is 127 St. John's Place, located on the north side of St. John's Place in the Park Slope Historic District. The proposal before you today is to construct a covered deck at the rear yard, which will not be visible from a public thoroughfare. The applicant, Joseph Coble, from Joseph Coble Architect PLC, is here to present the proposal and answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, good morning. My name is Joseph Coble. I'm the architect for this project, and as we said, it's the addition of an open porch on the back of an existing brownstone house. It's on the north end of the historic district in Park Slope. There's on the lower right, there's a map showing the perimeter of the block and showing the relative heights of the existing buildings, which are mainly 3 stories with basement on the south side and west side. On the north side, they're similar row houses, but they're 4-story. And then there's 1 5-story apartment building. Within that green space, there are a number of decks, which are shown in gray, and then a number of additions shown in yellow, which are mainly 1-story. Just some photos showing the back of the row houses, and on the bottom it's looking west, and there are, in the houses adjacent, there are 2 additions extending out, and then looking east there are some small sheds. And then this plan showing, on the top left, showing again the relative sizes. What we're proposing is 10 feet 3 inches deep, extending into the backyard, and 15 feet wide. And then the renderings show you generally the form of the open porch. So the lower part is similar in size to some of the other additions, but we are proposing a roof over it. Although the sides are completely open, so it wouldn't have as much mass or bulk as a typical addition. The floor plans on the left are just showing the existing plans where we would be removing an existing wood deck. And then the proposed plans are showing proposed posts and footing on the lower level, and then the deck itself on the upper level, which would be tile and stone with blue stone treads going down to the garden. Because it's close to the property lines, all of the construction is non-combustible material. Also, the lot is 100 feet deep, and we're constructing this deck without encroaching into the 30-foot setback. These are the elevations. On the left is showing the current elevation where the existing wood deck would be removed, and then we're adding the porch, and then there's a side elevation and section. And then lastly, section of the whole house. We're not making any changes to the house itself. There is an existing door from the garden level there's an existing door from the garden level and the parlor level, so there's no need to change the doors or windows, so it's only adding the addition itself.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any questions? Questions? Any speakers on this item? Okay, there are no speakers. Community Board 6 recommends approval. So if there are no speakers, we can close the hearing. Right, comments? Are there any concerns with the deck? Okay, it seems very modest. Okay. Michael?
Matter of 127 St. John's Place in the Park Slope Historic District, an application to construct a covered deck at the rear yard. Bless you. Noting that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Park Slope Historic District, I recommend approval, finding that the proposed work will not eliminate any significant architectural features of the building. The proposed covered deck will not be visible from any public thoroughfare. The proposed materials and detailing of the covered deck, consisting of black painted metal framing and roof and concrete decking, will be in keeping with the deck structures and rear yard additions found at buildings throughout the historic district. That the covered deck will be modest in scale and will relate to rear yard additions of a similar height in terms of its volume, and will allow the building to retain its character of an individual row house. The original rear facade will be retained. That the proposed rear yard deck will not substantially eliminate the presence of a rear yard, and that other decks and rear yard incursions exist within the block. And the proposed work will not detract from the special architectural or historic character of the building or the Park Slope Historic District.
Second, all in favor? Any opposed? This application is approved.
Okay, The next item is item number 7, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Brooklyn, docket number 18-6348, 1265 Dean Street in the Crown Heights North Historic District, block 1207, lot 38, a Romanesque revival-style row house designed by John A. Bliss and built in 1892. The application is to replace windows.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Department staff. This property is located in the Crown Heights North Historic District on the northeast corner of New York Avenue and Dean Street. The owner is proposing to install simulated double-hung high-performance windows on the Dean Street and New York Avenue facades, as well as secondary facades. Please note that not all the windows will be replaced, that special windows will be retained and restored, and the owner is here to present this application. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I'm the homeowner. I'm Julie Liu. Nice to meet everyone. So here's the tax lot photo, as well as depictions of the location of the building in the Crown Heights North Historic District. This is part of that phase 1 of a group of buildings, and I'm right on the corner on New York and Dean. This is the tax photo from 1940. As you can see, the big dramatic change since then is we actually took out the hedges, and instead my mother's replaced them with hundreds of tulip bulbs. Here is the existing condition of the building. It's essentially a hodgepodge of vinyl aluminum windows. Some of the original brick molds we got peeling paint, and others got vinyls covered around them. And they're stained glass transom still, and then there's those cathedral paint on the side and back. All but 3 are still intact. I boarded them up because they were buckling pretty badly. Protect them until I can do further work on the house. So here are the windows that are in contract versus not in contract. So the secondary facades are not in contract as part of this review, as well as the stained glass transoms. In fact, some of the stained glass transoms in the front have already gone through the restoration earlier this year, thanks to Derek and Corey's assistance. And again, the sides are still boarded up until the future. This is depictions of the secondary facade. As you can see, they're fully visible on the street. These are the conditions that I mentioned earlier. In fact, there's probably one window here, we jokingly call it a guillotine. They don't stay up when you open them. And it's aluminum windows, it's pretty heavy.
We have those here.
That was a pretty good name. So again, this is the floor plan. You can see that basically all the regular windows are getting replaced. With the same windows, actually, and that's actually the unique part about this application. I'm not splitting the back and the front using the different quality windows and different make and models. And these tilt and turn windows I came to love very much when I lived in Europe. Will essentially boost the performance quite a bit, and in fact, it probably boosts them dramatically from some of the cracked windows. And they're hardwood, so that means that unlike pine and vinyl, they should last as long as I remember to paint them every 7 years. These are similar windows that are also produced by Clearwall. They've already been installed at Upper West Side. Forgive me for the parchment paper drawings, dual use chocolate chip cookies and filling in the blanks of the existing condition, which is essentially a series of replacement windows with some cover brick molds and some are not. The proposed detail is to restore the windows to brick with brick molds that are to match the historic characters to the best of what we can do off the shelf. Here's a clean drawing, and here's the best that Derek and I can find on the market in terms of off-the-shelf brick mold solution. So this is the de facto assumptions, unless we can come up with, you mentioned there's a knife that I may be able to buy, but that's something that I have to price out to see if the local carpenters would do me a favor. So this is, I think this is it. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Are there any questions? All right. Are there any speakers on this item? No speakers. Community Board 8 recommends approval, and we also received a letter of support from Crown Heights North Association. So if we have no other questions, we can close the hearing. All right. Comments? Yes. Go ahead, Fred.
Can I just comment? It would be nice to have more educated and motivated and exciting homeowners come and speak to us the way you have. I think you made a very good presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Any concerns? We can move to decision. Wellington?
Yes. In the matter of 1265 Dean Street, Crown Heights, North Historic District, the application is to replace windows, noting that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Crown Heights North Historic District. Further noting that the high-performance advanced technology used in the proposed window is consistent with previous commission approvals of the same type for projects pursuing extremely energy-efficient adaptations of buildings, and is supportive of adaptations that may occur incrementally over time at this building. I recommend approval, finding that most of the existing windows are of modern replacements and do not closely match the historic windows in terms of details, and therefore their removal would not result in elimination of historic fabric, that the proposed windows closely match the historic windows in terms of material, configuration, details, profiles, finish, and dimensions, that the fixed upper sash will be in different plane from the lower sash, replicating the appearance of historic window sashes, that the change in operation of lower sash will only be perceptible when the sash is open, and that the proposed work will enhance the special architectural and historic character of the building and the Crown Heights North Historic District.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Application's approved.
Next is item number 8, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Brooklyn, docket number 18-3163, 576 Vanderbilt Avenue in the Prospect Heights Historic District, block 1144, lot 51, a Romanesque Renaissance Revival style store and flats building designed by Timothy Remsen and built circa 1891. The application is to construct a rooftop addition and install mechanical equipment, enclosures, and a railing at the roof.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Abby Hurlbut, preservation staff. This application is for work at the roof of 576 Vanderbilt Avenue, located on the southwest corner of Vanderbilt Avenue and Bergen Street in the Prospect Heights Historic District. The application is for construction of a rooftop addition and the installation of mechanical equipment and an enclosure and a railing at the roof. And the applicant is here to discuss the project in detail.
Good morning, my name is Thomas Ferry. I'm the applicant for this project. The existing building, built in 1889, is approximately 5,000 square feet, and we're proposing a 300 square foot penthouse addition to the roof, basically the maximum size penthouse allowable before it becomes an additional story. I'd like to note that we just received approval for another alteration type 2 application on the same building, where we're doing a complete restoration of the facade, cleaning and repointing of the brick, replacement of all the windows and brick molds with new painted wood windows, restoration of the openings at the base, the vestibule entry, restoration of those openings, glazing, and stripping and repainting of the brownstone at the base, as well as cleaning and patching and repainting of the metalwork. So these two projects are going on in conjunction with each other, and so the penthouse is part of the larger scope of work for the restoration and modification of this building. Basically, the ground floor is a commercial space. The second, third, and fourth floors are individual apartment units. The new penthouse addition will be combined with the top floor apartment into a duplex apartment. This is the location at the corner of Vanderbilt and Bergen Streets in the Prospect Heights Historic District. The lot plan, the block plan with our site on the corner of Bergen and Vanderbilt. I'm just going to go through some of the images of the surrounding context. Basically, the cornice line, this is the street opposite. This is the street wall opposite our site. You can see a number of elements that are protruding past the cornice line, the sort of a regular cornice line, and a series of rooftop equipment, chimneys, etc. This is the view back towards our building. And then,
sorry, could you just go back to that last?
Sure.
And explain, I was jumping ahead, looking a little ahead. Right next to your site, to the left, yes. What are all, at the top level, what are all those kind of plywood colored, what is all that?
Actually, we did work on this building as well. They're all similar. The cornices have been removed from those at some point in history.
But what is that light color material?
I think it's the brick.
It's brick?
I think it's the brick that was below the cornices.
And obviously that work, I guess, was done prior to the plan marking.
At some point, they were in disrepair, possibly removed.
Thank you.
Another view of the context at Vanderbilt and Prospect Place. And at one block south at St. Mark's Avenue at Vanderbilt, again with showing the level of various elements existing above the existing cornice lines in the area. So our proposal, the location on the rooftop basically is at the southwest corner of the existing building, which through various sightline studies we determined was the least visible portion of the roof to build the extension. It's a combination of standing seam, galvalume, metal cladding, a formed galvalume eave, horizontal eave, steel and glass windows, and doors, and a mechanical equipment screen that will screen the mechanical equipment basically from the rooftop terrace. This is not visible from the street except for from the west corner, which I'll show you in a street view. So the west elevation, this is the adjacent townhouse on Bergen Street, the existing building, the west facade, the lot line facade, and the south facade. We're proposing a corrugated galvalume siding, same material as the other facades. So here you can see the sort of material palette, the combination of standing seam metal here, corrugated, the horizontal eave, and the screening of the mechanical equipment, roof pavers. And I'm going to go back and also note that part of this application is the conversion of the second floor of the horizontal extension of the commercial space here, that we will be adding a painted steel railing and creating into a roof terrace for the second floor apartment. You can see the back side of that railing here. So here's some of the visibility. From Bergen Street, looking from the west, you can see the mock-up that was done earlier this year. Portion of the railing is only visible here, as well as the mechanical equipment enclosure. The parapet and the cornice is very high, so the railings that we mocked up aren't visible from the street in the other location. So this is the view from that corner. You can see from the southeast, looking diagonally down the street towards the property, the mock-up, and then the rendered view. And most visible from the east on Bergen Street, which is basically, at this point, outside of the historic district. The district line is approximately 100 feet, I believe, here from the corner. And then the rendered view from that corner. And just to show the railings that were mocked up right inside of the cornice line. The chimneys will be removed as part of the project. The roof will be entirely rebuilt with new roofing, new roof pavers, new railings. This is the existing second floor plan. The existing roof at the rear has no use currently. We are basically creating a door at that elevation, re-roofing this and creating a new roof drain and pavers and railings on the east and west edges of that roof. This is the existing fourth floor plan, the modification being effectively at the stair here to provide roof access. This is the existing roof plan. Existing chimneys will be removed, skylights and the roof hatches will be relocated as needed. And this is the proposed roof plan with the penthouse addition here, 300 square foot space at the southwest corner of the building, the mechanical equipment on dunnage with its screening at this location, skylight and roof hatch relocated to allow for this addition to occur, and then new pedestal pavers provided. This is a plan of the roof, the top of the roof, the top of the penthouse, existing section and a proposed section. You can see in this section the location of the existing roof surface versus the location of the proposed roof surface, which is lower, will be restructured so that a lot of that the mechanical equipment screening and the railings that will be provided are actually quite a bit lower than the existing cornices. This is the details of the elevation with the sine wave corrugated galvanum material as it meets the existing brick walls. Typical roof section of the penthouse with the horizontal eave that was portrayed in the renderings. In terms of the form and the evolution of this, we were looking at some existing buildings that had mansard and dormer type conditions above the cornice line. This is not a Romanesque style, but another project in the vicinity of 575 Carlton Avenue. And then another historic example of a Romanesque revival building at 577 Carlton Avenue that utilized some sloped mansard type conditions in its design. Another inspiration in terms of just a modern precedent is this project at Hanover House in the UK, a residential project that has taken metal surfaces as a language above the cornice line. So our thinking in the evolution was to start with a form with a sloped mansard-like wall. Dormers extend the dormer into a corner opening and then evolve into something asymmetrical that sort of retains some of that language, but is also starts to blend in with some of the other elements in the rooftop in the neighborhood that is more in the language of rooftop equipment or other similar elements. So these are some 3D views of that floating. So you get the standing scene in the corner of the penthouse, which opens onto the terrace, the screening of the mechanical equipment, and the sine wave galvalume on that face, which the material change is intended to sort of accentuate that outline of the roof form. Top view. Looking down, you see the railing at the horizontal extension. And just a couple of last views from closer up on Vanderbilt Avenue. I think at the end, what really reads from most perspectives is this sort of horizontal line, which sort of reinforces the horizontal line of the existing cornice from this view, and then from a view immediately in front of the building.
Thank you. Thank you. Are there any questions? Okay. We'll take testimony. Mary Sherford? Yes. Okay.
My name is Mary Sherford. I'm representing the Prospect Heights Neighborhood Development Corporation. We reviewed the plans and basically don't have any serious objections, but typically, Prospect Heights Neighborhood Development Corporation has not been supportive of rooftop additions on residential streets. However, given the sort of eclectic nature of the rooftops on Vanderbilt Avenue and the fact that it's a broad street and that this addition is pretty low, we really don't have any objection to it in principle. We have a couple of comments about the plans. We're questioning about the corrugated galvalume siding on the rooftop, and suggest that it be in a finish that's a little darker and less reflective than what is currently proposed. We also suggest that possibly the square window on the southern elevation be replaced with one that is more consistent with the historic windows on that facade of the building. And on the western elevation, we would recommend that the building, the siding be the visible siding should be done so that it provides a more unified appearance with the stucco wall that is visible. We also didn't have much detail on the fencing, on the extension, the rooftop extension on the, for the second floor deck, and would request that the commission look into what the detail is on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Barbara Zay.
Barbara Zay of the Historic Districts Council. This very prominent corner structure has a beautiful roof line and a gracefully curving corner bay. Its location, unfortunately, would make any addition on the roof extremely visible, so HDC opposes this proposal for not only a large addition, but one whose modern, glassy style would be particularly out of place and extremely deleterious in this historic context. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers on this item? Okay, no other speakers. I'm sorry, the speaker, please come forward.
Sorry, this is our first time.
No problem.
We just found out about the sign-in sheet.
Sure.
My name is Alexandra Heron. This is my husband, Gustavo Sandoval. We are the neighbors, the owners and occupants of 636 Bergen Street, the house to the right that you can see there with the lovely stone facade. We are here to voice our concern around the second floor roof addition, which would look directly over into our backyard and basically into our second floor windows. Having it right there and the fence right there, we feel would just be, rather an invasion of our privacy in terms of having them right next to us. So we brought this up at the community board meeting as well.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, any other speakers? All right, do we have any questions for the applicant? Any questions? Okay, so we can close the hearing. All right, comments?
I have a comment. Do you mind going to your example in Hanover? Okay. Yeah. I find it interesting that you brought this in to show us, but unfortunately I think what it does is it demonstrates the ways in which your project hasn't quite gotten it yet. The addition here is clearly unlike what was there before, right? And yet it animates the building, and it's both something new and takes the existing structure to sort of another level, even, you can say. And I find that your proposal, while it's not, oversized or not seen, doesn't sort of dominate the existing building, also doesn't kind of say something about it or contribute to it or take it to that next level. It doesn't animate. It seems to sort of try to kind of be there and not be there, hide a bit, and the materials I think are not necessarily complementary. So I don't have an objection necessarily to something that's more prominent, but something that is expressive in a way that is in conversation or dialogue with the existing neighborhood or structure, I think would be more important to see.
Yes.
I don't disagree with Addie at all. And I want to suggest that I like seeing things that are from outside of our normal realm as potentially relevant, even though I think we usually look for things very close by. I think it's occasionally pretty good to think about what's happening in the rest of the world in terms of how you add on to existing, and so therefore I appreciated seeing this, but I agree with Addie. I'm not sure it's totally helping the case, but that said, I think the picture on page 16 and my question earlier during your presentation about what we're seeing there suggests that, as testimony from the local preservation group, has suggested that a rooftop addition is appropriate. For me, the problem comes in page 18, and I think this is getting at what Addie was beginning to suggest. Although I don't think there was a section, it seems as if the height is pretty minimal, like 8 foot.
8 foot.
Yeah.
8 foot.
So I don't think we can say it could be less than that unless the whole arrangement was to sink it down further into the building and regrade that part, at least of the roof, which is sometimes done. But it's a significant undertaking to do that. So to have it a little bit lower, I think, could help. But the main problem, I think, is the lightness of the thing. And you've got a queue right to the left of that building that's showing there. Clearly, I think that would be an addition, but I'm not certain it would be. But probably the mansard was an addition at some point. And it's dark, and the whole thing is just dark. And my mantra, as people around this table know well, it's not that you see something, it's what you see and how it challenges or improves in some way, or is a comfortable fit with below. And I think right now it's too challenging. It's too coming out of nowhere. I appreciate the contemporary approach. I think that can work. But I think it needs a little more work, and I think it should just be as dark as you can make it up there. I think that would help, at least my thoughts.
All right. Other comments? Any other comments? All right. So I just want to echo some of the thoughts here. If you look at the addition by itself, it's actually quite elegant. So I think that I'd love a room like that. But I think when you see it juxtaposed with this historic building, I do think there's a question of it sort of challenging it and what's the right treatment. I think it's worth exploring perhaps the treatment of this. And maybe coming back to us, I think the question is about its visibility itself and whether the Commission feels comfortable with this amount of visibility. I think that by darkening it, it starts becoming or reading more like other rooftop accretions that you may see in the neighborhood that actually you've documented in some ways. So, but I would also encourage you to think about perhaps even making the footprint smaller. I know you've said it's I think it's 300 square feet because that allows you to be considered, I think, a penthouse and not a story. But you may want to actually think of perhaps reducing this, scale overall and making it more in the size of some of the precedents that we see. So, I'm going to sort of talk to the other commissioners about. I think there's sort of, if the Commission is generally okay with some visibility at this location, then I think we can ask them to explore, or we can ask them to work with staff. But I'm just going to leaving it open. Yes.
I think I agree with Fred. I think I have no problem with a contemporary addition on this thing, but I agree with a recessive color, it may not be necessary to reduce the footprint of it. Yeah. And if there seem to be, for me anyway, if some of those mullions disappeared, if it was a more contemporary look, it would not be so look at me, and so it would start to fall into the area that Adi is comfortable with as well. So I think working with staff, it could happen.
Yes, Kim, and then yeah.
Well, I agree with Fred and Michael, but I really wanted to see something like a witch's hat there and just go with the historical precedent. Since it is the corner, I think you can have more there, and it kind of wants to be something more daring, even if it's darker, but something a little more daring to emphasize the corner itself.
Okay, yes, Dan.
Yeah, I'm kind of going along with everybody, I guess, a bit, but I think, the darker color and something that needs to integrate a little better. I like the modern approach, definitely. I think the materials are fine. I think it's the question of maybe it's the shape, if it could somehow, it needs to echo something, whether it's speaking to the corner or it's speaking. At the moment, it seems to in conflict. Everybody, I think, has the same opinion. So it needs some redesign, but it's not necessarily too large. I think that's not necessarily the issue.
I'm just going to echo
everybody. I mean, I definitely don't think it's too large. I think the thing is, it looks like it's just, again, it's just plopped on the building, and it needs to relate to it more, and it could make more of a statement. Otherwise, I think it's fine.
Okay, I think we should see it again. Because one thing is, it's going to be visible, and it's really about design, and so that's difficult to ask the staff to sort of work with. If it was just change in material, it'd be one thing, but this is about actually design and fenestration as well. So we will look forward to seeing, a modified design. Yes.
Say that in a way, this is kind of a nice opportunity. It's, oftentimes we say, make it conform, make it smaller, make it, and so we're saying, please look at what's there and look at what's around you and be inspired.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay, Commissioners, item 9 on the agenda is an application for a certificate of appropriateness, the Borough of Brooklyn, docket number 175543. This is 198 Midwood Street, located within the Prospect Lefferts Gardens Historic District. This is a row house designed by Benjamin Dreisler and built in 1909 to 10. The application is to alter the rear facade.
Good morning, Commissioners, Mary Service, Preservation Staff. The item before you is an application to alter the rear facade at 198 Midwood Street, which is located mid-block on the south side of Midwood Street between Rogers Avenue and Bedford Avenue in the Prospect Lefferts Gardens Historic District. The alterations to the rear facade do not meet the rules for a staff-level permit because the combination and enlargement of the masonry openings exceeds the size allowed by the rules. The architect, Valentino Pompeo, is here to present the proposal.
Rear facade,
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for hearing us today. The proposed project is an interior renovation of the existing building. Right here we show you a existing photo of the front facade and actual drawing of the front facade. Now these are photos, existing photos of the Midwood Street side of the property. A view from Rogers Avenue, 2 views from Rogers Avenue. That shows that you can't see the rear facade from Rogers Avenue. You can see that the property is approximately 9 lots in from Rogers. We have the existing rear facade now, which has 2 windows, a door, and then a smaller window. Right here we have the existing plans. So we have the existing basement plan, first floor, and then we have the proposed first floor. So if you look at the existing first floor now, at the rear of the home, there's the dining room, and then there's a partition wall with a door that accesses sort of like a galley kitchen. And then there's that access from the galley kitchen out to the rear yard. What we'd like to do is open up the entire back of the home, actually make a usable powder room, and create 2 fixed panels with a sliding door, 2 panels on each side of the sliding door out to the modified deck to the rear yard. And we have actually drawn as the existing elevation and the proposed rear elevation of the building. This is also here, which we showed was again, the existing rear elevation. Then we took a photo from Bedford Avenue also that shows that you cannot see the structure from Bedford as well. And we took an existing photo of some neighboring rear facades of the property. And then we have the dimensions of the proposed patio slider and the details of the window. We'll also be changing the two windows, keeping the same size at the second floor to conform to all the guidelines of the landmark district.
Okay. Are there any questions? Okay, no questions. And are there any speakers on this item? No speakers. A community board 9 recommends approval. And just, Mary, this is before us because there is a view that's, you can see it from Rogers, is that right? Or?
No, you actually can't see it. It's non-visible.
Okay.
But it's before you because it doesn't meet the rules. Staff does allow you to combine windows, but it's not really combining them because the piers are slightly different.
Okay, all right, got it. Do we have any more questions for the applicant? Okay, we can close the hearing. I think the changes to the rear seem perfectly fine. And they still retain some of the opening, especially at the top floor, as historic, so, okay.
It's me.
Yes.
Okay. Then in the matter of 198 Midwood Street in the Prospect Lefferts Gardens Historic District, this application is to alter the rear facade. I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Prospect Lefferts Gardens Historic District. I recommend approval, noting that the proposed work will not eliminate any significant features, that although the parlor floor fenestration pattern at the rear elevation will be modified, the existing top floor window configuration will be retained, thereby preserving the building's relationship to other buildings in the row, that the alterations will not be visible from Rogers Avenue and will not be perceptible from Bedford Avenue due to distance, and that the work will not detract from the special architectural and historic character of the building or the Prospect Lefferts Gardens Historic District.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? This application is approved.
Okay, item 10 is an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Brooklyn, docket number 183812. This is 1901 Emmons Avenue, F.W.I.L. Lundy Brothers Restaurant and Individual Landmark. This is a Spanish colonial revival style restaurant building designed by Bloch and Hess and built in 1934. Application is to legalize facade, roof, and site work performed without Landmarks Preservation Commission permits and to install a marquee.
This was amazing.
This is Lundy's Brothers Restaurant, individual landmark, built in 1934. This is a photo to show context. It is not a current photo. This is taken across the areaway, looking at this primary facade. It's a full block building. So there are currently 12 violations in the building. The applicant is proposing to legalize these and modify some of them, and then also propose new work. I'm going to go through all of them in a clockwise manner, and then I'll kind of try to show you on the plan where they are. So starting at the top at number 1, staff approved the doors seen in this photo here. However, they approved it at the location here on Ocean Avenue. And then the doors that were installed in the Ocean Avenue opening didn't match what we approved. So both of those doors are in violation. At this same Ocean Avenue entry, there is a permanent entry vestibule that stays up year-round. You can see that it does fit underneath the existing canopy. At certain locations, there are signage for the tenant, for restaurants. These are located along Emmons Avenue and then also on 19th Street at the locations of the canopies. These are the kind of menu boxes. At this building here, there's an existing alleyway in between the two buildings. 3 aluminum ducts were installed. There's one obscured behind the roof here. And then also mechanical equipment at the roof was installed in non-compliance with the staff level permit. You can see those ducts looking down the alleyway. In 2011, the commission approved a stucco wall with Spanish tiles to hide some mechanical equipment that they utilized. This wall was installed in non-compliance with that permit. The presentation and the drawings that we approved did not include gates or any of the louvers. See those here. This is at the parking lot on the service facade. There was also a metal fence installed around the perimeter of the parking lot. The commission approved a canopy just above this entry here at the rear where number 1 is. However, the extension and sidewall were installed in non-compliance. The same material. There's the sidewall there. At multiple locations on the building, there are light fixtures, security cameras with conduit. And then this is getting into what the applicant is proposing to address some of the violations. So I'll hand it over to them.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Teresa Byrne with NYC Architecture. The proposal in the back to legalize, which is the link, here we go. To legalize this mechanical wall hiding all the mechanical equipment. We met with Community Board 15 and they approved this configuration with planting all along the frontier. And this color here will match, or actually does match. We have photographs. They've done a nice restoration on this. The entire building has a restoration, a permit for minor work to do the entire facade with the roof and new awnings. Shows a close-up of the work. And the community board also accepted this canopy extension here as well. Our other proposal is to put a glass canopy here. I think it's listed as a marquee on the description, and a bracket banner sign here. This is on East 19th Street, the annex off of Emmons Avenue. The bracket and signage and the glass signage. Now, the entire building has canvas canopies and awnings that is also included under our permit for minor work, but we were looking at glass, so we didn't hide this nice detailing. And that's a view from the plan view.
All right, so basically all the other stuff that Victor showed us is you want to legalize, and then these are the additional things, the canopy, and you talked to us about putting plantings. Okay. Yes, Diana?
And I assume this is like a change in the management that is just sort of our normal question, how did all these violations occur? It occurred before this current management came in and was...
The owner's rep is here.
What would like?
Yes, if you'd like to.
Yeah, just...
Hi, I'm George Kazantzis, and I represent the owner of the building.
We had some difficulties for the last couple of years with getting the cooperation of the largest tenant, which is Cherry Hill. There is a new management that has been extremely cooperative, and we are looking to restore the whole building, the facade, the stock of the wall, the painting, the roof. The tiles are here from Spain. They've been approved by Landmarks, and we are prepared to get the work started, with the exceptions what will be decided on the existing violations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there other questions? Yes.
I just have a use question. How many uses are in this building now? And what are they? I just want to understand.
I can tell you that there's about 10,000 square feet on the Ocean Avenue side, occupied by Cherry Hill Gourmet, which is, you're going there. In the middle, there is a Turkish cafe called Masal, and then on the far left on 19th Street is Sycamore Restaurant, a Mediterranean gourmet restaurant. On the second floor, we have offices. We have a law firm, a doctor, an insurance company. So the second floor tenants are primarily commercial offices, and the downstairs all occupied by restaurants and gourmet food stores.
Thank you. Thank you.
Are there other questions? Okay, we'll take testimony, and we may have questions after that. Barbara Zay?
Barbara Zay of the Historic Districts Council. HDC does not support this application to legalize these violations on their merits because this tenant has a dedicated habit of ignoring the landmarks law. In 2009, this applicant conducted illegal work which the Sheepshead Bay Plum Beach Civic Association described as a, quote, desecration of the landmark. At that time, the applicant stated that they were unaware of the building's landmark status. In 2011, HDC testified against another legalization application to the LPC for installing mechanicals and altering the sidewalk, which the LPC ultimately approved. In 2015, this property was before the City Planning Commission and City Council for operating in violation of the Sheepshead Bay Special District, and yet again, this owner was given a pass in breaking the law, and the city yielded to one tenant as opposed to upholding its own vision of the district. HDC testified against the text amendment in both instances. The tenant has consistently displayed illegal action and poor stewardship of this individual landmark, special district, and the law. We urge the LPC to approach this application with this background information in mind and to also be aware that this is Sheepshead Bay's only designated landmark, and the surrounding southern Brooklyn vicinity has very few landmarks and no historic districts. If this one landmark cannot be properly regulated, then what is the point of having it designated? Additionally, the effects of this proposal would project a very skewed idea of what a landmark is and should be in an area with so few examples. The reason this applicant continuously flouts the law is because there has been, up until this point, no consequences for defacing this building. Cumulatively, all of these alterations are making their mark, and we're confident that there will be more. Thank you.
Are there any more speakers? All right, Community Board 15 recommends approval, given that they've installed plantings. Okay. And let me see, we did receive we also received a letter from Bay Improvement Group in opposition of the illegal work and proposed changes.
From whom?
Just trying to make sure we have the name. Oh, okay, Sheepshead Bay Improvement Group. This will be a local organization. Okay.
We are very aware and appreciative of the concern of the community board and other groups that want to bring this building back to its standing that it should be in the community. And one of the violations is all of these conduits that are installed throughout the building for all the lighting. And we are proposing that all of the external conduits be removed from the facade, and the whole facade is getting renovated under the permit for minor work with new canopies and new awnings throughout. And the owner would like to then, the next phase would be to restore all the windows with the windows, yeah.
So why not just fix the violations? Just, I mean,
Why don't we fix the violations? We are proposing to include this. The owners put these in. We're here to present them for legalization. This is the back that was approved by the community board. This is the service entrance. This is and we are proposing for the restaurants. Some of the violations are for signage and that we're proposing to legalize. If we need to take them out, we tried. We wanted to legalize them for, but we are proposing also as well to legalize a banner in keeping with zoning for this site right up here.
I'm just going to take the mic. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, so I think these legalizations are almost always problematic for us sitting around the table here. It's kind of understandable in a new district, particularly a district. It takes a while for homeowners to understand, et cetera, et cetera. This is not this case at all. We've seen a few flagrant violations recently, one in Greenwich Village being a historic district for almost 50 years. I view this in that regard. It's a flagrant violation. The nice words that are being said by the owner and ownership about future ideas about the building, which is an extraordinarily wonderful building in spite of what's been done to it over the years. Each of these acts are almost like vandalism, I think. It's nice to hear what might be done in the future, but I think what we're here today to hear about or vote on is what's been done, not what will be done, which might be nice, but what has been done, which is not according to what the commission set out to approve. And we did approve things, but then they were flagrantly not followed. So I'm not in a position, I don't think, personally, to vote for any of these to be legalized. I think they should be legalized, they should be changed and conform to what was approved by the commission, and then let's talk in the future about all the other ways by which the building can be improved and changed according to your needs, because I think the commission is quite flexible with regard to understanding the changing needs. I mean, I first went to this place, actually, as I first moved to New York, and I saw it in its last months, I think, of operation, and it was a sad thing to see it, but a magnificent thing to see as well, and kind of made you wonder what happened to those good old days. But they do change, and I think the commission is very willing and flexible to work with owners in changing times, but I don't view it as appropriate to allow any of these legalizations.
Okay, I just want to comment on one thing, that just in terms of our own practice, and I think it's hard to sort of say, okay, in this case we're going to do one thing, in another case we're going to do something else. But in general, when we are faced with issues of non-compliance with the landmarks law, and luckily it doesn't happen that often, our staff works with the owners and try and get them to legalize those changes, or either modify them to be in compliance with the landmarks law, or come before the commission and legalize it. So that is a step in the process that we do. So it's hard for us to sort of outright reject that they're coming to us trying to legalize this as the basis for us to say, no, it's not appropriate. So I think that these situations are, you're absolutely right, they create consternation amongst all of us sitting at the table, people in the community as well. But we have, in the past, looked at legalizations and asked ourselves, it's not whether it's there right now and should we legalize it, but whether it's appropriate, and therefore we should allow it to happen. So I'm not sure I would just outright reject the entire group of changes here as inappropriate. I think some clearly are. Some could be modified. Some are in part what the commission may have allowed, but has variations, like the wall at the back, where we allowed it to be screened off, but I think they've modified it by putting a gate there. So I think I would recommend that we take a more sort of nuanced approach to the set of changes. I think we should, yes. Do you want to add to that?
Yes, just a couple of things to clarify, because a couple of the violations are for non-compliance, and I don't know that it was made clear what exactly is not compliant about them. So just to be a little more clear with that,
Yes.
for the doors. So the commission approved this set of doors in terms of its configuration and type. However, it was installed in a different entranceway. It's this second set of doors, which, as you can see, appears to have internal buttons. It doesn't match the sort of the mullions of the doors that were approved, that were installed without a permit and not matching the ones that were previously approved. So again, this is, if I'm correct, this is the configuration that was approved just in the wrong place. This is the one that really varies in terms of its configuration. And then with the rooftop mechanical equipment, it's this unit that you see here. The commission staff did approve rooftop mechanical equipment. However, it was not that type at that location. That would have been at a different place on the roof that likely would have still been visible from certain vantage points, but not perhaps to the extent that it is here from this vantage point. So in this case, it's not the presence of a mechanical unit per se, it's where it was installed is something that the commission staff is not aware of or did not approve. And again, I believe there may have been one pre-existing wall-mounted flue extension or duct within this areaway. Additional ones of the same type were installed. And just as a reminder, because the building is seen in the round, there may not be alternative places besides this, so it may be something more to think about relocations or finishes if something like this doesn't have to exist on the building. So the building is in the round, but it certainly has a more service side to it along the back, also where that fence that you saw was installed around the parking lot. Yes, there are features up on the roof line, but in general, it's not treated in the same formal way as the other facades are treated.
Okay. Yes, Janie?
And then
what others?
The canopy.
The canopy, just to recap that again. So the picture you want to show us. Okay, so the commission did approve the canopy here that you see, basically the vaulted canopy.
Yes.
However, it's the extension beyond that where you see the fruit on display and then a side wall return that was not approved. So in that sense, you could say it's not compliant in that more was added to it. We didn't review this portion of it at all.
And then what about this glass canopy?
That's a new proposal that, as far as we know, has not been installed. It does not exist. The applicants are looking to propose that at that location.
So that's part of this.
It is. That's an additional piece that they'd like to have reviewed, in addition to asking for legalization of the rest of the work.
And where is that again? Just in the whole assembly? Where is that?
Far left.
Along that side.
Bottom.
It's on 19th Street.
So this part of the building is actually part of the building that was a different historic building that was incorporated into the overall Lundy's complex when that was developed. So that's why it looks a little different here. It was treated differently and then made more to look like the rest of the complex when it was built. So that's on the board below the screen up there on the top left area.
And also, the staff comments also have recommendations from the staff on how to address each of these violations.
Yes, Michael.
Right. I mean, in that spirit, what I agree with Fred. It is a classic example of the death by a thousand cuts kind of process. But I think that it is remediable. I mean, this is a classic case of a lovely old building being adaptively reused for a multi-tenant occupancy, and the applicants can work with the staff to address the normal
things that are needed for that. And I think that it's in that context of a classic adaptive reuse that this should be viewed by the applicant and the staff. And I agree with Fred that it really should be kind of approached as a whole application. In the specifics, I think that that issue 1 with the right door, wrong location is probably okay for me. I think wrong door, right location should be made match the right door, wrong location. I think that
the doors should be consistent.
Doors
they
1
should
and
go
2
back
should
to
match, and it should
what
match
was-
1.
Right, which was what is approved.
Right. I think that for 3 and 4, I personally am not deeply offended by the canvas canopy, canvas kind of vestibule thing. I think it's something that we see a lot of in New York City, and the fact that it's up 12 months instead of 4 months, I don't think is a terrible deal. It's very reversible. I think that the signage should be all removed and should be applied for as a master plan for the entire building, where every door gets a uniform sign that's in sync with the architecture of the building. I think that covers the banner as well as the restaurant box signs, menu signs. I think that the same kind of master planning approach should be taken with the mechanical equipment. If you have multiple tenants, they're going to have mechanical needs. They should be made as minimal as possible. Ducts painted, AC units moved to minimize visibility. I think the same goes for the mechanical enclosure at the back. I think it is clearly a back and not a prime way that one views this landmark. However, that doesn't mean that one shouldn't make efforts to have it to be as appropriate as possible, and that goes to both the location and placement of louvers, the location and placement of monster triangular wedge duct thingies, and other things. I think that the applicant can work with staff on coming up with something that's not as abhorrent as it currently is. I think the fence per se looks okay to me in its location. I think it's appropriate, but I think that all signage should be removed from it and subject to the master plan. And I think that the flat canopy extension should not be permitted. I think that a temporary thing should go there, or some, if you're going to have vegetables, you don't want them to rot, but I think that there's some probably commission acceptable solution for that. All conduits should be made inside, and the glass canopy needs to be rethought so that it fits within the arch and is it does not step on historic detail.
That's pretty good.
I want to, if I can, first of all, thank you so much for your very thoughtful, Michael, comments. They're exactly what I was thinking. I think that I want to sort of move with those comments in mind. I want to also emphasize that I think this idea of a master plan for the signage in the building is really critical. We've seen it work in many other buildings that have come before us. And I think it will really elevate the look and feel of the building, as will your taking a second look at that canopy, the new one, and really looking at this building in a more holistic way in terms of what it has been in the past in the city. I actually beat Fred a little bit in terms of my tenure there. I went as a little kid to Lundy's, and I was awed by the beauty of the building, both inside and out, and I think over the years I've been kind of devastated by what it has become. So not only do you have an opportunity to correct some of these issues, which are correctable, and I really don't love that canopy extension and don't think that that should be here, but I think you have an opportunity, again, to really take, as we've heard and as we know, this landmark, which is so important, not only in this community, but to the history of the city and to the history of the city's waterfront. And And I'm looking forward to seeing your, respectfully addressing those issues for the next time we see you.
Okay, yeah. Okay, yes, Corey?
That's one more thing to add, and I neglected to talk about with the non-compliant issues. So this wall at the rear was in fact approved by the commission. It was rebuilt twice since then. The first time it was done poorly and redone since then. But just to kind of point out a couple of facts with that. So the mechanical equipment where it sits was accepted at that point in time to be hidden by this wall. As it turns out, it was a very schematic drawing provided, and they kind of look into what that would actually mean in terms of the mechanical equipment operating properly. And so as you can see, it's very close to the wall. There is no room, as far as we understand, to move it further out of the parking area, and so it meant that there wasn't adequate ventilation for these units. So these louvers are there and are placed where they are because of the sort of the at least current fixed location of these units. So it may not be as simple as moving them around to reorganize them for symmetry or something like that. They would need to be there if those mechanical units are to stay where they were, where they are now. But that's one piece. The commission did not review louvers, but they did again review and approve the wall itself. And then the gates were the second matter. Those were also not shown at the last hearing. But there was no access into this areaway without some sort of gate. It was reviewed and approved as just a continuous wall. So there has to be some sort of entrance into those. So for this particular piece, it may be difficult to make too many modifications without really moving all the mechanical units themselves around, which I'm not sure how practical that is either given their size.
Corey, regarding the gate, though, there are two gates, one visible on this wall and one on the right-hand side. Why does the applicant need two access points?
I don't know the answer to that. They may be able to speak to that. I believe they would need at least one.
George Kazantzis again. If you notice that the first gate on this side is to access the largest unit, which will not, there is no way that we can access the additional units without the second
Behind
floor.
it.
Because those units were raised on steel platforms after Sandy, because they got flooded. So there will be no way to access the mechanical units without the second door.
Okay, I understand. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so, well, that was a long list. Okay, let's see if we, so,
Are they going to come back or something? Or we're going to...
yeah, why don't we ask them to come back? Okay, there's a series of sort of areas that they want to legalize. I think that if they come back, if they want signage for their tenants, which is all along, I think, along Emmons Avenue, then we should see some kind of regularizations through a master plan, because I think probably all of us understand that restaurants, and there are restaurants, in fact, I've been to the Turkish restaurant, but the restaurants do need their signs, and a lot of them do put their menus out there too. I think the problem is it's just slapped on and each one is different. So they should come back with some guidelines. It's 3 tenants basically, right? So I think you can do it, and I think that was one big issue. The canopy. I don't have any strong feelings about the extension of the canopy at the rear, but if the commission overall thinks that they shouldn't have it, then they should. Yeah, right.
I really dislike that. That's a person.
Okay, I don't have any strong feelings about it, but it seems that they should rethink that, because several commissioners say that they don't like it. Probably because, just to articulate that, is because it's just a very irregular, odd feature, which is not part and parcel of the landmark. I think the other rounded canopies you see, they've been there, and 3, 4 of the entrances either have it or have been allowed by the commission, and this is really an extension that seems unnecessary. So
We could give them more guidelines too. I mean, like the wall, for instance, the explanation of the gate. I no longer have a problem with the gate or the louvers. I can accept that. I don't know what, I'm just trying to give them more guidelines. So
right, I think I agree. I think what Corey said is, I think sort of resonated with me, which is this is a building that's in the round, and it's all the facades are not the same. I think there is a facade that is more utilitarian. It's clearly at the rear of this building. And so the kind of changes that happen over there can be thought somewhat differently from the main three facades. And so from that perspective, I think some of these things, which are practical issues about entrances and louvers, I think they're fine. I think the idea that they're putting some landscaping helps to also obscure them from the rear. But I think, again, it's also a parking lot, and providing safety and putting a fence around it also seems okay. I think the mechanicals at the top, they really, irrespective of whether they've put them there, but they should really think and come up with a plan to relocate them so that we can see that makes them minimally visible. Okay, so we'll ask them to come back and explain all these issues. Yes, do you have anything?
That glass canopy.
I think the glass
obscures the details
right.
more than an actual awning.
Right. I think the glass canopy, they haven't put it there as yet. I think they should rethink it and look at the canopies around the building and be more in tune with that. I think that's also more part of sort of the master plan thinking, as Jeannie and Michael.
And a very prominent location also.
And it's a very prominent location.
Keeping in mind that it's an individual plan.
All right. We'll wait to see the revisions. Okay.
Okay, Commissioners, the next item on the agenda is item 11. It's an application for a certificate of appropriateness to the Borough, Manhattan docket number 186810. This is 250 West Street, located within the Tribeca North Historic District. It's a neo-Renaissance style warehouse building designed by William H. Berkmeyer and built in 1903 to 06. The application is to modify rooftop addition and install mechanical equipment.
Proposal before you at 250 West Street, which is also known as 30 to 50 Hubert Street, is located within the Tribeca North Historic District. The application has two components. The first is modifying the glazed openings at the commission-approved penthouse, which will be visible from the north along West Street and the south at Pier 26. This is some zoomed-in photographs taken from the north. And this is the existing and the proposed elevation drawings. We can see that the transom goes away and the glazing is single glazed openings. The second component is the installation of additional mechanical equipment, including new chimneys and flues at the roof of the penthouse, which are also visible from the north. And the architect, R. Morgan Rolance, is here to discuss the proposal.
Thank you, Ms. Shabrami. Good afternoon, Commissioners. So we're proposing to undertake a renovation of this penthouse. I don't know if you can hear me, but, and that involves the replacing the sliding glass doors, which we discovered are leaking, and they're installed prior to the skin, the metal skin, so we need to replace the skin, and then we wanted to update the mechanicals. And like Ms. Shabrami said, some of this is visible from the street. The middle plan shows the existing mechanicals, and then to the right, plan number 7 shows the proposed mechanicals. And the floor plan all the way to the left, number 5, shows the interior layout that we're modifying. We did mock-ups on the roof, so we could represent the changes to the mechanical, and then we took photographs from the street. This is from the north, looking south. This is basically from the south looking north. And this is further south looking north. And then there's a little bit of the addition that we're replacing the windows in kind and the cladding in kind, but if you can see from the southwest.
Okay, so just to clarify, the commission approved the rooftop addition, it was constructed, but now you're making, and included some mechanicals, now the changes that are being requested are changes to the windows, is that correct?
In 2010,
Yeah.
the commission did approve this.
Right.
So that was developed by the developer.
Right, understood.
Now it's a sole owner, and
So they-
like I said, we discovered that the windows are leaking.
Right.
It's leaking also, but that's kind of not a commission.
Right.
I don't think that's of review for the
Okay.
commission. And then we'd like to update the mechanicals.
Okay.
And one of the things that, not to draw your attention to, but to be perfectly honest, is they'd like to do a gas fireplace, and that's something that the chimneys are visible from the street.
Those were the mock-ups that you've shown us, right?
Let me show you the roof first. Yeah, so these,
Mm-hmm.
and then you can see that from,
Okay, okay. All right, any questions? Yes, Diana?
Well, not really. I was going to say you could walk us through the changes, but they're in the drawings, and so, it's okay. I'm okay.
Okay. Are there any speakers on this item? No speakers. Community Board 1 approved the application. If we don't have any other questions, okay, we can close the hearing.
So moved.
All right, comments? I think the changes to the facade, I think, are very much in keeping with what was previously approved. And I think that the additional mechanicals, even though it's visible, but it seems like it's just a part of the rooftop addition and normal accretions that we see. Are there any concerns? Okay. Jeannie?
Okay, in the matter of docket 18-6810, 250 West Street, Tribeca North Historic District, the application is to modify a rooftop addition and install mechanical equipment. I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Tribeca North Historic District. I recommend approval, finding that the large scale of this warehouse building, the alterations to the modestly scaled visible rooftop addition, will not call undue attention to itself, that the modification to the penthouse will be visible from West Street over the building's south elevation, such that it will not draw undue attention to itself, that the modifications to the rooftop addition will be only minimally visible over the building's north facade when viewed from West Street, that the massing of the rooftop addition, which features large glazed volumes separated by vertical bands of corrugated metal sheathing, recalls the varied massing of rooftop accretions which are typically added over time to buildings of this type, and that the materials, form, and details of the modified addition will echo the form and materiality of utilitarian additions typically found on buildings of this age and type and are consistent with the industrial character of the rooftop additions throughout this historic district.
Okay, second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The application's approved.
Okay, Commissioners, item 12 is an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, docket number 193099. This is 55 Gansevoort Street, located within the Gansevoort Market Historic District. It's a vernacular-style store and loft building designed by Joseph M. Dunn and built in 1887, and the application is to replace the granite sidewalk.
I was just there the other night, remember the Samsung building?
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Derek Henry, Preservation Department staff. This property is located in the Gansevoort Market Historic District on the north side of Gansevoort Street between 9th Avenue and Washington Street. The applicant is proposing to replace the existing granite sidewalk slabs and non-historic concrete sidewalk with granite paving and granite curbs while reconstructing the entire sidewalk structure. The applicants are here to present this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Derek.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Jackie Kudu-Vallon. I'm the preservation consultant for this project, 55 Gansevoort Street. As Derek described, it's located on the north side of Gansevoort between 9th Avenue and Washington Streets. The designation report refers to it as 53-61 Gansevoort. It's a brick store and loft building constructed in 1887 by architect Joseph Dunn, who's a local architect that actually did a few commercial buildings in this district. It was originally used by the New England Biscuit Works and E.S. Burnham Packing Company, which primarily packaged and sold clam chowder, and their Go signs are still on the building. In 1951, the building was purchased and by new owner, it became primarily used for cold storage of meat by various tenants. So here you see some historic photographs. You'll have them in the packet in front of you as well. Unfortunately, you can't really see the sidewalk in these photos. Here's existing condition photographs of the building. And here's the sidewalk. So our proposal is, well, the existing sidewalk, as you can see in these photos, shows extensive damage, probably from trucks pulling up onto it for about 100 years. The granite in particular has, it's chewed up at the curb, showing considerable amount of sagging and cracks. The eastern portion of the sidewalk, which you see in the lower photographs, was replaced in concrete prior to designation. The proposal, therefore, here we have it in a color-coded plan. The proposal, therefore, is to replace the existing granite flags in new flags to match the historic, with a new separate granite curb made from salvaged granite, and also to replace the area of concrete sidewalk to the east, this area, with all of this, you see in this plan, this area is existing concrete sidewalk, which was installed prior to designation, and the proposal is to put in new granite flags to replicate the historic, as well as replacing with new the granite flags that are severely damaged in this western portion of the sidewalk. And the new curb will be separate from those flags, and the intention is to have that curb be made from salvaged granite, what can be reused from the existing flags. And that is our proposal. Thank you for hearing us.
Are there any questions?
Yes, I'm not clear, sorry. So, new granite slabs, but the edges are going to be separate granite pieces?
Yes, you see the existing flags have termination that goes all the way through, all the way to the sidewalk. I'm sorry, to the street bed. So the proposal in trying to preserve some of the original material is to make the curb out of salvaged material from what can be salvaged of the existing flags, which isn't much because, as you see from the red and orange coating, the existing flags are considerably broken up.
What that'll allow you to do now is if trucks, and they inevitably will, drive on the curb and break those curb pieces, then you only have to replace the curb pieces, not the...
That's true. That's a very good point, thank you.
Right, but...
Right, and it's, they're also extending the ground to where it currently is concrete.
Yes.
In kind.
In kind.
But I just don't understand why the parts that are concrete now wouldn't want to be replaced with continuous granite slabs. I mean, why are you breaking those up too?
Well, the intention is to just
unify it.
keep a consistent treatment through the whole length of the sidewalk.
Yeah, I just think that
Historically, they've been right? If you look at in slabs, so they're just continuing that.
right, but they're adding an extra edge piece.
But inevitably, someone's going to drive on those things. And so then, when they get all chewed up, you can just replace the curb piece.
I know, but the whole thing about them is that they're supposed to be kind of whole monolith pieces.
I think the architect for the project would like to say a few comments on this.
I could just
introduce
yourself. My name is Caroline Otto from Anderson Architects and Rick Applicants. To help clarify, I think where the size and weight of the pieces we're trying to work with, our proposal was to in order to be able to replace the flags all the way along, was to use a thinner section of slab, but to preserve the visibility of the curb, was to use the thicker section at the curb as well for durability and to preserve the sense of the thicker slab along the curb edge. So the flags that go between the curb and the current diamond plate would be in the thinner section.
And why is it that you're not using the same section of the thicker section of the historic granite?
The monumentality of acquiring and installing 10-inch deep slabs.
See, Michael, that's what I was getting at. It's not the same slab, which is why it's not going to be the same. That's the issue, is that it's not the same slab otherwise, because the same slab did fine for a long time. I mean, that very thick, more monumental slab was sufficient until, Century tore away its edge.
Well, we don't know when that occurred, but now with heavier traffic, those edges are going to get chewed up.
But it's not the heavier traffic that's the issue. It's the fact that they are specifying a thinner slab.
Okay, we can, how about if we
Discuss that during comments. Okay. Are there any other questions here? All right. Are there any speakers on this item? All right. We do have community board's recommendation, but I think, I'm trying to see, they're talking about a bunch of things that maybe are being done at staff level, so let me just have a quick look to see what they say about it. All right, and the community board too recommends approval. They have issues with penthouse, but that's not before us right now. Okay. All right, do we have any more questions? All right, we can close the hearing. So I think, there is an issue here. The historic slabs are in very bad condition. I think if you look at the photographs, they're like hazards for people to sort of walk on. So I think that the proposal to replace them with, it's like an exchange of material, so it'll be still granite, and extending it over the concrete piece, I think, will integrate it better. Salvaging some of this, the material, the actual historic material, and putting a curb, I think, speaks to two issues. One is that it does provide, I think, safety and sort of, I think, a practical aspect of how these sidewalks work, but also retain some historic fabric. And I would just encourage them to work with staff to see how much of the historic granite they can salvage and reuse in this whole scheme. I think your question is, historically there were thick slabs and now they're replacing them with thinner slabs. I know that we've allowed that in places like Soho. So I think once you're forced to remove the historic slab, then, if currently the slab is not as thick, I think the appearance will be still similar, so I think it's okay and it's appropriate.
It's also about the new underlayment, which I think is,
but
is much
even if
more.
you replaced it with a thick slab, the thick slab is still going to get chewed up at the end by
Right.
vehicular traffic. So that's not the
First of all, okay. Sorry. We know very well that there's not going to be the same kind of vehicular traffic because it's no longer an industrial place where trucks are pulling up on the edge. I'm especially excited about this because I lived on the top floor of this place for almost 8 years in the 80s, so I know it well. And I think that part of the issue is that the meat market had these heavy, and other places as well, these heavy slabs because of the heavy industry that happened. And I recognize that this is not, the next era is not heavy industry, and so that could be an argument for why not have the thicker slabs. But my proposal would be that where material exists in good amount should be preserved, and if that requires adding edges that kind of finish out the places that are chewed up, to do so. But on the areas that are concrete, that are going to be made in granite, that those should be the original specs of the thick slabs.
All right, I don't feel that's necessary. Other commissioners? Okay, so we understand your point of view, but are the rest of the commissioners okay with the proposal as is, but working with staff to see how much they can salvage? Okay, so So we move ahead with that. Diana, do you want to read that into the record?
Yeah. Sorry. In the matter of a certificate of appropriateness, Borough of Manhattan, 23 9th Street, AKA 19-23 West 9th Street, Greenwich Village Historic District.
Diana, I think you're...
Oh, I got the wrong one. Excuse me. Pardon me. How did I do that? It's Gansevoort, right? Yeah. Sorry about that. I had it flipped over. Okay. In the matter of the certificate of appropriateness, Borough of Manhattan, 55 Gansevoort Street, Gansevoort Market Historic District. The application is to replace the granite sidewalk. I note that the building's style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Gansevoort Market Historic District. I also note that the granite slabs with integral curves are a significant historic feature in the streetscape. I recommend approval, finding that the damaged condition of most of the historic granite slabs warrants their replacement and removal, that portions of the granite slabs will be salvaged and cut for use as curbs, therefore repurposing and maintaining some of the historic fabric on site, that sidewalks composed of granite pavers with separate granite curbs are found at other locations in the historic district. Therefore, the proposed installation will be in keeping with that condition, and that existing areas of concrete paving will be replaced with granite pavers, which will unify the sidewalk along the entire length.
Isn't there
do we need that as well?
however?
Also, that some granite slabs are intact except at the curb and are some of the last remaining examples of historic sidewalk paving on Gansevoort Street and could be reused, so that the applicant should work with his staff to explore salvaging and reusing more of the intact granite slabs.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? This application's approved.
I wasn't sure if they...
Commissioner, so that's...
So we will break for lunch, and we'll come back at 1:30? Okay, thanks.
This is 23 West 9th Street, a.k.a. 19-23 West 9th Street, located within the Greenwich Village Historic District. So these are three combined Anglo-Italianate-style row houses built by Samuel F. Hubbard in 1855. The application is to install gates at stoops and areaways.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Holly Hughes, Preservation Staff. This item is 23 West 9th Street, aka 19-23 West 9th Street. It's located between 5th and 6th Avenues in the Greenwich Village Historic District. The proposal is to install gates at the elongated, right here, lower landing of the existing stoops and also at the areaways. Architect Eric Schonenberger is here to elaborate and answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. My clients, the board of 19, 21, and 23 West 9th Street have asked me to come before you because they are here. This is forward and backwards. Because they have serious issues that have gone on over years where their building, which one is the, oh here. Their building has 3 entrances and they have 3 stoops, and in the middle they have an entrance to a lower level restaurant which late at night also becomes a nightclub, and ultimately they have faced the trouble with the patrons of the nightclub over years and have now finally really been fed up with the problem that they have, which is essentially that there's trash, as we see some indication here, and I have some more example later, and there's people passing out on their stoops. Oops. So there's the aim for this application is to avoid trash and stoop, safety, noise, vandalism, damage of private property, and theft. And what we want to achieve is better maintenance of the building, better appearance, safety for neighbors, and cleanliness. So to go a little bit further in detail into this, these are two of the stoops entries, and here's that same picture again that I had before. Why is this not going here? Okay, here. So these are the historic tax map photographs. You see this restaurant has already been there at that point, and by the way, they obviously have talked to the owner of the restaurant and nightclub, and the owner of the restaurant, they're trying to do things, but it's never been successful. They're telling people, but it's still not working. And to go on, so here's what we're proposing. I think this thing passed on. So I lost my pointer. You see on the elevation, you see the 3 entrance doors, and you see the 3 stairs, and in the middle is the entry to the club. And so what we're proposing is to have to continue the street front, which more or less the entire street front has gates, to basically continue that language on the street and install gates at these 3 entrances, and therefore take away the opportunity for people to loiter and sit and congregate in front of those entrances, residential entrances, which we believe will A, stop the problem, and B, visually also continue the whole language of the street as it is currently. So that's a Photoshop rendering of the gates as we imagine them. They would basically continue exactly the same detailing as you see in the upper right of the existing gates. So this is a larger view, and you see left and right of the building, there are similar entrances that have these gates. These are other examples in the neighborhood where we see these gates, and more. You see also, but I want to point out that other entrances have the same brownstone curb between the sidewalk and the properties. Where the gate is located. So our situation is similar to that. Our difference is that the material of, we don't have the stone material, we have the brownstone continuing. So these are different situations going on. And here's a series of pictures, how the tenant or the owners, the residents of these buildings find them. We had some more that we had to take out because they were very disturbing. So, I mean, it gets bad. So this is really our application. And
Okay.
The reasons are pretty obvious. I'm taking any questions, if anybody has questions.
Are there any questions? Okay, there are no questions. Are there any speakers on this item? No speakers. Community Board 2 recommends approval. All right, if we have, yes, should we close the hearing? Okay, all right. So if there are no other questions, we can close the hearing. Okay, go ahead.
I want to state at the outset that I would vote for this, but I want to also say, as one of the longer-serving members around the table here, that for reasons that I never fully understood or totally embraced, there's always been a pushback by this commission about gates at stoops. I just thought it was only fair to those of you out there who have tried and failed to get gates, including some churches, over the years, that there has been this history, and I just think it's only fair to recognize. One of the brilliant aspects of our law is that we can deem what's appropriate at the time we see it, and I told you that I would say this is appropriate for the reasons that the applicant has said. But I think it is important to note that there is a history of kind of, and some of what I used to hear by other former members of the commission, was that stoops, although private, are kind of part of the public realm in its own way. At best, stoops are used by neighborhoods, but I guess we were seeing, at worst, some of the pictures, and I think in some cases in the village particularly, because of the nightlife in the village, that is where we have allowed them. But I just want to make that statement for those of you who maybe haven't heard it before.
And that is true, that over the years that stance has been developed overlooking, and generally with legalizations of stoop gates. And this perhaps is a different instance. And we, of course, that policy can always be further developed as there are new commissioners and as we move on.
Often we would suggest a chain.
That's right. Yeah.
Yes, Diana.
Yes, I think maybe the slightly longer serving commissioner, but in the same realm as Fred. Yes, I remember it, and I do think that some of it was about, not interrupting the facade, obviously, but we have approved in many instances stoop gates, and I wanted to say this is, I think, the most compelling argument I've actually seen for a particular individual stoop gate, so I'm in favor of this.
Okay. Yes.
In the past, I think when we've done that, it's been a situation where someone doesn't want casual passers-by to actually come and sit on their stoop. This seems to be a much more immediate and direct issue, and so I can be in favor of it.
And I just want to add that I think here it is appropriate because I think if you also look at the context of the block, I think historically they've had much more fences. I think in other neighborhoods we may have not seen that. So I think contextually it supports the notion that having fences over here may be okay.
Yes.
Very heavily trafficked block. It's a major bus thoroughfare, plus, driving, walking, et cetera. So I'm not surprised that there are issues.
Okay. Oh, yes. I think it's okay, go ahead, Kim. We'll catch you next round. Okay.
In the matter of, where was I for a second? 23 West 9th Street, AKA 19 to 23 West 9th Street. Application is to install gates at stoops and areaways. I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Greenwich Village Historic District. I recommend approval, finding that the installation of the proposed gates will not eliminate any significant historic fabric, that the elongated lower landing of the existing stoops is not a typical feature of row houses in this historic district and acts as a raised areaway than a stoop. Therefore, the presence of the gates at these locations will not diminish the relationship between the stoops and the sidewalk and the building. That the gates will be simply designed to match the ironwork already present at the site. That the three combined row houses are surrounded by row homes with gated areaways, and therefore the gates will relate well to neighboring houses, and that the work will not detract from the special historic and architectural character of the building, the streetscape, or the Greenwich Village Historic District.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Application's approved.
The next item is item 14 on the agenda. It's an application for certificate of appropriateness, the Borough of Manhattan, docket number 184148. This is 537 Broadway, aka 537-539 Broadway, located within the SoHo-Cast Iron Historic District. It's a store building designed by Charles Metnam and built in 1868 to 69, and the application is to enlarge a rooftop bulkhead.
It was my turn.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Mary Service, Preservation Staff. This application is to enlarge a rooftop bulkhead at 537 Broadway in the Soho-Cast Iron Historic District as part of an elevator modernization project. This building is located on the west side of Broadway between Spring Street and Prince Street. The enlarged bulkhead will be visible over the primary facade and along Broadway. The applicant is here to discuss the proposal.
how are you doing? My name's Brian. I'm from Stone Engineering. And this is 537 Broadway Elevator Modernization Project. So here we have the historic map. Like she said, we're in between Prince and Spring Street, right on Broadway. Now, here are the existing conditions. If you see at picture 1, there's the subject building on the left side. And along with updating a outdated system, we hope that this project aims to hopefully improve the quality of life for the tenants as well. A lot of them are senior and elderly, and very big inconvenience for them, especially when you have to wait 10 seconds every foot going up and down. If you look at number 2, here we're looking at the Broadway side of the existing conditions with the existing bulkhead to be changed on the right and an existing bulkhead on the left on the other side. You can see that as well as in picture number 3 of an existing bulkhead. Now picture on the bottom left corner, we see the Mercer side where you have a bulkhead, elevator bulkhead, similar to the bulkhead proposed in height, also visible from the street. And you'll look at the same side on Mercer on number 5. Here we have on the left an elevator bulkhead and a stair bulkhead on the right. And here's a closer picture, number 6, of the elevator bulkhead. Now here, this proposed bulkhead, you have a render in the middle as well as a mock-up on the right. Now the proposed bulkhead is going to be made of, have a stucco coating on it. We have the senior project manager on this job. He was actually involved in the restoration of the building itself a couple of years back. So he's very familiar with it, and as well, the stucco color will be matching the building's exterior. It's currently M105 Benjamin Moore series. So it will be matching, and let's see here, we have the next slide here for the elevation view of the bulkhead. You can see the middle one having Photoshop render of the proposed bulkhead here. And here's an extreme sight line of proposed bulkhead. As you can see, we are extending the brick parapet as well, and there isn't that much of a difference if you see it from that side, as well as you see the mock-up on the right. Looking through drawings, on the bottom we have the proposed layout of the bulkhead. It will be a mechanical room as well. And just to note, the elevator is not going to the roof level. The bulkhead on the roof will just be for mechanical purposes, and the beams spanning across for the support. So left we have existing, and the right the proposed, where it's about a 7-foot increase. Here's another view of the mechanical room with the beam hoisting as well on the left, and the control room section on the right. General elevations of the existing on the right and the proposed on the left. More section views. And this is the Mercer side with the existing bulkhead, similar to the same height that we're trying to propose for the Broadway side. And finally, as the extreme sight line of the proposed bulkhead photo render.
Okay.
And I think it does match sort of the same historical context. As you can see, it's not too much of a difference. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? No questions right now. We have one speaker, Barbara Zay.
Barbara Zay of the Historic Districts Council. HDC asks that the applicant work with LBC staff to find a way to avoid this very large and visible encumbrance on the roof, perhaps investigating other solutions like a hydraulic elevator to bring down the height. Thank you.
Are there any more speakers on this item? No other speakers. Community Board 2 recommends approval. Do we have any other questions for the owner or the applicant? Okay, so we can close the hearing. Right, comments?
It's a lot before.
Right, especially in some of these districts.
In this district,
Right.
where the elevators are all
At the front.
oriented to the street. Loading.
Okay.
As a matter of
You don't need to say.
curiosity,
in general, we want the color to match the existing facade. Is that the traditional practice, or is there a better way to hide it?
Well, it's usually it's a material that helps to either to blend it, it gets, depending on the context, it's blending away against the sky, some sort of a neutral material.
Okay. Michael?
Regarding 537 Broadway, also known as 537 to 539 Broadway in the SoHo-Cast Iron Historic District, a store building designed by Charles Metten and built in 1868-69. Applications to enlarge a rooftop bulkhead. I recommend approval. I note that the building style, scale, materials, and who? Can you speak into the microphone? Oh, sure. Sorry. I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the SoHo-Cast Iron Historic District, and I recommend approval, finding that the proposed work will not eliminate any significant architectural features, that the massing of the enlarged bulkhead is in keeping with the massing of similar bulkheads found elsewhere in the district, that although visible over the primary facade and from various vantage points along Broadway, the enlarged bulkhead will read as a utilitarian feature without calling undue attention to itself, that the bulkhead's material palette, consisting of brick and cream-colored stucco, will allow it to blend in with the complex roofscape, and that the work will not detract from the special architectural and historic character of the SoHo-Cast Iron Historic District.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Application is approved.
Okay, Kim. The next item on the agenda is item 16. It's an application for a certificate of appropriateness, the Borough Manhattan docket number 185502. This is 458 Broadway, located within the SoHo-Cast Iron Historic District. A store building designed by Alfred Zucker and built in 1895-96. The application is to modify masonry openings.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Abby Hurlbut, Preservation Staff. This application is for work at 458 Broadway, located on the southeast corner of Grand Street and Broadway in the SoHo-Cast Iron Historic District. This application is to combine 3 punched masonry openings at the south lot line facade, creating 1 large masonry opening featuring 3 double-hung windows within the opening. Now, this proposal does not meet staff level rules because the proposed work will not follow an established pattern at this facade and will be visible from a public thoroughfare, specifically south of the building on Broadway. And the applicant is here to discuss this in detail.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Madam Chair. Rick Azar for 458 Broadway, a 9-story limestone building located at the southeast corner of Broadway and Grand Street. The photo to the left shows the primary north and west elevation of 458 Broadway. The photo to the right shows the secondary east lot line elevation and primary north elevation, just opposite of which is a south lot line elevation. At the 9th floor is located this application's area for work. The south elevation is visible to varying degrees as we travel north from Canal Street up Broadway. In the photo at the far left, we can see a portion of the 9th floor and some of the windows on the 9th floor. As we move up at Howard Street, a majority of this area is not visible, but just to the south of this building on Broadway, we can see the entire 9th floor and the window area. This proposed elevation shows this is an existing condition elevation. Proposed for the south lot line elevation is a combination of 3 double-hung windows. This area here. A single window, an enlargement, the removal of an AC sleeve, and regular window replacement within unmodified window elevations. This proposed elevation shows the work described: the window combination, the single window enlargement, window replacement proposed for the smaller masonry opening, and the removal of the AC sleeve with masonry patch and repair. These are dimensioned existing and proposed partial elevations. Here we can see how the outlying jamb area has been largely respected. We can see how the sill has been dropped to match the sill height of the smaller windows, and we can see how the single window has been modified to match what a single window would be in the tripartite window, a size and operation typical to all the primary elevation windows found in this 9th floor loft apartment. These are existing and proposed renderings. Here we can see the existing condition from the oblique angle just to the south of the building on Broadway. And here we have a proposed rendering with the tripartite, the modified single, and of course the masonry patch at the AC removal. All of the proposed windows will be fire-rated assemblies finished in the Sierra tan color, which matches the primary elevation dressed brick and limestone work. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Questions? Are there any speakers on this item? No speakers. Community Board 2 recommends approval. If there are no other questions, we can close the hearing. Right. Comments? Any concerns? Okay. Michael?
We're okay with it. In the matter of 458 Broadway, the Soho Cast Iron District, an application to modify masonry openings. Noting that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Soho Cast Iron Historic District, I recommend approval. Finding that the proposed work will be a secondary facade and will not alter, eliminate, or conceal any significant architectural features, that the work will only be seen from public thoroughfares from select vantage points and will not be seen in context with the lower floors, that the 1/1 double-hung windows will be in keeping with windows typically found in buildings of this type, style, and age in terms of basic proportions, configuration, and finish.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? This application is approved.
Okay, Commissioners, the next item is item 16 on the agenda. It's an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, docket number 184129. This is 101 Wooster Street, located within the Soho Cast Iron Historic District. This is a store building designed by Buckman and Deisler and built in 1893 to 94, and the application is to enlarge a rooftop bulkhead.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Mary Service Preservation staff. This application is to enlarge a rooftop bulkhead at 101 Wooster Street, located in the Soho Cast Iron Historic District. This building is located on the west side of Wooster Street between Spring Street and Prince Street. The enlarged bulkhead will be visible along Wooster Street. The applicants are here to discuss the proposal.
Good afternoon, Commissioners and Preservation staff. My name is Eric Lifton from Mesh Architectures. We're the architects for 101 Wooster Street. So this is a 7-story building, and anyway, you can see right there, the building is doing some improvements to the common spaces, which include a roof deck for the building, a common roof deck, and to make that accessible to everyone in the building necessitates adding a stop to the elevator to go to the roof. And moving extending the elevator to that stop involves extending the elevator shaft, and that's what you see in this section here. This is just a plan of the roof showing the deck to be constructed and the elevator shaft right here, and this is the front facade. Here are the proposed and existing facades from Wooster Street. On the left is the existing facade. In the middle, you see the extended bulkhead coming up. It'll be extended by 8 to 13 feet, so we're asking for a maximum of 13 feet above where it currently is. And then from West Broadway, where you can't really see it, but that's how it looks. These are the views from around. This is the actual roof of the building as it exists today. You can't really see it from the backside, although there's a little gap between the buildings from the back. And then where it would be visible is from the south on Wooster Street. And here you can see we've constructed a mock-up. And so you can't see it from directly in front, but from the south a little bit, up above that building, you can see it here. And here we've rendered, this is actually taking the mock-up and then rendering it to show it's going to be finished and stuck up, just like that. And there's a very small amount of railing that you'll see on the, right in there, a tiny little bit. So these are kind of other existing bulkheads in the neighborhood. An example of the railing we're going to use, and the gray stucco that's going to be finishing the side of the bulkhead. Location. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Are there any speakers on this item? Any speakers? No speakers. Community Board 2 recommends approval. If we have no questions, we can close the hearing. All right. Any concerns? Seems very straightforward. Okay, go ahead.
In the matter of 101 Wooster Street, SoHo-Cast Iron Historic District, the application is to enlarge a rooftop bulkhead. Noting that the building's style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the SoHo-Cast Iron Historic District, I recommend approval, finding that the proposed work will not eliminate any significant architectural features, that the massing of the enlarged bulkhead is in keeping with the massing of the similar bulkheads found elsewhere in this district. Oops, sorry. That although visible in the context of primary facade along Wooster Street, the enlarged bulkhead will read as a utilitarian feature. It will not call undue attention to itself. That the bulkhead's material palette consisting of a gray painted brick will allow it to blend with the sky and help recede it from view, and that the work will not detract from the special architectural and historic character of the SoHo-Cast Iron Historic District.
Second. All in favor? Any opposed? This application is approved.
Commissioners, item 17 is an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, docket number 193525, thus is 558 Broadway, aka 94-96 Crosby Street, located within SoHo-Cast Iron Historic District. It's a through-block store building built in 1860 and altered in 1920. The application is to enlarge the building, alter the facades, replace windows, install storefront infill and signage, and remove a fire escape.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Holly Hughes, Preservation Staff. This item is 558 Broadway, located between Spring Street and Prince Street in the SoHo-Cast Iron Historic District. 558 Broadway is a through-block store building built in 1860 and altered in 1920. The existing building was originally 4 stories high at the Broadway and Crosby Street facades and was reduced to 2 stories and altered after damage from a fire in 1916. 558 Broadway is the combined lot containing the original 558 Broadway and 94-96 Crosby Street. The proposal is to enlarge the building, alter the facades, replace the windows, install storefront infill and signage, and remove a fire escape. Architects Henry Kendall and David Kubik are here to elaborate and answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Hello, Commissioners. I'm Harry Kendall with BKS Architects. I'm here with my partner, David Kubik, who will be co-authoring this presentation. And in the audience is our client, who is one of a family who's owned this building for decades and decades. So, and this will be a tale of 2 very different facades, and although they're connected as a single building, and 2 very different approaches depending on the context. So, as Holly said, you see here, 2-story 558 Broadway. It has had 2 facade changes before the commission in 2001 and 2010, both for H&M, and this is the 2010 one, obviously. So you can see surviving brick from on the upper story. The lower floor is all new, but we found that there's interesting stuff behind there. The Crosby Street one is all original. What remains, though much is missing. Well, I should mention this is we will be going, after we conclude with LPC, we'll be going to BSA. There's a bulk waiver involved, and there's the through lot portion has a rear yard equivalent requirement, which we're seeking to waive, as the building had historically. And on the Crosby Street, there's 2 feet and change of higher than the required setback that we're seeking to waive. So just to orient you in the plans, this is the Broadway side, this is the Crosby Street side. It's twice as wide on Crosby Street, the cellar, first floor and second floor. It's all used for retail, though the second floor is the creative offices of H&M. And you can see on the facade, all of the Crosby Street side essentially turns its back on Crosby Street. It harkens to an era when Crosby Street was kind of a less tenable environment in terms commercially. So, quick preview of what we're going to show you, and then we'll go into a little bit of the history. The two-story building exists. We are proposing to make it a four-story building and retain all of the surviving fabric and actually reveal some that hasn't been revealed for a while, but a couple of pieces will change their location from the top of the second floor to the top of the fourth floor. On Crosby Street, as I said, a tale of two facades. This was never rebuilt from its 19th century state. It was just deteriorated, and it was a four-story building. We're proposing to make it 6 stories, but it's a feathering into the existing, restoring the base. We'll talk about that a lot more, obviously, and go up to 6 as the context supports. So a little bit of the history. The through block was 3 buildings originally, but right now, more importantly, it was on Broadway was its primary facade. It was a 4-story building. The architect unknown, designed in circa 1860. After the fire, which was in 1916, roughly in 1920, it was rebuilt. It became a series of commercial spaces over the years, characterized by signage, but also a certain underlying architecture. And then it had LPC approved this, and then subsequently this. But here's the comparison, almost our starting point in this project. We said this was Broadway in the 19th century, and there were this building survives, this building less so. And we thought it was a better street wall when it was 4 stories. It's a bit of a missing tooth now, but it's a worthy building. It was designed in 1920. Portions of it have miraculously survived, but we cast about for the right thing to do, and we came to the conclusion that in this case sometimes you can have your cake and eat it too, and we think this is one of those situations. So we'll talk more about that. The typology of the building that always was 2 stories since it was built is not one that is inherently 2-story-ish. In fact, right on Broadway in the blocks north and south, there are a number of examples that are of a similar era, of a similar typology, and they are, in this particular instance, we didn't spread throughout the city doing research, they are all 5 stories. But one can correctly say they were 2 stories sometimes, because we have one. There were 5 stories sometimes, and I would imagine in between or even taller. But the details are very instructive. The piers on the sides, they reappear again and again. The recessed panels are a sort of elemental architectural device. But the buildings are worthy, they're not exceptional. Ours was designed by someone named William Keller, but he's not a known guy. On Crosby Street, the story is much more complex and honestly very, very interesting. This is the surviving element. And first, before the history, the context is one on the east side, or the west side and the east side is predominantly 4, 5, 6, and 7-story buildings. It has language that is very distinct to a narrow street in New York. Narrow enough so that fire shutters required, narrow enough so that those shutters either remain or the hinges remain. It has, considering the utilitarian nature of almost a back alley, it has a very decorated base, but then noticeably utilitarian and protected tops. And the cornices, none of them are flamboyant or deeply or boldly projecting. They are a return of decoration as per the social compact of the 19th century, but they are not elaborate. Those details really sing when you photograph them better than we have, but when you photograph them at all, the exuberance of the base is in contrast to the texture of the upper floors. I think we value this texture, this grittiness of the alley. You'll see we're working to retain that. The building in the early 1860s was 3 separate buildings. This is a permit filed in 1869 by the architect John Kellum, who designed the facade on Crosby Street. We have no photos of what that facade was, that double facade, which was 2 separate buildings yoked together in a single facade at 4 stories tall. But in 1899, it continued, and in 1916, there was a fire that brought it down to 2. So we have surviving evidence of what was there. We also have an architect to investigate, John Kellum, and as it happens, he has another building in the same block that goes from Broadway to Mercer, and designed perhaps a year before. It had a primary facade on Broadway and a secondary facade on Mercer, and that secondary facade had decorated cast iron columns. It had utilitarian upper floor. It had a simple first floor, in this case, second floor cornice, because Mercer has a lower elevation than Broadway, Crosby Street not so. And we found on it the stamp of Architectural Ironworks. We found no stamp on ours, but these were designed by the same architect in essentially the same year, and we draw certain conclusions. These aren't such hard lessons to learn. It's just very reassuring to know, to be able to follow the trail a little bit. So let's look for a minute at what is there. This is a real survivor of facade. Every element here, most elements here, some of the elements are original. We scraped at it. We haven't done a professional paint analysis, but it seems there were no more than 3 layers of paint on this facade. It really has been painted only under duress. So the elements that particularly stand out, that are original and can be restored and revived, are the folding shutters. The canthus sleeves, we have a few remaining of the mostly missing decoration above. This mesh, which I called expanded mesh when I first saw it, but it isn't. I could ask Michael Devonshire to give me a lesson in what it is, but I think it's a bent, rolled product, bolted together. And then there are cast railings in one of the bases. It's one of those things where a bit of everything survives in part. There are also cast iron sill plates that we can also copy and restore. So we'll look at the restoration in a moment, but we follow the trail to Badger's Architectural Ironworks catalog, and you see many similar elements. Mesh, not unlike what we have. Railing, not unlike what we have, none of it identical. But shutters that are really caught our fancy, because you see in this drawing, they fold into a pocket behind the column. And so we'll look first just at this first story. This was never an extremely coherent facade, and we don't propose to try to sanitize it and make it more coherent than we need to. This is proposed as the commercial entrance on Crosby. This is the office entrance for the floors above. These 2 double-hung windows remain. They are unsalvageable, but they can be reproduced. There is mesh now in this bay and this bay. We propose to keep roughly half of the mesh and make it descriptive. It's a signifier of the office entry, and the commercial entry the retail entry gets more of a pure transom. And this is egress from the upper floors. These double transoms exist. This railing remains. We will reproduce it for this piece. These sill plates remain in part. We will reproduce them as needed. These are massive windows, by the way. These double-hung windows will be really fun to make because they're of a scale that you don't often see double-hung, though you do see it a lot in Soho once you start looking. Taking in the building as a whole, you can see this restored, somewhat sanitized, but sort of unresolved facade, but in a way that hints at all the ways the different bays were used and how they've been repurposed now. This is the surviving bricks of the second floor, and David Kubik will lead you through the rest of the building and onto the Broadway facade from here.
So as Harry mentioned, there's a new 4-story extension of this facade, and you can see where the existing kind of corbelled brick parapet cornice was before, and we are also restoring the 3 metal window heads that are missing. These 3 remain. But as we move up the building, these details do change a little bit, and they're kind of a subtle modern version of what's below. So you'll see a painted steel sill plate and a painted steel head plate, similar to what you can see in these details here. And again, the brick tones, we have these 2 samples here where the extension will have a similar but slightly lighter toned brick to kind of subtly suggest what is old and new. And then capping the building will be a new painted steel plate cornice, which you can see the profile of here. Again, an existing and proposed view, and you can see the existing window heads transitioning to the plate cornice or window heads above.
Both of those corbels retained in the new design?
Great question. So what we're actually keeping is the bottom one of the 2, because the parapet wall is tall. So in order to bring it to a height that can work with those windows, what you're seeing is the bottom of one of the 2 remaining. Just a few more details. Harry mentioned earlier, we're proposing to install similar cast steel hinge anchors that create an interesting texture across the facade, even if the shutters aren't there, which you see characteristically on Crosby Street.
There won't be actually a hinge anchor. There will be no loop meant for insertion of a hinge, simply just a piece of metal.
And then again, the plate cornice here with 2 small corbelled brick lines below. And then turning back to Broadway, existing and proposed, and as Harry explained earlier, the typology of that commercial building, and kind of the 3-bay window language extending up to 4 stories, and looking at these existing recessed spandrels and recreating something similar but different using a terracotta baguette system, which will act as a screen in front of the window wall behind, and then finishing with a recessed brick spandrel at the parapet, and bringing back kind of the crenellated top that existed before. And we intend to salvage and reuse these rounded pier caps and reinstall them on the newly extended piers.
The renovation we're doing inside offers us a certain freedom that we find to be a useful luxury. The store as it's currently occupied needed an entrance and egress from the upper floor, and then this is the commercial space. The building, as you saw in the pictures in history, was often divided, but not always, down the middle, but it needn't be, and it's changed so many times in the past, and we don't know what it was exactly when built, but we thought we could bring the piers that exist, these are historic, down to the base, and it has only a single entrance. Both means of egress and access we accomplished from Crosby. So it becomes a pure storefront without its asymmetricality that every designer has kind of struggled with, which we were able to free ourselves from.
And we were also pleased to find that behind these new columns, this new storefront, we did see the existing cast iron columns still there. You can still see their base and their profile kind of sticking out on the side. So we're hoping to repair those and keep those. And then, as I mentioned, these are new columns similar to the ones above that come down. We're also proposing a kind of sill wall, bulkhead wall to the storefront, 2'6" above the sidewalk, very similar in scale and proportion to many of the storefronts on Broadway. This is just a little bit more of a detailed view. Keep going. Here you can see a little bit better the recessed baguette system. And these terracotta baguettes are actually, some of them are a little bit deeper and some of them are a little bit more shallow to actually create a profile subtly, similarly to the recessed panels on the existing spandrels. And this is just a simple diagram to help reiterate that we're using these existing pier caps and bringing back the kind of crenellated profile that exists now with the new parapet construction.
Okay. Are there questions? I'm sorry, is there something else? Yeah.
Go to the visibility slide.
Yeah, we should show
Okay.
the visibility slide, and then we're at an end.
Okay, good.
This is just a few views on Broadway showing that there's no construction above the proposed parapet that's visible. And on Crosby Street, a few views as you're walking north. And there is a brief moment where, with the one-story building to the south of us, that you can see our bulkhead here and here, kind of noted in blue here.
We are proposing to bring the elevator to the roof, so the bulkhead you see is the elevator going to the roof plus the overrun.
And we can finish with this. This is just a street-long elevation of Crosby Street showing our building in the context with other 5- and 6-story buildings at either end of the block. And the materials which we discussed. And we can finish. Thanks.
Okay. Are there any questions? Okay, no questions. All right, we'll take a testimony. Peter Davies.
Good afternoon. My name is Peter Davies. I've lived on this block for 37 years. Please note that on the Crosby Street facade, there has never been a building taller than 4 stories. You can see it in the first picture. You can see the roof line against the larger building to the north, where the 4-story roof was before it burned down. What's being proposed as 6 stories is simply too large. It's inappropriate. When the applicant presented this to CB2, what was first shown was a 5-story building with a 3-story addition on Crosby Street. They explained that, well, that's what we submitted to you, but tonight we're showing you this 4-story addition to rise to 6 stories because staff at LPC suggested we could build taller. That was very surprising to those of us who live in the district to hear that that was being suggested by staff. Whether or not that's, I would hope that the commissioners would investigate that. I appreciate that the architects have done the bulkhead work on the bottom at Crosby Street, as CB2 asked, and as we asked in the community, and they've raised it from 8 inches to 18 inches on Broadway, more appropriate. Please note that the doorways on Broadway still are glass all the way to the sidewalk, and that wasn't approved last time, and I think that should be looked at. But my key concern is the overwhelming bulk that's rising above. This was explained that it would diminish the overpowering elevator shaftway, that if we put another floor up to 6 floors instead of 5, the midsection elevator bulkhead would appear smaller. Now, that may be true, but when there's never been a building there that's over 4 stories, to add additional floors to mask a new addition, when it's still visible from, as you can see right there, and to add that additional bulk as a way to visually trick people that, oh, that thing in the middle isn't as big, it's problematic. So that's, I believe, covers everything that I wanted to say. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your consideration. Also, the architect did mention that this block sings. There is this syncopated rhythm. If you see the original before the building, it rises from 1 story in the middle of the block up to the 6 stories of 560 Broadway at the end. Now this building will be taller than 560 Broadway as opposed to rising slowly. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Barbara Zay.
Barbara Brzee of the Historic Districts Council. Rather than analyzing the intricacies of the proposed design, HDC wishes to make a plea in favor of retaining the low-rise historic character of both 558 Broadway and 94 to 96 Crosby Street. Both this section of Broadway and Crosby Street are defined by their mix of heights, creating intersecting urban tableaus that would be unfortunately marred by filling in the airspace above this building's two facades. The loss of so many small-scale buildings in historic districts, even ones that are later alterations, is an unfortunate trend that diminishes the dynamism of our historic streetscapes and dilutes the pedestrian experience that is so often touted as one of the great benefits of historic district designation. The addition of perhaps 2 floors on the Crosby Street side would have some precedent and allow the building's massing to still read as low-rise, but 4 additional stories would be excessive on Crosby Street. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers on this item? Okay, Community Board 2 recommends approval with modifications, and the modifications include the Broadway facade have more substantial header and approximately 18-inch bulkheads, and that the newly discovered original materials to be incorporated into the design.
And that was, when we showed the storefront restoration or changes, it was presented clearly as a work in progress, and they applauded that we continue that exploration to identify what was original and keep as much of it as possible, which we think we did. I also would love to clarify the first speaker. We did send a preview of our presentation with a 5-story building shown on Crosby to the community board for their pre-information. Then what followed was a very productive and very useful discussion with staff at here. And we were together examining the visibility of the bulkheads and looking at the context, and it was decided that it was the context supported the 6-story building and improved the perception of what lay beyond, which it masked it somewhat. So that was, we explained that as clearly as we could at the community board, and I didn't want it to somehow seem like we were being tricky or anything. It's just part of the process as the design developed.
Okay, are there questions? Do you have an elevation of?
Yeah, we do.
On Crosby?
Yeah, there it is.
All right, but this doesn't.
The whole street.
Right, but but I just also want to clarify, that doesn't show you what's happening above the street wall.
The setback bulkheads.
So, I mean,
That's true. Yeah.
Right, so I'm just trying to understand, is it just a bulkhead, or is there anything else? Like, is there, maybe in our floor plan?
And the building section. So this is the Crosby Street facade here.
Okay.
And this is the elevator bulkhead and a stair bulkhead and a mechanical room that's no taller than the bulkhead. And the other place you can see that is on page.
So above the 6th floor is just bulkheads, is that correct?
Yeah.
Not.
There's no. Page 29, you can see
Okay.
the bulkhead here, the elevator bulkhead rising, and then the stair behind it. It's just these volumes that are on the roof.
Right, but what is that volume which has doors and windows?
This is the override. For
Not that, the horizontal slab, that.
That's a.
No, not that, next to it. To the right of it, that whole mass.
Go right. Door.
Yeah, what is all that?
That is the. That is that door, that door, that door. See?
Okay, it's mechanicals?
Yeah.
I'm just trying to
This is a
understand.
mechanical room and an electrical room. That's one stair coming out and the elevator door.
Right, I mean, the reason I'm asking that is because, part of your argument is, I think the part of your argument of why you can sort of, both sides can take more mass and volume is because historically there were larger buildings over there. So, and you talked about Crosby Street. I think you said that previously it was a 4-story building. Now you're proposing a 6-story building. And I think that seeing this is very helpful because this is not just about the history of this site itself, but more also about the context of Crosby Street. But I just, this is a little bit misleading because it doesn't tell you about other things that are happening at the rooftop of any of these buildings. So I don't know whether all these other rooftops, do they have accretions on top or do they not?
I know that there are some bulkheads.
Okay.
But I don't know to the extent how many. But we did see some.
Some of these are elevator buildings, and they've got their elevators going up to the top floor, or the bulkheads going above. And because sometimes you can have just a flat roof and no accretions.
Yeah, like here's one right on the corner where this is I think is an elevator bulkhead that ran in a shaft behind the facade. So there are some examples of that on the street. That was one I just remember offhand.
So that elevation of the street was what I was looking for. It wasn't presented initially, I don't think. Was it there? You had a lot of slides. Could you go back to it?
Sure.
The Crosby Street.
Because if it's misleading in any way with regard to the roof accretions, it's not misleading in terms of your principal issue, which is 4 as it was, or 5 as it might have been, or 6 as it's now being presented. So I think, to me, this is very helpful, and I didn't see this before, and I was going to suggest that I needed to see it. Now I have seen it, so I think it's very helpful.
Admittedly, we were focused on kind of cornice height, street wall, trying to understand that, but I understand.
But I think the whole street scenographic quality is important to think about here when we restore or even go beyond restoration in terms of a bulk, or in this case, what might be called a rooftop addition, which is visible. But we're not calling it that.
All right. Are there other questions?
So there are no renderings of it as a 4-story, right?
Of the Crosby Street, honestly, we never designed it as 4-story, and there are no pictures that we could find in our research of when it existed as 4 stories up until 1916.
Up until the images, all the images, historic images we have are 2-story?
All the images are after the fire, the 2-story. We know for certain it was 4-story. Honestly, we can surmise with a great deal of certainty what it looked like, though we haven't shown that in this.
Right. So you know for certain that it was 4-story, and so one more time, the logic around why you're not making it 4-story again?
Because we think the context supports a taller building. We aren't hinging our argument on the reestablishment of it as a 4-story building. We are retaining and restoring the 2 stories that have survived, and now we're building a building that incorporates that and responds to the context that's grown up around it since that 4-story building was built.
Okay. Are there other questions? Any other questions? All right. Thank you. We can close the hearing. All right. Comments? Yeah.
I think this is a very appropriate proposal in general terms. I think that what we have on Broadway, we have 2 buildings that have clearly been, excuse me, in general, we have as 2 buildings or 2 parts of an existing building that have been shown to have been reduced and modified. I think on the Broadway side, you have a very contextual enlargement that is well within the type of structure that the rump existing fragment could have been, and it's certainly supported in the district as a whole as a style of commercial building in the district. I think that the streetscape, the varied streetscape, is preserved by the Broadway addition, and I think that the gestures, the aesthetic gestures, are minimal and perfectly gentle with just enough of that trademark BKSK baguette action going on, just so that everyone will know who did it. I think that the Crosby Street side is, again, perfectly contextual, and it's an extension of the remnant in a way that is complementary to the remnant. I don't think it removes significant material from the remnant or in any way kind of makes the remnant worse. I think it makes it it's a kind of a conjectured, not a reconstruction, but a reimagining of that piece in a way that we've seen in the past on other buildings in the neighborhood. I think that the modifications as you move up above the existing structure line are very, very subtle. I have two minor comments about it. The first is I'd suggest that the staff and the applicants make sure that the materials chosen, the brick that's chosen is contrasting enough to not look like a mistake. Because from the samples, it's not clear to me, and from the image that they showed at the end, it's not clear to me that the difference between the existing and the new is going to look like the rendering, where it's clearly meant to look like something as an addition. I just wouldn't want it to look like they cheaped out on the brick and got a brick that was 98% of the way there. And in terms of the base, I think that the exploration of the restoration of the base has been careful and thoughtful, but I think that the retention of the second bolted screen panel would be an advantage. I don't think that the distinction made between a residential or a commercial entrance and a retail entrance is so. I'm sure that the skills of this very skilled applicant team can figure out another way to make that distinction while preserving that material.
The grill work that you have that's currently there to retain it.
I think this is very nice. I think that they could work with staff to explore the rooftop accretion issue, take a good look at the streetscape from that point of view, but I don't think it's something that would sway my vote in terms of its appropriateness now.
Okay. Yes.
I agree with my colleague, and if I may also pick a nit or two, I agree completely with the retention of the screen, and I think I would eliminate the shutter knuckles from the addition. It suggests a false history that isn't necessary on a contemporary addition, and that's it. Otherwise, I think it's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the first hurdle was the mass, and with the questions that I asked during the questioning period, am satisfied that in both cases on the Broadway and the Crosby Street sides, the massing is appropriate, even though 2 stories higher than it ever was on Crosby. And I think others have spoken, and I agree with the way the articulation of the addition, particularly on the Crosby Street side, has been handled. I can go along with the Broadway design. I don't think it's the most distinguished work using baguettes that this firm has used. And looking back on your wonderful page 8, where you show 1, 2, 3, 4 other such buildings that are all 1 story taller, and there's a common difference here, and I'm not going to challenge the design. If this is what we approve, I can go along with it. But in place of the baguettes, per se, the spandrels don't change in these other schemes. Each one of them, the spandrel design stays sort of the same, and therefore it's making this thing a little awkward, I think. But minor detail, generally, I wouldn't quarrel with it. I just had to say it.
All right. Other comments?
I'm still a little bit torn about the Crosby Street side, and and I think would prefer the 4-story, restoring the 4-story. Although I think it would be potentially in itself a little bit of an awkward size, but I feel as though there's something about this that's, seeing the elevation as we did, I think if all of the buildings are tall, then of course that sets up a context that you can do a tall building, but then what you lose is are the unique moments of the other, which are the smaller buildings, and that give it its special quality. And that's what I think happens here, is that we start to lose that sawtooth quality and the ability to see side walls and the ability to see the old brick on the old side walls. And I think that that's a loss for the whole area as we, bring everything up to what it rightfully sort of could be. So my sense about this Crosby Street site is that it would be more appropriate to retain the kind of the historic profile of the four-story.
Okay. I just, one thing about, I think, Soho, which is a little bit different from Ladies' Mile, where, and it's entirely true, but this is my instinct, and those two districts. And Ladies' Mile talks about different phases of development and really shows, 4-story buildings, 12-story buildings. You get a whole range of building and this ups and down. I think Soho is quite different, and I think that there are predominant street wall heights in the area that really do characterize the neighborhood. I think Crosby Street is, I think that, and I think Fred alluded to it as well, that the Crosby Street, that the drawing that they've showed at the montage, actually, I think the 6-story height really fits in very well, and in some ways I think the 2-story is a little bit of an anomaly. And so for me, I would agree with some of my other colleagues about the appropriateness of the proposal. I think that if asked the question, what is an appropriate enlargement and how do you explain that, I think they've been very persuasive in giving arguments both for Crosby Street as well as for Broadway, through a series of sort of steps. What was there historically? What's there in the surrounding context? What is it in terms of the material? What is the typology, and what kind of heights can you expect? And so my only comment would be in terms of perhaps looking at the bulkhead, but even then I think I could sort of support it as is. And yes, it's true that something may be lost, but something's gained as well. So I could support this.
What's gained?
I think infilling a sort of almost like a missing tooth and restoring the ground floor and proposing a building that is very contextual to the district. I think we see that all the time. I think missing teeth sometimes need to be filled, and they work very well. So if other resident commissioners are okay with this? All right, so then I think we, yes.
But the 5-story was nice. Just, the 5-story building is nice, but I'm just saying it, but I can support this.
Yes. Okay.
You ready? Are we ready? Okay. In the matter of 558 Broadway, also known as 9496 Crosby Street, in the Soho Cast Iron Historic District, the application is to enlarge the building after the facades, alter the facades, replace windows, install storefront, infill, and signage, and remove a fire escape. I note that the building style, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Soho Cast Iron Historic District. I further note that the existing building was originally 4 stories high at the Broadway and Crosby Street facades and was reduced to 2 stories and altered after damage from a fire in 1916. I also note that the combined lot, now known as 558 Broadway, contains the original 558 Broadway and 9496 Crosby Street. Therefore, I recommend approval, noting that the proposed 2-story addition on Broadway will return the building to its historic height of 4 stories, that the proposed street wall addition will approximate the height of the adjoining 4-story buildings and will fill the gap in the street wall and restore continuity to this segment of the block in keeping with the historic appearance of the streetscape, that the existing crenellated parapet at the Broadway facade will be partially replicated at the top of the proposed 2-story addition, that the large commercial windows, buff-colored brickwork, and terracotta screens at the spandrels of the new floors at the Broadway facade will help to maintain or recall the materials, proportions, and configuration present at the second floor while interpreting these features in a contemporary way, that the configuration, materials, and details of the proposed storefront infill at the Broadway facade, including restoring the outer cast iron columns and installing new aluminum immediate columns, finished white, centering the main entrance and installing an aluminum door surround and installing aluminum bulkheads and transoms, all to be finished gray, will be compatible with the facade and the streetscape. That the proposed metal signage above the aluminum door surround at the main entrance on Broadway will be well scaled to the storefront. That although the proposed 4-story street wall addition on Crosby Street will be 2 stories higher than the building was originally, it will fill the gap in the street wall and restore continuity to this segment of the block in keeping with the historic appearance of the streetscape and the varied building heights on this block, many of which are 5 or 6 stories tall. That the proposed compatible brick cladding and punched openings with wood windows and projecting steel heads and sills at the 4-story addition on Crosby Street will blend in with the existing facade materials and fenestration at the second floor, while unifying the additional floors as a contemporary intervention. That the use of fire shutter hardware will help to harmonize with existing buildings in the district, and the applicant will work with staff to determine if that's an appropriate additional design feature. That the proposed removal of the non-decorative fire escape at the Crosby Street facade will not eliminate a significant feature of the building. That the configuration, materials, and details of the proposed storefront infill at Crosby Street, including reinstalling paneled metal shutters, iron lattice work and grills, and installing new wood display windows and transoms, new double-hung windows, and painted wood and glass doors, all finished dark green, will be consistent with the style, scale, and character of the building and the surrounding streetscape. That the overall massing of the addition on Broadway and Crosby Street will not overwhelm the building or the streetscape as compared to its original size. That the proposed lower bulkhead will be set back from Crosby Street facade and clad in brick to help it blend with the proposed addition, and will be only minimally visible from viewpoints to the south. That although the proposed upper elevator bulkhead will be visible from Crosby Street, it will be in keeping with the presence and visibility of rooftop bulkheads found throughout the historic district, and its visibility will occur from only limited view corridor to the south. Furthermore, the applicant will work with staff to see if that even can be minimized further. And that the work will not diminish the special architectural historic character of the building. Yeah, and that the removal of the ironwork grill at one of the transoms at the Crosby Street storefront will result in the loss of some remaining historic fabric, therefore that the ironwork grills be retained at both of the entrances.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? This application is approved.
Okay, Commissioners, the next item on the agenda is item 18. It's an application for a certificate of appropriateness of Borough of Manhattan. Docket number 182569. This is 935 Broadway, located within the Ladies Mile Historic District. It's an Italianate-style store and office building designed by Griffith Thomas and built in 1861 to 62. The application is to legalize the installation of signage without Landmarks Preservation Commission permits.
Yep, that's all right. Okay. Go ahead.
Catherine.
Sure. Catherine Redd, Preservation Department staff. Unfortunately, I think this microphone just went out.
No, we can hear you.
Okay. Unfortunately, the owner of the building, Shifa Land Corp, and the tenant, lessee, Restoration Hardware, and anyone on their team were unable to make it today, so I'm going to go ahead and present this and see what happens. The proposal is to legalize the installation of signage at 3 facades at this building at 935 Broadway in the Ladies Mile Historic District. The east facade, Broadway, the north facade, East 22nd Street, and the west facade, 5th Avenue. Violation was issued for this installation. On each facade, it consists of brushed stainless pin-mounted lettering. At the center of each facade, there is 5-inch high, 1/2 inch deep lettering stating the Flatiron Gallery. And at each end of each of these 3 facades, there are additional signs, 9.5 inches high and 2 inches deep, brushed stainless lettering, RH. And these letters at the lateral portions of the facades have plexiglass backs and are halo lit from the inside. This is the 5th Avenue facade. This is the East 22nd Street facade. You see the same kind of lettering here. And the Broadway facade, the same kind of lettering is actually there as well. So the installation is at not a cast iron, but a wood cornice, which was approved in a C of A issued in 1998 as a restoration to this ground floor cornice. So that is where the signage is installed. Here are some elevations going through just as the photographs. This is actually 22nd Street facade. There's a typo on the sheet. You'll see details of the installation with the hidden...
So there are 3 signs?
There are 3 facades. Each facade has a center, the Flatiron Gallery, 5 inches high, 1/2 inch deep, pin-mounted brushed stainless letters. And flanking that on either end are these signs, RH, which are 9.5 inches high, 2 inches to the face, halo lit from within with conduit hidden behind the restored wood cornice pursuant to the C of A in 1998.
Is it only the RH that's...
Violation.
Right, that's what just curious. Is it...
all the signs?
Well, the violation was for installation of signage at Restoration Hardware, so we'd like to just look at the whole proposal.
Right, but some of it was approved at some point.
The RH are the ones that are illuminated, not the center.
So are we just legalizing the RH signs?
Well, we could legalize it all,
No.
or staff could
No,
probably...
I'm just trying to understand what's...
The only thing that doesn't meet the rules
is the
RH with its illumination, but there was no permit.
No permit for any of the signage, so it's all being
I see,
presented
so the
to you.
rest could be also...
Could be staff level.
Could be
Yes.
staff level.
Looking at it.
Okay,
Right.
all right.
So nothing
Sorry,
has
that
been...
wasn't clear.
Nothing has been previously approved.
Right.
but
Got it, understood.
Only the RH would not meet the staff level
With
approval.
the halo lighting
Yeah.
from within.
It's not just that it could be approved by staff, it would meet the staff.
Correct.
The rules that would allow...
The-
Yeah.
The center
Except for
side.
the
Except for the RH.
Correct.
And that's because of the illumination, not the sign.
Right.
Well, it's
No.
also the projection. It projects a little bit more than the rules allow at the 2 inches to the face instead of, I think it was 1 inch or 1.5 inches. Sorry. But it's the interior lighting that is bringing it to you today.
Okay, are there any questions?
There are some photographs.
Oh,
Staff has visited the site as well and can report to you on that. So-
Okay. You have a question?
So, first question is, to what extent, where are there comparable examples of illuminated signage on Fifth or on, what's on Fifth, it's Broadway or
On Fifth Avenue.
In other words, are there other examples that they could?
There are, I'm not
Ladies' Mile we
sure.
have, I
Yes,
think.
in Ladies' Mile along Fifth Avenue, we have approved similar signage. I don't know that if they've been provided in In this presentation, are there other?
No, it's not
okay.
included in the presentation, and I haven't surveyed Fifth Avenue for this type of sign.
I think, I'm just trying to think of some, I think J. Crew further down the street. I just can't think of a concrete example, but there are certainly approved cases.
I know that,
Wasn't that, and so, okay, are there any speakers on this item? No speakers, and Community Board 5 recommends approval. All right. Okay, now we can take comments.
I'll go.
Yeah. Sure.
First of all, I just want to say this is one heck of a building.
Isn't it?
I mean, it sits there in its amazing moment there behind the Flatiron Building, and its streetscape exposes. I remember before it was restored, and I think we just have to hats off to the restoration of it. I presume by this company, but it might have been an owner of the building. I don't know. Anyway, I just want to say that it's an extraordinary building. To my eye, and I'm not a big proponent of signage, I often go on the side of smaller, less signage. But in this case, I think the building is so powerful and big and impressive that these relatively small signs, and not even saying the name, just RH, is acceptable to me. I know it. I've been told now it misses by inches in approval, but I would say it's acceptable to me anyway.
I would agree.
I think it's fairly discreet, given, because it's just the lettering and...
Okay. Is it, Jeannie, did you read it last time? Or is it okay, Jeannie, you want to go ahead? And we close the hearing.
Okay, in the matter of docket 18-2569, 935 Broadway, Lady Smile Historic District, an Italianate-style store and office building designed by Griffith Thomas and built in 1861-62. The application is to legalize the installation of signage without Landmarks Preservation Commission permits. I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Ladies Mile Historic District. I recommend approval, finding that the installation of the pin-mounted signage at the non-historic wood ground floor cornice fascias has not damaged, destroyed, or obscured significant architectural features or material of the building or storefronts, and is in keeping with traditional signage installations in terms of type and location. That the overall amount of signage at the facades is not excessive, that the signs are well scaled to the cornices and do not project excessively from the facades, that the external illumination of the signs with shielded halo-type lighting is discreet and the conduits are concealed, and that therefore the signs do not detract from the special architectural or historic character of the building or historic district.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Application's approved.
Okay, Commissioners, the next item is item 18 on the agenda. It's an application for a certificate of appropriateness, the Borough of Manhattan, docket number 182569. This is 935 Broadway, located within the Ladies Mile Historic District. It's an Italianate-style store and office building designed... I just did that one, excuse me. We're on 19, application item number 19. It's 212 Fifth Avenue, located within the Madison Square North Historic District. This is docket number 194000. It's a neo-medieval-style office building designed by Schwartz and Gross and built in 1912-13. The application was to install a painted wall sign at a secondary facade.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Timothy Shaw, Preservation Staff. 212 Fifth Avenue encompasses the entire south side of West 26th Street between Broadway and Fifth Fifth Avenue within the Madison Square North Historic District. The application is for the installation of a new painted wall sign at the south secondary facade. Jacqueline Pudival, the project's preservation consultant, will present the proposal.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Jackie Pudival, preservation, preservation staff, preservation consultant for this project. Sorry, I didn't get to have lunch. So yes, as Tim described, this is in the Madison Square North Historic District. The building is a block front building, which you see located here. It stretches from 5th to Broadway on the south side of West 26th Street. Here is the 5th Avenue elevation. It has a very prominent presence in its site because of its location next to the park and because there are much lower buildings to the south of it within the rest of the block. The building was built in 1912 to 1913 by Schwartz and Gross. It was a period of transition for the neighborhood when it was going from a residential neighborhood to a commercial building, commercial district with lots of high-rise buildings like this. Here you see the existing south elevation. You'll notice that there is an existing painted wall sign that dates to the 1990s. It's very faded now. This building was in the portfolio of buildings known now as the Ring Brothers buildings. So this building was actually vacant for close to 20 years. And this sign dates back to ownership by Frank Ring. So our proposal is to replace that painted wall sign. And what you can see from these photographs is that historically there has been a painted wall sign in this location going back as early as 1913. So here's 1913, 1915, 1940, 1976. You see it here, kind of like if you look right underneath the Empire State Building in this photograph, and here 1995. So while the existing sign itself is not historically there has been a sign in this location on this building. So I ask the commissioners to keep that in mind, please. So here's our proposal. Again, here's the location of the existing grandfathered sign that was there at designation. The proposal is for a simple black and white painted sign. Notice that it will have a black painted border. The proposal is also, here is an elevation. You can see the dimensions, 33 feet high, 3 inches tall, and the width, 12 foot 4 inches. Part of the proposal is also to remove the existing faded paint from these bands of terracotta that create these vertical elements on the facade. So here you see it again in more detail. I'd also like to note that within this historic district, because it was a very commercial district, and still is, there is a lot of precedent for historically there being painted wall signs, as well as today there being a number of painted wall signs. So here's some historic photographs taken of buildings that are currently within this historic district, showing that there have always been a lot of painted wall signs. Here's some more. And these are some existing painted wall signs within the district. You note these especially as you just walk up 5th Avenue and Broadway from this building.
Yeah.
And that is our presentation, really. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions?
Yeah.
Yes, here.
Michael first, then Kim, then Diana. Okay.
This is being proposed by the same team that's doing the actual renovation of the building, right?
Yes.
What's the story with those wonderful brick patches?
The story is, and I'm so glad you brought that up, this facade was cleaned, and the commission did approve cleaning samples. The brick patches were where brick replacement was necessary, and we did match the cleaned brick that we had samples of to the new brick. So it is matching brick. However, when the cleaning was actually done, the building just didn't clean up as well as hoped. So, so yes, they stand out because either the product wasn't sufficient, or they didn't want to go with a more harsh product or higher PSI on their power washing because they didn't want to potentially damage any masonry. But for now, yes, the brick patches stand out because we thought that the facade overall would clean up better than it did with the methods chosen.
Yes, Kim, then Diana.
Is it going to be a changeable sign, or is it always just going to be
This
this?
application is for just a one-off sign. This is not for a master plan application, although we're following the master plan guidelines, but this is just for a one-off sign for now. At the moment, there's no commercial tenant yet for the ground floor of this building, so ownership is assuming that when there is a tenant, they can come forward with their own application for a new sign if and when warranted.
Okay. Diana?
Well, it was just, it says, it says black and white, and actually the Photoshop makes it look like sort of a cream, and did you consider something that was tonally a little more? It is white as proposed.
It is white. Hold on, we can tell you the exact white color.
Because I was kind of thinking.
Don Lasku with Helford Architects. And it actually is an off-white. I have a sample here on a sample board that I can show you.
Yeah, that was, I was thinking it might be softer, you know.
We didn't want it to be a bright.
Right, yeah.
This is actually a sample board that we presented when we renovated and restored the building, but this would be, it's an off-white. It's not a pure white.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Just on the neighborhood itself, you talked about the fact that historically the buildings had signs, and then you've shown us some historic photographs, but currently...
Are there painted wall signs in the district?
Right, I think you showed us one photograph, right?
So these buildings are within this historic district, so they are just a couple blocks up Broadway from this building. So that's West 27th Street. This is also at West 27th Street on Broadway. These are Broadway at 27th Street. So that was the west side of the street. These are on the east side of Broadway. This is Broadway, looking at Broadway at from 5th Avenue, 1170 Broadway, sorry.
Okay.
And some ghost signs that you see up by 28th Street, so 2 blocks up.
Right, I mean, the historic signs are one thing. I think it's like the new signs, whether that has become part and parcel of the neighborhood as well. That's really
I think
the
you're
question.
mentioning something interesting, because it's, this area is getting to be residential and sort of fancy, and so it doesn't have the same, so a new sign doesn't read like the old signs, and if it were an old sign, it wouldn't tell the truth about the new neighborhood. So I understand your question.
Okay, right. All right, why don't we take testimony? Christabel Guth.
Christabel Goff for the Society for the Architecture of the City. I understood someone to say that this sign dates back to 1913, which would be when the building was built. I didn't see the evidence for that. So I'm going to read what our statement was. The calendar description categorizes this item as a modification of a secondary facade. This highlights the difficulty of creating definitions and rules and shows how terms of art can fly in the face of reality. Here, because of the street pattern where Broadway crosses 5th Avenue at Madison Square, the so-called secondary facade is hugely more visible than the primary one. And because of this prominence, we believe Schwartz and Gross made it a designed facade, carefully balanced and decorated. This is not the ordinary location for a painted sign, as you are now seeing the slides. It is not the kind of secondary wall where painted signs are normally found. That is an undeveloped lot line wall expected to be covered someday by a new building. Historic photos submitted show that there was once a sign in this location, in our view, not originally, but during a later period of decline for the neighborhood. Now that the area is thriving again, resurrecting that sign would be a mistake. The conversion to residential units might better be advertised some other way.
Thank you. The next speaker is Barbara Zay.
Barbara Zay of the Historic Districts Council. While on first glance it might seem acceptable to replace the existing painted sign with a new one, our committee ultimately felt that a sign in this location is quite awkward to begin with and should perhaps be allowed to fade away if not removed completely. The sign is not mentioned as a significant feature of the south facade in the designation report. Further, most painted wall signs are found on secondary, undeveloped facades, but this facade is not only very prominent, but its window pattern is intentionally designed. In fact, this building came before the Commission back in April of this year for a certificate of appropriateness to, in part, redesign the south facade's fenestration. And HDC testified to advocate for the refinement of some of those changes due to the importance of this facade. At that time, the applicant argued that the south facade is secondary, but the commissioners unanimously disagreed, requiring that the facade's intentionally symmetrical fenestration be retained, with some referring to that facade as, quote, formal. In renderings for that April proposal, the applicant removed the painted sign, which seems like the most appropriate choice for a facade that the Commission undertook considerable effort to respect. HDC asks for that same level of scrutiny today. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers on this item? Okay, no other speakers. Community Board 5 recommends denial. They note that this is a new sign, that its style is that there's a sort of contemporary, and I think they note that it's advertising, but I don't know if it's an advertising. Is it an advertising sign? Okay. Yes? Is it?
It's an accessory sign.
Accessory sign. Okay, but those were the reasons. Do we have any other questions? Okay, we can close the hearing.
So moved.
All right, comments?
Long history.
I can, Madison Square North is very different from Soho. I think where we've allowed a lot of signs. And in Soho, there are a lot of signs. There are historic signs, there are new signs, and it definitely is part of the character of that neighborhood. I think that Madison Square North is a little bit different. I mean, I'm not a big sign person, and I don't love signs up in the air, but I just have, I don't know about this one. I don't know whether I think I could go along with it, but I don't know if I could strongly say it's,
To me, you put your finger out when you said up in the air. It seems like a lot of the signs that we think of on Lower Broadway or other parts of Soho and other parts of the city are much further, closer to the street. This is like an area-wide sign or something. I'm not sure it's appropriate.
Yes, Diana and then Michael.
I feel that the applicant's made a pretty good case. It's been here since 1915. Something is obviously up there, it looks like, in the 1915 photos. And, we do approve, and it's just black and white. And there are other signs in the district, not very far away. So I think it's appropriate, actually. Whatever.
Michael?
The reason for accepting wall signs of this type is that they form a part of the history of New York's visual environment. And I think that much as we might want to modify that environment, the case has been made here that they were a part of this environment, and they are a part of this environment. So I don't see a basis for saying no to it. However, I do see a significant basis for asking the staff to figure out with the applicant a solution to that brick problem that will last for 25 years. And that will be a permanent defacement of a very formal wall. I understand the travails and uncertainties of cleaning brick, but there has to be a solution that doesn't leave that lovely, lovely facade that we all labored over together in such a defaced condition.
It's more important.
Yes, Kim.
Although this seems similar to the bow tie in Times Square. It's that other intersection where the Broadway crosses, and it's a big intersection with the park. And there have always been signs there. I went to high school down there. There have always been signs there. And though it's gotten more gentrified.
I'm sorry, where?
In that area, this area, a little south
Okay.
of there,
Mhm,
going down
okay.
towards, just going down Broadway alone. There've always been signs there, on buildings everywhere, and this sign there's been a sign there since 13. It's in the pictures. And this is a much more subtle sign than the ones that were there before. And there's currently a sign, isn't there? We're looking at that sign on top of the building below it, Porcelana? Yeah.
We approved that too.
Yeah.
Right, well, that's a different kind of sign then. I mean, I think they're completely different, the Barcelonosa sign versus the sign that they're proposing over here. But, yes, Michael, do you want to?
I just, had there not been a sign here since before my father was born, actually, I
Yes, and
might be
mine too.
vehemently opposed to this. But if I may chime in, I agree with Michael. There should have been some testing done with regard to that cleaning prior to it, and there needs to be some remedial addressing of that.
Okay. All right, so the commissioners feel that the sign is appropriate?
Historic.
Okay, I will go along with that with reservation.
Tons of signs.
Right. Okay.
In the matter of 212 Fifth Avenue, the Madison Square North Historic District, a neo-medieval style office building designed by Schwartz and Gross and built in 1912-13, the application is to install a painted wall sign at a secondary facade. I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Madison Square North Historic District, and I recommend approval, finding that the painted wall signs are a traditional method of advertising that was historically found in this historic district at secondary facades, that there is a history of painted wall signs at this specific location on this building, that the proposed sign will be placed at the location of the former painted wall sign with the edges pulled off the terracotta bands, and that the sign will not obscure or cause damage to any significant architectural feature of the building, that the size of the sign will not cover more than 20% of the exposed wall area and is modestly scaled on the wall and therefore will not overwhelm the facade, and that the sign will be limited to text only with a white background and a black border and will not call undue attention to itself or detract from the character of the streetscape.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? This application's approved, and
I don't know. Should put up a nice big electric sign where white hat shunt.
I mean, when
So the building's going.
Thank you all.
when the new one is proposed, then it may, yes.
I know.
It might be more, yes.
So the next item, Commissioners, is item number 20, an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, docket number 18-2879, 513 Columbus Avenue, in the Upper West Side Central Park West Historic District. A Romanesque revival-style flats building designed by John G. Prague and built in 1894 to 95. The application is to legalize the replacement of storefront infill and the installation of awning and signage and light fixtures without Landmarks Preservation Commission permits.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Caroline Passion, Preservation Staff. The subject property is located at the southeast corner of Columbus Avenue and West 85th Street. The applicant is proposing to legalize the current wood and glass infill at these two southernmost bays, light fixtures at the infill, light fixtures above the openings, signage, menu box, and awnings, all installed at these bays without Landmarks Preservation Commission permits. These, Commissioners, these images show the wood and glass infill. Back in 2002, that was there prior to the existing infill, and it was multi-light French doors and transoms, and you'll note that those same transoms have been retained up here. And the architect, David Turner, is here to discuss this proposal in more detail.
Oh, okay. So the I'm the architect filing the application. We're doing some work inside the restaurant, and at that time we discovered there was a violation for the storefront. So we filed this application to legalize the work that the present tenant did to the storefront. And basically what he did is he took the existing storefront and he took the doors out and he reconfigured the doors. Let me see. Is this the laser here? Yeah.
Mhm.
He reconfigured the doors, but everything else remains the same.
Yeah.
So if we look at here, all of these features here were untouched. It's just the doors that he took out and he reconfigured. So what we also did is we showed the drawings of the previous elevation and then how we changed it, and of course with the awnings on it. The awnings are slightly different than the original awnings. If you go back, you can see the, well, I don't know if they got permits, the Mexican concept. Those were, the yellow awnings were there before my client took the space. His awnings are retractable awnings, as you can see. What we did is we also went along the block front. We went along the block front and photographed all the adjoining storefronts to show that it's a mishmash of different storefronts that, you know, some of them quite recent. There's nothing historic remaining on these two blocks. This across the street. This is on the following block. This is across the street. This, I think that's a recently approved job.
Across the street.
Huh?
Directly across the street.
Directly across the street. This is across this over here is diagonally across the street on the other corner. This is on a block above it. This is directly across the street. These are all next to each other, as you can see here. So if anything, ours looks more historic than the rest of the neighborhood.
Can you just speak to the light fixtures as well? What have you, yes, right. What's the illumination?
Well, I guess I don't know if I guess he did change the light fixtures. Did he put new light fixtures out there?
Those are heat lamps.
Those are heat lamps? Okay. Are they out there summertime or just, are those removable or?
No, they're not.
Okay. Okay, let's go back to the previous photographs. No, those weren't there before.
Okay. Any questions? Yes, Diana.
I guess, okay, so the signage, the awnings, the light fixtures were not approved. That doesn't mean they couldn't be approvable, obviously, but they weren't approved according to them. And also the doors, as opposed to the transoms which remain. The doors, you showed a lot of examples, many things, but not any doors actually like this. You want to just speak to the appropriateness of the doors?
Well, in other words, if we would take a look at some of the other doors here, this is directly next door.
Right.
This is next door to that.
Right.
And then that deli is next door to that. And that is next door also. You have this space, then this space, then this space, and then the deli. Now, certainly none of those doors match each other, right?
Correct. But normally there's either more glass or there's a sort of just a border, I can't think what I want to call it. Bulkhead, thank you. It's either, usually it's a bulkhead or it's full glass. The question is there something?
Well, this is quite a tall bulkhead here. It's not quite as tall as ours.
No.
But these are just doors, it's not really bulkhead, they're just doors that have a solid panel.
Mr.
Okay.
Turner, do you know if
Let's-
those are legal storefronts? Do you know if those are legal storefronts that you're using as examples?
Well, I don't know what's been filed and what hasn't been filed, but we have 2 blocks worth of storefronts that, and none of them, to me, look like they comply with any landmark, you know. And some of them are brand new, so unless everybody on that block has a violation, and they may well have violations.
Right.
So the
Well, I
storefronts,
think, right, but do we know, Caroline, do we know whether the examples they've shown us are legal conditions or not?
Some of the, I did check some of the
Okay.
storefronts, and they were approved, but
Okay.
not all of them. So that's something that enforcement would still have to
All right.
look into.
All right, great, thank you.
So let's just go to, unless someone else has a question.
All right, any other questions for now? Okay, we have one speaker, Hallie Ramos.
Hi, I'm Haley Ramos from Landmark West. Our Certificate of Appropriateness Committee opposes legalization because it undercuts the legitimacy of the certificate appropriateness requirement and rewards applicants who willfully refuse to follow the rules. In the case of 513 Columbus Avenue, the applicant's unpermitted and illegal modifications disrupt what was once an approved pair of 3-bay wood storefront infills. Prior to the unpermitted modifications, each bay exhibited a pair of doors in conversation with their respected transoms, punctuated by wood-framed pilasters. The bespoke scale of each inner bay window was further articulated through an individual retractable awning. However, as a result of the applicant's illegal action, this is no longer the case. It is difficult to imagine that the illegal modification before the commission was designed. At best, it bears the hallmarks of contractor will. Even the full bay awnings are simplified to once thoughtful storefront. Now each awning belies the elements behind it, serving as a mask rather than an accessory. On a note of redemption, our committee did find that the gooseneck lights to be appropriate. However, even those lights were not included in the original approved plans. The commission has the opportunity to correct the damage, and the committee recommends that the commission order the applicant to return the storefront to the design approved by the commission. Thank you for your time.
Are there any more speakers on this item? Yes, please come forward.
Good afternoon. Try that again. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Mark Diller. I'm a member of Community Board 7 and of its Preservation Committee. I'm testifying on my own behalf just because Jay's not here and I'm not sure why. We did oppose this, and the reason is much the same reason that we're hearing today. It has to do with the proportions of the doors. The panels below, the wood panels below on the doors, evoke a country or rural setting that is completely inconsistent with the character here. The proportions of the doors that were originally there and the ones that were approved, along with their divided light, are much more appropriate to this block and to this historic district. And so for that reason, we recommended disapproval of the doors. We did find that the awnings were acceptable. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. Any other? Yes.
Maybe if we could just, Mr. Turner, could you go through just the storefronts in this building? There are no violations currently on this building, so if that's a help to sort of describe which is which.
Okay, so this is from this point on is that building, and these are the storefronts that are in the building here.
So it's just Kata?
And right here are the storefronts that are in the building.
Soup Stop.
And Soup Stop?
Soup Stop, and what used to be a burger place
Jackson
here.
Hole.
Jackson Hole here, with these doors here. So this is what's in this building here. And then these other buildings here, which are right next door, have this storefront, and this storefront.
Okay, so just for clarity, the ones that are in the building that we're speaking of are not in violation. I don't think staff can speak to these in the adjacent building.
Right, but Columbus Avenue has quite a variety of storefronts.
It does indeed.
I think we've seen several different types.
Yeah.
Can I just ask you about, there were French doors and the glazing was going all the way to the ground, and you put in these new doors. Is there a reason why they were swapped? Is it anything to do with the internal layout?
I wasn't involved with these.
Right, but does this...
They just did it.
Okay, but does it relate to the internal layout of the restaurant?
Well, yeah, in other words, it's a European concept, and he thought that the gentleman who did the work thought that this evoke more of an enclosure, like a European restaurant.
Okay, but it's not, because sometimes we've seen cases where, I don't know, the furniture's up against the wall, but that's not the case here. It's just...
Well, they have a community table that runs all the way along here, and they may have a few tables up against the wall. But,
Well, they're-
no,
right, they-
no, they're just a community table that runs down. Let's take a look at the plans for a second.
This is killing me.
Right here, there's a community table. Right here.
Okay, that's just a normal table, right? It's not a higher table or anything. It's not a bar table. Okay.
Well, there's a bar here.
Yeah, understood. Okay, all right, thank you. Do we have other questions? Okay, we can close the hearing. Comments?
Yeah, I think it's quite unfortunate. I mean, I think you have a building that has all French door storefronts right now, and there was an argument from that to keep this as French doors the way it was. I think that this cutting at the knees of the French doors leaves you with what basically looks like a kind of jury-rigged casement over a hardware store panel that if that evokes Europe, I think it might be time to go back and check Europe. I think that it's not my recollection of any Europe that I would aspire to in selling seats on Columbus Avenue, but I don't know. I think the norm for storefronts is either a big window with a bulkhead underneath it, a low wall, or French doors. This is kind of neither. And so, apart from the craft, apart from the fact that it's rather erratic in appearance, apart from the poor materials, I think it just doesn't even, it's not in the ballpark for what a typical storefront is.
I agree too. So I think that the doors, they should go back to what was previously approved, because that's, in fact, the rest of the materials all there, they'll just have to swap out their doors. And I think there wasn't really much of a sort of a compelling reason. It's true that when we look at these storefronts on Columbus Avenue, they may vary, but it is about transparency and having a bulkhead, which is what you typically see historically. And sometimes we've allowed it to be even lower than that. But I think this is somewhat unusual, and the stuff doesn't read as a storefront anymore. So, yes?
I'm okay with the lights, but I think the conduit needs to get painted out so it disappears.
Okay. All right, so move to decision. Was it Addie, is it you? Oh, Diana?
Yeah, and the signage is okay.
Oh, the signage
doesn't look too...
And the awnings also, I think, are...
Okay, so we're going to ask them to restore the doors or as
previously
approved. Okay. Okay, in the matter of a certificate of appropriateness, Borough of Manhattan, 530, no, I haven't got that. It says 513 Columbus Avenue. Upper West Side, Central Park West Historic District. The application is to legalize the replacement of storefront infill and the installation of awnings, signage, and light fixtures without Landmarks Preservation Commission permits. I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Upper West Side Central Park West Historic District. I also note that the designation report states that most storefronts on Columbus Avenue have been altered, that the significant architectural components, including heavy lintels or architraves, supported on cast iron or masonry piers or pilasters, which divide the ground floor into modules, often remain intact, and that storefronts along Columbus Avenue display a wide variety of materials, openings, sizes, and design. I recommend approval with modifications, finding that the configuration of the existing, that the replacement of the doors did not eliminate any significant architectural fabric. Thank you. I was going to say, I was about to tread on. Okay. That the installation of the awning, signage, and menu box did not cause the loss of, damage to, or hide or obscure any significant feature. That the size, number, and location of light fixtures installed below the multi-light transoms within the storefront infill call undue attention to their presence so that the conduits for the light fixtures above the sign panels need to be covered. Or painted to match the, or rather painted to match the painted masonry surrounds. Yeah, I'm not going to do any more.
Caroline, are you putting something together? Yeah. Okay, Diana, if you can wait 1 minute, they'll put in. Thank you.
However, that the doors do not, which were installed, do not reflect the configuration of the transoms above, and that the height of the bulkheads obscures transparency of the storefront. Therefore, I recommend that the multi-light glass and wood doors be reinstalled as previously approved.
Second, all in favor? Any opposed? This application's approved.
Okay, Commissioners, I'm going to invert the order of the last two. So we're going to go to item 22. It's an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, docket number 185653. This is 110 East 78th Street, located within the Upper East Side Historic District. It's a neo-Gothic-style row house designed by R.W. Buckley and built in 1879 through 80. The application is to modify the areaway and alter the base of the building.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Derek Danner, Preservation Department staff. This property is located in the Upper East Side Historic District, located on the south side of East 78th Street between Park Avenue and Lexington Avenue. The applicants are proposing to modify the entrance and openings at the base of the building and enlarge the areaway. The applicants are here to present this application. Thank you.
Which one is this one?
Right now,
There's a letter of support from the neighbor. Which one? This one? Okay. No, it's the last.
Hi, I'm Lily Rutherford, and it's my partner Bruce Kinlan from Kinlan Rutherford Architects. Thank you to the Commission, and also thank you so much to Derek, who's been working on this project. The proposal for this project is a neo-Gothic townhouse on East 78th Street and the existing facade. There's a cornice piece above the doors. This slide shows just all of the buildings along both sides of 78th Street, and this one is our client's building. And these are also some existing photographs which show the conditions both with the cornice above the doors and the existing two doors at the street. Originally, this was a single-family house, and it was divided into a single-family residence above with a doctor's office below. So there are currently 2 entrances and 2 separate areaways going down. And our clients are restoring the building to a single-family house entirely. And so the proposal for the project is to create one more primary entrance for the building in the center, keeping the secondary door, but having it be more of a secondary door. The proposal is to take this existing, it's a cementitious limestone cornice piece. In the exact same profile, we'll be recreating that, but doing a minor protrusion above the door to create a pendant here. And we're also proposing to widen the front door by 6 inches and to add a casing, much like the casings on the rest of the building, that's in a neo-Grec profile, and taking that and replicating it on either side of the door to match the existing profiles. The other parts of the proposal are to expand the areaway so that instead of having these 2 separate sunken areas, there's one sunken area, which you can see here with the larger railing. And I'll go ahead. This is showing the detail above the door. This is showing the door itself, where they're proposing to remove the grates on the doors as well as on the window. And then this is the slide showing the areaway change. The existing areaway are 2 separate sunken areas, proposing to make one larger piece with a staircase in the middle, bluestone pavers, and the side walls of the areaway are proposed to be the same material as the facade. This is a rendering which shows on the left, the existing building is here on the right edge, and this railing here is the existing setback double areaway. And this proposed rendering shows a railing in the same design as the original railing, but running continuously with one staircase in between. And finally, this is a rendering showing the front of the building with the change to the pediment above the door, or adding this sort of pediment above the door, maintaining the light fixtures on either side, and then doing this new railing. And this is showing that areaway again.
Okay. Are there any questions? Any questions? Yes, Fred.
It's not directly relevant to your proposal, but I'm always interested to find townhouses that never had a stoop. The historic photo, which is only 1940, doesn't show a stoop, but do you know if this did have a stoop?
It's our understanding that it did have a stoop.
So the interior layout is such
and
that...
so you can actually see that on the inside of the wall.
Yeah, I would have suspected.
But the building was stripped of all of the brownstone material. It's in the landmarks designation report, it says that in 1927, the stoop was removed, all of the brownstone was removed, and this new facade, which is a cementitious material, was put on before the 1940s.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes.
So that secondary cornice at the street level is cast stone now, or
Yes,
is
cast
limestone?
stone. No, the current is cast stone, and the proposed is also cast stone.
Okay, we have one speaker, Elizabeth Fagan.
Good afternoon, Elizabeth Fagan, Friends of the Upper East Side Historic Districts. The proposed alterations to the base and areaway are modest and do not detract from the simple yet elegant row house. The new pediment and banding detail around the center door, as well as the slight widening of the opening, will serve to distinguish the store as the main entry. While the expansion of areaways and new fences are often problematic, because this areaway will not extend past its neighbor and the height of the fence will remain the same as the existing handrail, we find this part of the application to be appropriate. Overall, Friends supports this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers on this item? All right, no other speakers. Community Board 8 recommends approval. Any more questions for the applicant? Okay, we can close the hearing. I think this is good. Are there any concerns?
Subtle, but very nice.
Yes, exactly. Okay, Kim?
In the matter of 110 East 78th Street, Upper East Side Historic District, a neo-Grec style row house designed by R.H. Buckley and built in 1879 to 80. Application is to modify the areaway and alter the base of the building. I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the historic district. I recommend approval, finding that the East 78th Street facade has a history of alterations featuring cast stone elements and off-white tinted stucco, and therefore minor alterations at the base of the building will be in keeping with this significant layer of the building and the historic district development. That the removal of masonry, door, and window infill at the basement entrance and the installation of glass and wood windows and doors will be evocative of the original infill and in keeping with other alterations of this type of building at buildings in this row. That the proposed materials and composition of the cast stone entrance, surround, and cornice will recall the facade treatment of row houses that were redesigned in the early 20th century in this historic district. That the enlargement of the airway and height and placement and painted finish of the areaway railings are in keeping with the buildings of this age and style in the Upper East Side Historic District, and that the proposed alterations to the front facade will enhance the special historic and architectural character of the building and the historic district.
A second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? This application is approved.
Okay, Commissioner. The last item on the agenda is an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, docket number 191642. This is 44 West 95th Street, located within the Upper West Side, Central Park West Historic District. It's a Renaissance Revival-style row house designed by James S. Post and built in 1886-87. The application is to construct rooftop and rear yard additions.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Catherine Redd, Preservation Department staff. The proposal is for change of rooftop and rear additions at 44 West 95th Street at the northwest portion of the Upper West Side Historic District. This view of the property is from the northwest looking down toward the park. Here is the property. The architect, Eric Safian, is here to describe the proposal.
Thank you, Catherine. Thank you, Commissioners and OPC staff. We're proposing a three-story plus basement horizontal enlargement, as well as a fourth-story vertical enlargement of 44 West 95th Street. I'm just going to start with a little context and existing conditions of the block, and then do a little block analysis and go over to the proposed massing and design. This is West 95th Street, where it's predominantly three-story plus basement row houses. And then we are abutted by a 9-story building at 46 West 95th Street on our right. And there's just a sort of a zoom in of that condition. To give a little history of our particular row house, we're part of 3 row houses that were designed at the same time in the late 1880s. And 44 is actually a twin of 40, and then the row house in the middle is the sort of exception, but was designed at the same time as sort of a trio. What happened in in the 40s, sorry, in the late 50s, was that the two facades on the left were basically completely stripped away and turned into a condominium building, with the street being removed as well. Here's some additional photos showing the 1940s and 80s tax photo conditions, as well as the photo time of designation. And we're really working with Landmark's staff to sort of recreate and restore the original conditions. Even the 40s show that some of the front facade seems to have been originally painted, and we're actually doing some investigation and proposing to restore some of these conditions and re-brownstone the base and restore the cornice. This is a existing condition of the rear. The building on our left is 46, which actually in the 20s replaced 3 existing row houses and came back much deeper in the lot to about 80 feet deep in what's predominantly a 55 and 65 foot deep interior court. This is showing the 2 adjacent buildings, which were sort of stripped of their front facade, and this is our existing conditions in the rear. Sort of a block analysis depicting a lot of the existing partial width and full width enlargements on that block. There are multiple precedents where there's full width enlargement. There are plenty of partial width enlargements, and there's also an existing addition adjacent to our house that's also a 4th story enlargement that we're actually matching at the front, and we're proposing to extend that. I'll get into the massing in the next slide. Here's some sort of areas we wanted to focus on within the block, and basically we like to present our case that we would like to extend horizontally the entire 3-story plus basement horizontal enlargement, citing that the building next door is a 9-story that comes back 80 feet, approximately 80 feet, which you can see here. There's their wall doesn't actually abut our wall. There's a condition you can see here where there's an overlap at the first 15 feet approximately, and then there's about 40 feet where of an existing condition where the windows are facing an existing 8.5 foot side court, and then we're proposing a 10-foot horizontal enlargement across those 4 stories. This is the adjacent 4th story enlargement to the left of us, which we're matching in height as well as in setback. And these are other precedents along 94th Street that establish an existing, rather than 3-story plus basement, they establish an existing 4-story plus basement condition where the rear wall is also taller, and one of these also has a full width 3-story plus basement extension as well, which is what we're proposing. So basically the interior donut, where sort of the last stop on the train before it really starts to bump back significantly. And along with these other precedents, we're arguing that that's appropriate for this enlargement. This is sort of a massing where the yellow is the proposed, along with the fourth story on top. It's the existing penthouse, and then these are some of the other conditions highlighted that are either full or partial with extensions, or 4-story plus basement rear walls. So we're in an R7A district where the FAR is 3.44. We're not proposing to max it out. We're going at about 3.04 FAR, and there's basically the representation of the proposed enlargement. Here's the view in section. One of our comments with the building department was that we originally had proposed a flat roof, and which had required a bulkhead, so we modified that vertical enlargement to have the minimum slope of 20 degrees. Therefore, we'll explain the shape of why it's a sloped roof rather than flat. There's photos of the mock-up. There's basically there's zero visibility as far as seeing it above the cornice. There's a slight point where it's visible, and that's because of the nature of the sort of stripped facade and the difference between our cornice and the facade. There's a little gap. So for an instance, there's a little corner that is seen, but actually as far as it being seen above our cornice line from any point within the street, there's zero visibility. This is our proposed restoration of the front, which we're kind of working the final details out with staff right now. And then this is our proposal for the rear facade. We've really tried to create an appropriate but more modern feeling, which reflects the interior layout as well. But at the same time, we're using brick and we're creating shadow lines and variations within the facade for it to kind of remain appropriate within the historic district. Here's some front and rear sort of proposed renders, just to show that in context of the adjacent buildings.
Okay. Are there any questions? Any questions? All right. We have a lot of speakers here today, so we'll take testimony. Sean Fitzpatrick from Councilmember Helen Rosenthal's office.
Hi there, I'm Sean Fitzpatrick from Councilmember Helen Rosenthal's office, reading testimony into the record on her behalf. So I support Community Board 7's unanimous resolution recommending disapproval of the proposed rear yard and rooftop additions at 44 West 95th Street in the interests of historic character and quality of life. As the Community Board reasoned in its well-considered resolution, the proposed additions' height and bulk, visibility from the street, and substantial impact on the light and air of neighboring buildings make it inappropriate in the context of 95th Street and the Upper West Side Central Park West Historic District as a whole. My office has heard from many residents of the block, both immediate neighbors and others, who express these same concerns. I do not typically weigh in on applications like these, recognizing that the landmarks process is best left in the hands of experts, but I believe that a compelling case has been made by the Community Board and by residents of the block that this application goes beyond the typical scope of such a proposal. As their representative, I write to amplify their voices. I urge the Landmark Preservation Commission to disapprove the developer's proposal as it is presently designed. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Basha Gerhardt from Manhattan Borough President Gail Brew's office.
Good afternoon. I'm Basha Gerhardt's Deputy Director of Land Use here on behalf of Manhattan Borough President Gail Brewer. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today in regard to this application for a certificate of appropriateness. This application requests approval for the construction of rooftop and rear additions to an existing Renaissance Revival style row house. It is my understanding that Manhattan Community Board 7 voted to oppose this project as currently designed. I too find this project problematic and am opposed. CB7 issued a resolution dated November 1st, 2016, stating their support for the facade work and opposition to the roof and rear yard enlargements. I share the board's concerns about the proposed additions. Primarily, I am concerned that the scale of the proposed enlargement for this row house will overwhelm its existing scale and that of its adjacent row houses. While I am not opposed wholesale to alterations where they are reasonable and in keeping with the character of the district, I do not yet believe the additions as designed meet that standard. I urge the LPC to work with the applicant for this property to revise the proposal to reflect and respond to the concerns of CB7 and encourage the applicant to return to the board with a revised proposal that does such. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mark Diller.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Mark Diller, member of Community Board 7 and of its Preservation Committee. I believe you already have our resolution, and certainly it's great to have our elected representatives echo our concerns. So I will just amplify a few points rather than go through. I think the first point to note is that while the resolution makes some attempt to parse out the particular concerns, this is an interesting and unusual situation where a disapproval was still a little bit turned around at full board, in that our full board resolution actually calls for an outright disapproval. We were trying, as we do, to give guidance about that which we find objectionable within this application, having to do, for example, with the depth of the intrusion into the rear yard and the fact that it's full height, so that it obscures any opportunity to compare fabric with the adjacent fabric and so forth. And with respect to the scale of the rooftop addition. But at the end, the will of the board, as reflected in our resolution, is that it's just simply too much on top of this row house. And I'm looking at the chair, and perhaps we have the wrong resolution before you. Is that?
Oh, I was just wondering, I've got a community board that's in November 1st.
Yes.
Okay, so it's the right one.
I hope so. If there's a problem with revisions, I will make sure that the office gets you the correct one. I apologize if there was some snafu there. But at the end of the day, the will of the board was that this was just too much. That one of the reasons we believe that townhouse additions are referred to the community board when they include both a rooftop addition and a rear yard addition is to try to maintain some sense of balance and scale. And as the council member and the borough president have joined us in viewing, there's just too much going on in this poor little townhouse. And so while the specifics of it could be parsed until the cows come home, at the end of the day, there's just too much going on. And so we urge you to reject this application and send it back for a much more sane, scaled proposal. And I thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Barbara Zay.
Barbara Zay of the Historic Districts Council. As always with applications for rear yard additions, HDC asks that the height be brought down in order to retain a record of the rear facade's original plane and fenestration. This would also necessitate setting back the rooftop addition in order to reduce its impact from the rear. Our committee was unsure of the visibility of the proposed rooftop addition from the front due to the limited amount of visibility studies included in the packet, so asks the Commission to be vigilant in this regard as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Haley Ramos. Haley Ramos, sorry.
I'm Haley Ramos for Landmark West. Our Certificate of Appropriateness Committee has many concerns with the proposal for 44 West 95th Street. The committee's analysis begins with the fact that the building to which the applicant seeks to make the extensive modifications to is a landmark within the district. As a result, the proposed modification must be viewed not only in the context of the single structure, but the district as a whole. In the committee's opinion, the applicant has failed to consider the impact of the proposal on the sense of place that exists in the collection of buildings within the district. Our committee found the alleged facade restoration to be nothing more than a cosmetic repair. While reopening the now obscured transom is a change to be welcome, the planned insertion of a single pane of glass is an inappropriate replacement for the original leaded art panel. It is the committee's opinion that the leaded art panel should be installed in the open transom. Further, the texture below the cornice that was part of the original design of the facade should again be uncovered in keeping with the original design intent. Our committee determined that the street front of the rooftop addition to be inappropriate in material and setting. It clears sight lines and is finished in a material sympathetic to the building, yet contrasting in color. However, the bulk of this addition reaches too far south at the back, encroaching on the existing parapet, and is thus inappropriate. It is the committee's opinion that the adjacent rooftop addition at number 40 provide an appropriate benchmark for the southern limit of the proposed addition. The committee finds that the proposed rear yard addition is simply too large given the scale of the landmark. Situated at one end of the virtually intact rear yard donut, this sizable encroachment into the yard will interfere with open garden quality of the oasis. It will have an adverse impact upon the adjacent Carrara and Hastings landmark at 46 West 95th Street. Examination of the donut diagram shows the predominance of 1- and 2-story extensions, all which predate the district designation of 26 years. Furthermore, full-width extensions do not typically rise the full height of the existing structure to interrupt their upper floors and the original masonry openings. All things considered, the committee recommends that a basement and 1-story extension is the appropriate solution. Lastly, the committee finds that the proposed porches encroach on the 30-foot setback required by the zoning code. As a result, the porches not only add to the disruption of the donut and impact the adjacent landmark, but they also violate the zoning code. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. The next speaker is Umberto Dindo.
Thank you. This is an abbreviated version of an illustrated letter that I sent to Chair Srinivasan. The matter at issue is strikingly similar to that of another brownstone on the block at 21 West 95th Street that was before this commission recently requesting a rear yard extension. It did not get built. Primarily, the extension left blocked direct sunlight from shining on a stained glass window on the ground floor of a neighboring building. The proposal before you for 44 West 95 does even worse. It prevents sunlight, view of the gardens, and reduces air circulation in the living rooms of 14% of the apartments next door. It's convenient that none of this is shown next to this elephant on this brown elephant there. Some of these apartments, designed in 1923 by Carrere and Hastings, will not even be allowed a view of the sky anymore. The proposal virtually plunges these apartments retroactively into the dark ages of old law tenements with a severe effect on the occupants' health, welfare, and enjoyment of the gardens in a landmark district. A member of the Community Board 7 called this situation egregious. It will particularly affect my daughter, who due to her physical handicap is much of her time restricted to staying inside the apartment. When Carrere and Hastings designed 46 West 95th Street, it was intended for modest income families. Tuberculosis was rampant in old law tenements. In their wisdom, the architects provided an alleyway and aligning their apartment windows with the footprint of the neighboring building, which is 44, in such a way as to provide the very sun, air, and space that would now be blocked. The sad irony of today deserves mention. It should be incumbent in the Landmarks District that the health and well-being of its residents not be destroyed by the needless and excessive extensions by a neighbor, apparently with speculative intentions. Surely the quality of their lives and environments is as important or more so than the stained glass window. I urge you not to support this application. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ian Mackler.
Good afternoon. My name is Ian Mackler. 46 West 95th Street and its residents are under a two-pronged attack by the F.W.I.L plan. We urge you to consider the impact of what amounts to a threat to literally wall in the rear eastern-facing windows of our building. The endangered D-line windows are a cultural and historical feature of our architecture. We further urge this commission to consider the developer's apparent indifference to the health of rear residents of our home. Should this air and light seizing plan be approved, the homes of these residents will become darkened and claustrophobic. Carrere and Hastings, architects of the New York Public Library, subsequently designed 46 West 95th Street in 1923. Historical shifts that transpired in the city during the late 19th and early 20th centuries touched the field of architecture, directly affecting the design of our structure. Rear exterior windows were not code required under old tenement law. Tuberculosis windows, interior windows as they became known, allowed for scant light or air. Disease reigned, developers profited, untold numbers of tenements perished. The new tenement law led to a dramatic change. Foremost among them were sunlit and ventilation-giving exterior windows. Their placement became the rule. The rear eastern-facing windows designed by our buildings have remained an historical architectural imperative. Generations of our D-line neighbors have been the recipients of life-sustaining features. One such resident, a delightful young lady, wheelchair-bound and for a good part of the day homebound, has lived a far more tolerable existence owing to these light and air-giving windows historically in her living room. Should this draconian plan be approved, darkness will return. Rules of this commission, Title 63, define in part a significant architectural feature to mean an exterior architectural component of a building that contributes to its special history, culture, and character. Surely, Carrere and Hastings' window placement gives import to the term, significant architectural feature. Deference to history must be paid. Robert Frost, I must finish with Robert Frost, ladies and gentlemen of this commission. Robert Frost, were he in attendance today, might suggest that we recite Mending Wall and pay homage to the poem's most sage passage. Before I built a wall, I'd ask to know what I was walling in and what I was walling out and to whom I gave offense. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen of this commission. Have a nice day.
The next speaker is Francesca Dindo. No, is she here?
Yes, she's here.
Hello, I'm Francesca Dindo, a resident of 46 West 95th Street. The proposed renovations, and specifically the backyard extension of number 44 West 95th Street, whose 3-floor plus penthouse addition in the backyard would essentially block all light and sufficient air from my living room windows on the 4th floor of 46 West 95th Street. I am developing claustrophobia and hyperventilating just thinking about this. The mere thought of being hermetically sealed in, unthinkable, horrific. The amount of sleep my mother and I have lost over this is incalculable. Even a Community Board 7 member called these proposed renovations egregious. My neighbors at 46 West 95th Street, as well as the residents of West 95th Street as a whole, are up in arms over this because anything less than a complete rejection would be disastrous to me, as well as my neighbors below me, as they would be plunged into total darkness, including an older woman who is now homebound, as well as cause other potentially harmful and devastating consequences. Strike put this down.
Thank you. The next speaker is Sheila Gordon.
Hello, I'm Sheila Gordon. I own and live in 23 West 95th Street on the other side of the street. I'm here representing the Friends of West 95th Street, which is an owners association of brownstones on the block. We work as owners and we work with other residents on the block, such as the people in number 46. I've known Francesca since she was a baby. To make this block a continuing beautiful block. We are trying to nurture the culture that is inspired by the historic landmark district arrangements so that we continue to make this block even more beautiful and even more historic than it ever was. Quick history of the block and that kind of impulse is that back in the 60s when things were changing, one of the owners of several brownstones refused to sell his brownstones unless an owner would occupy it. As a result, this block has more, or certainly one of the most number of original stoops of any brownstone block in the city. That's because people moved in and made that decision to sustain the historic characteristics of the block. Those of us who bought our houses thereafter tried to beautify the block, tried to keep up the historic character, nurtured the trees, which now create a beautiful canopy over the street. And very soon, thanks to the effort of the energetic people on the block, we will have historic street lamps, replicas of the original gas lamps back on the street. I want you to visualize that. Now, another reason that people are drawn to living in these brownstones and living together are the beautiful donut holes or gardens in the back. They're a special part of what makes these buildings historic, a special part of why people want to live in them. I can personally testify that when people violate the spirit of the landmark rule, as they have facing the garden in my house, a building on 96th Street, where the incursion is garish, ugly, and frankly degrades the principles that you have tried to set up. So we are together ask you please to work with us, people who care about sustaining and nurturing the landmark principle, to help keep the block the very special and beautiful place it is, to preserve the donut holes and all that they mean about what the historic characteristics of a brownstone neighborhood are. Thank you very much. Thank you for all the work that you do for all of us as citizens of the city.
Thank you. The next speaker is Kathy Dindo.
Yes, dear Commission. I'm sorry. I am Francesca's mother, and as her father already testified, I agree with all of that, what has been said so far, and I just want to add part of my letter to the Commission that the CB7's Preservation Committee has also called the proposed extension excessive for such a small brownstone and out of context. It is even more unnecessary if the building is supposed to be a single-family home, as the applicant stated. However, the impersonal design that includes 2 laundry rooms on different levels brings into question the owner's true intent. No rear yard extension have been built in this block, at least since creation of the Upper West Side Central Park Historic District 12. 12 West 95th, a single-family brownstone is currently being renovated without any extension. And yes, it is a nightmare for my daughter and me, just the thought of it. And even this morning, when it was dreary and rainy, at least I had the trees when I looked out of the living room, even though it was kind of dark. And I urge you from the bottom of my heart to oppose the landmarks application of 44 95th Street. that threatens our fragile environment and our lives. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Oren Kotula.
My name is Oren Kotula, and I live at 46 West 95th Street. Thank you, Commissioners, for your time today and for your public service in preserving the architectural history of our city. There's been a huge swell of opposition from our neighbors to the expansions of 44 West 95th. In a very brief time, almost 100 of us have signed on to the following petition. We, the undersigned residents of West 95th and 94th Street block, request the Landmarks Preservation Commission to deny certification for a project that Community Board 7 members call egregious. In their opinion, the plan is egregious because it plunges retroactively adjacent apartments in a 1923 Career and Hastings building at 46 West 95th into the dark ages of old law tenements. The project deprives living rooms and bedrooms, as you've heard before, of any sunlight and garden views other than a building just 8 feet in front of them. We oppose the renovations for the following reasons. The proposed plan would block sunlight and air as acknowledged by CB7. The living rooms and bedrooms of those apartments would face a wall just 8 feet in front of them. The Preservation Committee of CB7 called the extension excessive and not in keeping with the surrounding environment and context. The proposed rear yard extension will endanger the viability of an ancient scarlet oak tree and almost certainly will destroy it. A loss of any backyard tree impacts the willows and others and the wildlife that is in the donut hole. We suffered, you may remember the windstorm that occurred in 2009 when we lost a lot of trees. The proposed renovations will encroach on the donut holes, which are a special and treasured feature of all that makes these neighborhoods appropriate to be landmarked. These green spaces are under constant assault. The application before CB7 Preservation Committee spoke of 44 as a single-family house, but the plans don't reflect an individual's owner's designs. As you've heard, the plans list 2 laundry rooms, and incidentally, I'm adding this to the petition, apparently 8 bedrooms, which seems like a lot for one family. The new owner of 44 already owns at least 2 other buildings in the historic West Side District, and they are multiple unit buildings. The plan for central air conditioning will entail a powerful generator. Many of us recall living with the noise from Food City air conditioning generator in the past. We hope that the Commission, with responsibility for and influence over our shared future, will deny the certification. Landmark districts are more than mere street appearances or locations for film crews. They are, in their totality, a living fabric enjoyed by residents in front and in back. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Robert Barrett, or Barnett? Barrett.
Barnett, yes.
Barnett, okay.
I'm Robert Barnett. I'm the president of the board of 46 West, 95th Street. I've lived there for 20 years. And the entire board is in unison in protesting and requesting that you deny this application. You've heard many arguments. We have signed on to the petition, and which was just read to you. We've also submitted comments from our architect who has restored the front and the lobby of our building, and most recently the back of the building. One thing about the tree is a beautiful tree. It's on the corner of 44, and the roots of it go onto our property. The roots actually go horizontally. And when we restored the wall in a very expensive and important restoration in our backyard, we brought in an arborist because, and we decided not to cut the root that was actually destroying our wall and spent extra money to design around it with our engineer because it's such an important part of the neighborhood. We support all of the arguments that were here, including the importance of this career at Hastings building, which was designed with windows in the rear that overlook the donut. And this is a massive imposition of the perspective of that important historic nature of this block. There are other there are other things that we've presented that specifically there is very little historical precedent for a full width, and the height is excessive, and the height and the extension of the rooftop is excessive, but altogether, this is a very dangerous impact. Will have a very negative impact on our entire building and block, and we argue that you should reject it in its entirety. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Emily Schneider. And after that will be Judith McGrath.
Good afternoon. My name is Emily Schneider, and I live in apartment 1D, the ground floor, at 46 West 95th Street. My apartment's living room windows face east. The view from my living room faces the gardens of 44 and 42 West 95th Street, and the trees in the yards of these and other yards. In the morning, the sun shines in to my living room until about noon. I'm retired because I'm the older woman Francesca referred to, and unfortunately suffer from a number of physical disabilities which prevent me from walking easily when I do go out, which I rarely do these days. I walk about a quarter of a block, the short city blocks, not the long ones, and have to stop because of shortness of breath and fatigue, as well as pain in my legs. One of the greatest pleasures of my day consists of sitting in my living room in the morning, reading the newspaper, and having my breakfast. As the seasons change, the view of the leaves changing colors, the fresh air from the open windows of spring and fall enhances this pleasure. To be without the sun and fresh air and the view of trees, grass, and flowers, and face a blank wall is a dreary and depressing thought for me to contemplate. I would hope that aside from giving attention to the history of this building and some of the more technical issues relevant to the final decision of landmark, as well as to the disturbance of noise and dust if these structures are approved, attention will be paid to the human value being ignored in the event of approval of this project. I'd like to take the remaining minute of my time, I timed this, and I'd like all of you to take 1 minute of my allocated time here and maybe close your eyes enough to really contemplate, for those of you who have sunny apartments, how you would feel if that sunshine went away. If you don't have such homes, think about how often you've wished that you did, and maybe even considered moving if you could only find a sunny place to move to. Well,
I'm sorry,
good luck.
your time is up, so if you could
Okay.
conclude.
Good luck with that, if you can afford to find one.
The next speaker is Judith McGrath.
Good afternoon. My name is Judith McGrath. I too live at 46 West 95th. And basically, I've been there for 51 years. The proposed two-story extension, or three, or four, on the back of 44 West 95th is going to block fresh air, sunlight, and any view at all for the people on that lower floors of our building. There are people living in several of these apartments who you have met who are severely restricted physically. The quality of life will be very much diminished if this addition is permitted as proposed by the architects of 44 West 95th. Thank you very much for your careful consideration of this matter. It's very important to us.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jerry Orko. And after that, Ivan Bedouet.
My name is Jerry Arco. I'm a resident at 46 West 95th Street. I have lived there for 30 years. I have lived on a block that I have seen prosper and grow in the last 30 years. For those of you who have never visited that block, I really recommend that you do so. It's really quite beautiful. I oppose the extension as it will negatively impact the quality of life of residents of 46 West 95th Street. There will be a reduction in the light and air to some apartments, as well as an increase in noise due to HVAC units and a proposed elevator bulkhead. Additionally, the rear facade expansion does not follow the existing proportional relationship of the adjacent buildings. It seems unfair that interests and desires of the new owners of 44 West 95th Street, who have designed this row house as a single-family dwelling, should be valued more than those of the long-term residents of the multi-story building. Isn't it time that as the Upper West Side develops, we put the quality of life issues of multiple families ahead of those of a single family? Please consider these points and the points made by previous speakers to deny any expansion of 44 West 95th Street. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ivan Bedouet.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Yvan Bedouet. I've lived at 46 West 95th for 15 years now, and I'm the treasurer of the co-op. I'm completely opposed to the extension of 44 West 95th. I have to say, I live in the penthouse, and this morning I was looking at the so-called donut, and I was trying to imagine the extension, and I think it would be really out of character. It would really change the shape of the donut. I wanted to say something else also. I think the works are going to create a lot of noise, a lot of dust for our residents, and as Bob mentioned, the worst part is that it's going to probably kill our beautiful oak tree, which we spent a lot of money to save. Last but not least, our residents on the bottom 4 floors, as they mentioned, will lose a lot of light and a lot of air, and that's beautiful. Because my feeling is that the person at 44 West 95th is basically speculating, buying this building to either rent it or not clear what he wants to do, but that's at the expense of our residents. And because my background is in finance, I have the feeling that it's basically, if were you to accept those plans, you would give them some value at the expense of the value of our building. It would be basically a transfer of value. And my last point is that were you to accept this extension, you would basically create a precedent. So if you accept this one, you might as well have to accept in the future a lot of these extensions. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you. The next speaker is Evan Tick.
Thanks for having me, the commission. You've heard many of the arguments, so I'll just kind of sum it up. I've lived actually in the building for 10 years, 46 West 95th, and I've lived in the district for 20 years. The reason I like the Landmark District and the far north end of it is because it's quiet and it's green. I'll summarize what people have said. Really, it seems like there's three dimensions here. From the 6th floor upwards, people are going to be accosted, I'll say, by this penthouse and potentially by the HVAC unit and the noise that it'll create. From the 6th floor down, people will lose light, and especially the 4th, 3rd, 2nd, and 1st floors, and air. And the other dimension is the greenery. I look at the courtyard and I think it's just fantastic living where we do because of that courtyard. And the oak tree, which wasn't shown clearly in the photographs that the architect gave you, the oak tree basically touches the current building, 44. So in order to build 10 feet outwards, you would basically have to lop off half of that tree. We had some arborists came over, as Bob had said, to do some work on our lot, and they gave us their opinion that that tree would not survive if it had to be majorly pruned. So please look at the photographs, maybe some other photographs, to see what our courtyard looks like. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker is Marcia Mayfield.
Good afternoon. Thank you for taking the time to listen to us. I realize it's been a long day, but this is we're very passionate about this, so I really appreciate you taking the time to listen to us. I'm just going to, of course, I agree with all of the opposition and all of the arguments that have been put forward. I submitted a letter that I will read partially here. I won't read the whole thing. But I really want to communicate my strong opposition to these additions. 20 years ago, I joined the community of West 95th Street between Central Park West and Columbus Avenue. My move to this neighborhood and my building of choice was due to the unique historic character of both the area and of my building. The proposed rear and rooftops addition, as you heard, are threats to my neighbors, to my child, and our historic neighborhood on many levels. I live in 5B, so my windows are not going to be blocked, but we're a community, and we support our neighbors. So as you heard, our building was designed by Carrere and Hastings, architects of New York Public Library. It has unique elements of east-facing windows. And I just want to say, it not only does the back addition affect those on the D line, but the rooftop addition affects those on the B line. And on all of those lines, there are seniors. There's also infants and young children, as well as Francesca, who's lived here for over 40 years, et cetera. We have I've lived there for 20 years. Preservation Committee of Community Board called the proposed additions inappropriate to the historic character of the building and of the historic district, and I wholeheartedly agree with that assessment. I also want to say that the proposed additions also threaten the value and integrity of our historic building. In fact, our architect, it's my understanding, has indicated that the proposed elevator shaft could threaten the integrity of our building's foundation. Now, this may not be of concern to you, but I just want to get it on record that what others have said, that the assertions of the owner, Kirill Gelman, and his architect, is my view that he has no intention of living there, and in fact, given the layout and the lack of specificity of the architect's design, it's very likely he will convert it to a multi-unit building, as he owns several other multi-unit buildings on the Upper West Side. Why should an investor's profit motive override the character of a neighborhood and the well-being of its residents? So I truly hope that you see fit to deny the proposed rooftop and rear additions in their entirety. Those of us who reside in this historic district desire above all to maintain its character. We live here because we love and honor the neighborhood and care for the well-being of our neighbors. So thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you. The next speaker is Nydia Leaf.
I'm the last speaker.
Yeah, that's true.
Commissioners, before I go into my presentation, I want to point out that that drawing, that design, does not reveal the windows that are in our building. The little brown number 44 building is up against our building and does not show the many windows that are in contention now. You listen to a lot of testimony that's come out, much of it out of anguish, and to presentations dealing with the Carrera and Hastings building and other historic aspects that are at stake. I'm not an architect, but I do have experience in renovation and working with architects. In 1967, a small group of us saved from demolition 9 buildings on West 93rd Street. Our architects were Edelman and Salzman, and we renovated the buildings and created an open communal backyard 20 by 180 feet. It was similar to what Katharine Hepburn did in the Turtle Bay area on the east side. The co-op we built went on to win the City Club Award for '69, and I had the honor of accepting it for our co-op. I tell you this because the experience is relevant to what you must consider on this very rainy, or it was rainy day. Water is especially critical in our area. There's a high water table due to the old Apthorpe Creek. In the days of New Amsterdam, the creek flowed in this neighborhood until the land was filled. The high water table was the reason why on 93rd Street we decided to make our backyard one long garden for trees, shrubs, and flowers. It kept our basements dry. As if being landmark commissioners is not enough of a demand on you, you must now address the challenges caused by changing climate. The Holocene epoch has ended. That was a time of wholeness with the environment. The 2 lions at the Carrera and Hastings Library, named Patience and Fortitude, are well named. Poet Michael Longley describes a home as a hollow between the waves. This is the testimony you have heard from those of us who have been fortunate to live on a street with a vibrant block association reflected in the integrity of our buildings, our healthy tree canopy, and its songbird aviary. I urge you to deny the certificate for plans which are far from appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers on this item? Yes.
Christabel Goff for the Society for the Architecture of the City. I think I don't have to tell you that many, many features of this proposal have been found unacceptable in other contexts, and you have every justification architecturally to turn it back. And I do hope that that will lead you to have mercy on these people. I have so often seen neighborhoods come in lamenting their losses from development, and sometimes you don't have a reason to deny an application. In this case, I think you do. It's full height. It exceeds any historic extensions in this area, and the rooftop addition is completely oversized. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers on this item? All right. Do you want to respond to?
I would just like to address a few points directly, very briefly. I just wanted to point out and clarify that we're actually not proposing to do any walling in or blocking of windows. There's an existing 8.5-foot wide court, and if I could just fast forward. This condition is along, this is the adjacent building at 46, so 40 feet of that court is already facing that existing condition. We're proposing that 10-foot horizontal enlargement, and then from the existing condition, it's 23 feet, which will be shortened to 13 feet approximately. Also, we received a letter from the co-op board, and we take that very seriously, and we will be coordinating with your architect to address site safety issues and any noise and air and mitigation during construction. We're open to the landscaping as far as taking the advice of the community board as far as installing permeable paving and keeping the tree. We're open to different landscape proposals. And I also wanted to just point out quickly that we're proposing very low noise, small mini split units. There's no power generator. This is absolutely intended to be owner occupied, one family, despite there being 2 laundry rooms in the plans. And there's also no elevator bulkhead. What we've specified an elevator that's without a bulkhead and with a very shallow 8-inch pit. So I just want to address that directly as far as any structural implications for the adjacent building. We're working with our engineers, and we would like to keep coordinating that with you.
Okay, do we have any questions for the applicant? Yes, and then I'm going to ask John to talk about it.
Yeah, just, and if you don't have it now, I don't know if we're going to consider it at this point, but the square footage of your existing building and what you're adding, if you could get that, and the percentage that is.
Sure.
Thank you. Nate, you could,
so the existing, we're proposing to add 1,674 square feet.
Thank you.
To an existing 5,500 square feet. That
Thank
includes the cellar, which we're including in that as a gross rather than a zoning number. And we're basically going to an FAR of 3. We're in an R72 with a maximum FAR of 3.44.
Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other questions? Okay, we can yes, John, you should say on record.
Commissioners, I just want to note that as completely sympathetic and understandable as the public testimony has been regarding the possible impact of this project on light, air, noise, the oak tree, and views, while very moving and sympathetic, those issues are the mandate of other city agencies and are not before you today. As you know, the issue before you is limited to the appropriateness of the proposal on the building and the historic district.
Okay. All right, I think that was helpful to clarify not only to the commission, but also to people who've come here and testified, talking about issues of light and air. Light and air is really controlled by the zoning code and by the building code, and any variation or waiver to the building code or the zoning code would have to go before the agency that regulates them, which is Department of City Planning or the Department of Buildings. So just to clarify that as well. Okay, I think we can move to discussion. So as the commission knows, we've seen a lot of rooftop additions and rear yard additions in the past, and some of the things we've considered in guiding us towards finding or commenting or evaluating the appropriateness of a proposal has to do with the existing context of the donut is one, and then also the amount of additions, both rear yard and rooftop, that how do you evaluate that in the context of the existing building? And I think the third has been about really the visibility of these rooftop and rear yard additions. So, okay, so I'm going to set that stage, and we can hear comments. Yes, sure.
It's hard not to be moved as human beings by the testimony, I'll just say that. And I was going to point out the conundrum before our legal counsel did point out the law. You know, if those windows didn't exist, we probably would be having a different kind of a discussion. So I'm trying to see it almost as if those windows didn't exist, and look at the building as it's being proposed, and think about the long history that I've actually participated in around this table over 8 years of additions to the top of buildings in brownstone districts and to the rear of them, and but maybe staff would know this a lot better than I would, but nonetheless, it seems to me as if we often look at adjacent buildings. We look at the donut, of course, but we also look at adjacent buildings to give us some clues. And the building to the east is a few feet, I don't know what that is, looks like, I'm looking at page L16. It looks like a few feet into the donut in comparison to 1, 2, 3, 4 adjacent brownstones that have an L addition. So they're set back a little, those 4 that are similar are set back a little bit more, but they have an L addition that seems to come out almost as far as the proposed addition with the application we're looking at. So I'm thinking that either well, and first of all, even before we get to there, we often require, almost always require that the top floor of an existing brownstone house or a row house be retained, and that the masonry openings in that be retained. So I think that's kind of a starter. We just do that all the time. So that would suggest lowering by 1 floor. But also, the full width addition is now troubling because it's further out than the neighbor, which is full width building. So either it sets back, in my judgment, to that point, which is more or less where it is now, I think, or perhaps an L addition or something like that is allowed, but not, you can't have it both ways. You can't come out the full amount that the other L's down the row are out and full. So it's either one or the other.
Right, but I see in the same side of that block, there are several that are full width and go out deeper. These ones over here.
But they're much further away, is what I would say.
Right, but I think we look at, I think we look at the donut overall and not just a small section. So I'm thinking about other cases where we've allowed, I think the amount that they've proposed over here is much more than we would normally allow.
Right.
So
well, I'm just getting at that, and let me just continue, because I accept your point, but I think maybe it's more important to look at the nearby additions or L's in the massing. Furthermore, on the top, usually we set back 3, 4, 5 feet from the existing parapet, which would set back the addition, that rooftop addition, more than it is now shown. And it seems to me it does not have to peak up and go at and give a volume space there. It can be 8 feet. We often require low additions, 8, 9 feet. And a flat ceiling would also be a more generous gesture to the neighbor. It does seem, and I'll just have to say it in this extraordinary week, what a sad statement. One person needing such space and then kind of killing the neighbor's situation. It seems not very friendly, but I'll just say that that's on my own. It's not what we judge on.
All right. Other comments? Yes, Michael.
Yeah, I think I more or less agree with Fred. I think that I think for me, I have to draw the line between what we can do as a commission and what the developer owner should do as a neighbor. And I think that the issues raised by much of the testimony was a neighborly conversation about what is proper to do in conjunction with your neighbor with whom you're going to be sharing that donut. I don't think that we as a commission have a mandate to say to make modifications under the guise of landmarks, the landmarks law related to light, air, views, things like that. And I think that the one issue that the many applicants raised about the Carrere and Hastings windows being in and of themselves significant architectural elements is not, again, something that we as a commission have generally viewed. Certainly Carrere and Hastings is a huge name in the city and a very significant architect, but side windows that were not on principal facades, we would not normally consider them to be features that had to be respected, certainly not on an adjacent property. So I think that from that point of view, it's really, I think the developer or owner should consider strongly talking to his neighbors and working something out. But from a landmarks point of view, I think that an addition that was in line, I don't think you have to set it back further than the L's because the block is variegated. If this was a pristine block where it was only L's and they were all in regimented uniformity, I would say that it was more urgent to do so, or more urgent to have it conform to that uniformity. Here, where there is variation on the donut, I think that an extension that was at the same depth as the majority of them would be acceptable, but it should rise no higher than the majority of them, which would be 1 story down. Top floor stays, the roof addition. We often permit roof additions that are up against taller buildings, and so I think that as long as it conforms with our norms, it would be approvable. And I think that the issue of the peaked roof has to do with, would it be better to have a bulkhead and a flat roof, or to have a pitched roof? And I think that although it looks peculiar in axonometric or aerial views, I think that from the street, I think it would be preferable to have the angled thing, but I think that can be studied with staff and determine what's least impactful.
Okay. Other comments? Yes, Kim.
I tend to agree with Michael that we do enlargements like this all the time, and maybe not as big, but it always depends on what is on the block, and there are bigger ones on the block. And opposite it, it's the same size building on the other side on 94th Street. And the building they're up against is much taller, and the building they're next to is about the same size. So I agree that, yes, we usually retain the wall, the original wall in the rear at the top story, and they should cut back maybe at the top of the addition for the fourth. But otherwise, I don't think they're coming out too far. They're coming out as much as we usually let people come out. That's the projection we usually get.
Okay, any other comments? I agree, and it's just, I would say, sad sort of irony that in fact sometimes we've looked at the adjacent building and its own depth as part of the reason that we would allow some flexibility for this, but I think even if you take that out of the equation, I think the lower 3 and 4 story buildings have full lot widths and depths that are similar to this building if it's modified to remove the top floor. And I think that the rooftop addition, I would say that they should set it back so that you could read the existing rear wall. And I think they should work with staff to ensure also its visibility from the street, which I think was somewhat questioned because of the not the graphics, but yeah, the presentation material to ensure that it's in fact not visible or very minimally visible. Okay. Any other comments on?
But did we say that we think that that a leg would be better than the full width?
Well, I think the question isn't which one is better. I think it's whether what
would be more appropriate given the adjacent buildings.
I don't know. I mean, I see full lot width.
Right.
That
but
go
as
out
Fred
to
was
the
saying, they're
step.
considerably down the way. But
It certainly wouldn't help the neighbors.
well, it would help a little bit, but it wouldn't entirely.
Only, no, I mean, the L's are all on.
No, they're not all.
Well,
Some of them
this
are on the
row.
other side.
Well, the row is, look,
Right,
you know,
I just don't
he could
think
offer
that-
it. I mean, there's lots of things he could do. The guy could say, forget about it. My neighbors is this very, they could say, my neighbors are against it. I'm not going to do it at all. He could, and that I'm sure would be applauded by many. But we can't. I don't think we can say, to do it because of appropriateness considerations.
Are we going to vote or are we going to ask them to come back?
I think we can vote on this because if the criteria is very clear, and I think in other cases we have voted on it with these modifications. If there are issues about the design of the building that requires us to look at, and so that is the next thing I wanted to just
I
talk
would say,
about.
though, that the majority of the extensions into the rear yard on this block are L. I mean, the great majority are not full width. And I think it's entirely acceptable for us to propose that this one reduce its width to an L, and for it to be on one side or another, given where, what makes sense here. Again, it still makes for, the people will look out their window to a wall, but it'll just be further away.
Commissioners, we
Or not.
have approved
Right,
many
yeah.
full-width rear yard additions.
No, certainly we have. I'm not saying that we've not approved
Yeah.
full width. I'm just saying that the majority here are not, and so
I think I
we
understand.
approve all kinds of things.
I think also, commissioners, in the context of what's been said and to follow up sort of what John has said about, in the other commissioners, we generally allow full width additions. The contrary is also true, that we generally do not protect and require that Ls be preserved, and we routinely allow Ls to be widened to be full width. So I think we need to keep that in mind as we consider this application.
Usually what we're looking at is really the total bulk, and we're at this point talking about reducing that bulk in a couple of other ways.
Right, and I think in
It's
other
unusual
cases, we
situation
have
'cause
also
it's a
allowed for
nine-story
much
building.
more excavation. I think in this case, there really isn't any significant excavation. Yes? Okay. So, so let me just talk a little bit about the work that they're doing in the front facade. Are there any issues with that scope of work? Okay. All right, so the commissioners, okay, we can move to decision. I understand your concern. The remaining, okay. Who's the person who has to read it? I think Michael, you, yeah. Yes.
So we are not limiting it anyway? Is that what you're saying?
No, we're going
No,
to cut it
we've
down.
made it.
Cut
Reducing
it
the
down,
height.
cut it down, set it back.
And moving the,
The third floor where it was, and we're cutting down the addition.
cutting down the top addition.
Regarding 44 West 95th Street in the Upper West Side, Center Park West Historic District, the application is to construct rooftop and rear additions. I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the historic district. I recommend approve with modifications, finding that the proposed lowering of the building's main roof will not damage or eliminate significant architectural features of the building, including its historic front cornice. That the proposed rooftop and rear additions will not be visible from public thoroughfares. That the masonry materials of the proposed additions will be in keeping with those of the surrounding buildings in this block. That the fenestration pattern and neutral palette of the proposed additions will be in keeping with the fenestration and palette of rooftop and rear additions found traditionally at row houses in the historic district. that the setback design and one-story height of the proposed rooftop addition will be in keeping with corresponding features of rooftop additions at adjacent combined sister buildings in the row, that with rooftop additions found traditionally at row houses in this historic district, that the design of the proposed rear addition, including basement and first floor decks and stairs, will be in keeping with that of rear yard additions found traditionally at row houses in this historic district, that the 10-foot depth of the proposed rear addition will be comparable with that of other rear additions at other row houses of this block and will not significantly diminish the open character of the rear yards in this block and in this district, that together these features of the proposed rooftop and rear additions will maintain the historic scale and character of the building as a semi-detached row house, and that therefore these features of the proposed work will maintain special architectural and historic character of the building, row, and Upper West Side, Central Park West Historic District. However, I recommend that the applicant set back the rooftop addition at least 3 feet from the rear facade, from the original rear facade plane, that the proposed rear addition be reduced in height to 2 stories plus basement so that it is consistent with other additions on the block, that the existing top floor windows be retained, and that the rear parapet corbelling be restored to match that at the adjacent buildings in the row.
And if they could just work with staff in terms of ensuring the visibility of the rooftop addition from the
Okay,
street
and
line.
that the applicant, right.
All right, second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Unopposed? This application's approved. Okay, thank you, commissioners, and all of you who've come today.
Exactly that word. Yeah, how do we